Chapter 3071. Is it worth it? A soft question sounded. Fu Xian raised her head and looked at Mo Huang. The thick stubble on his chin poked her forehead, making her feel itchy and numb. However, she missed this feeling very much. She moved her head slightly and gently rubbed it, as if she wanted to imprint this feeling into the depths of her soul. Mo Huang's rough face was filled with tenderness and sweetness. He reached out and stroked her cheek, smiling slightly. How can a picturesque landscape compare to the cinnabar between your eyebrows? Fu Xian's beautiful eyes were extremely bright. Mo Huang grinned again. That bratly Wui said, "So before, I'm just using it." Fu Xian giggled. So it's Wui's words. Mo Huang sighed. You've suffered all these years. Fu Xian shook her head. I already expected this. There's nothing to suffer. Aren't we meeting again today? Mo Huang said solemnly. This time, I won't let you leave my side again. That will make me an enemy of the entire Dragon Island. Fu Xian rested her head on Mo Huang's broad chest and listened to his heartbeat. It was as if she heard the most beautiful, celestial music in the world. Her face was full of happiness. Mo Huang snorted. Since the day you and I met, I've already made plans to become enemies with Dragon Island. When they met back then, he was in his prime. He recognized at a glance that the arrogant person was a martial beast of the dragon race. She could control all the beasts in the world, but he had never had the experience of controlling a dragon. His heart immediately became restless, and thoughts surged uncontrollably. He tried to get close to her several times and even used force to finally subdue her. However, he didn't expect that he would step into the land of tenderness and couldn't extricate himself from it. He also formed a grudge with the dragon race. Thinking back, a warm smile appeared on Mo Huang's face. That was the wisest decision he had ever made. How's little Seven? Fu Xian suddenly asked. She's grown up. She's just a little spoiled. You should follow me back to Spirit Beast Island to discipline her. Fu Xian said. She doesn't know her identity, right? Mo Huang shook his head. I haven't told her yet. Speaking of this girl, she's been quite annoying recently. What happened? Fu Xian was shocked. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. Although she had never seen her again after giving birth to her, how could she not care about her? There's a brat that the girl can't forget, Mo Huang said with a dark face. Fu Xian froze for a moment, then laughed. What are you laughing at? Fu Xian stopped laughing and said, counting her age, little Seven should be at that age. It's not strange for one or two men to enter her sight. Mo Huang shook his head like a rattledrum. No, she's still too young. It's not the time to think about this. Fu Xian leisurely said, although I gave birth to her, I never had the opportunity to take care of her. You should worry about her matters, but you must not let her hate you. Mo Huang was shocked. She hates me because of that brat. Fu Xian pursed her lips and smiled. That's hard to say. Daughters tend to be more outgoing when they grow up. When Mo Huang heard this, his face turned even darker, and he suddenly felt a little worried. All right, let's go take a look. Mo Huang frowned and said, let's not go. Let's talk here and wait for those two old guys to finish dealing with the dragon race. Fu Xian raised her head and looked at him. Take me there. They are my clansmen after all. Mo Huang couldn't stand her cute and obedient look. He nodded repeatedly and said, all right. Since you said so, let's go take a look. After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, if we're lucky, we might be able to see that brat. When he finished, he had already flown out with Fu Xian. Fu Xian was startled for a moment, then said, you're saying that the man little Seven is interested in is also on Dragon Island? Yes, this time I was able to come in without anyone noticing. It's all thanks to him. Mo Huang nodded. If it wasn't for Yang Kai causing a ruckus on Dragon Island, and attracting Zhu Yan and Fu Tin's attention, he wouldn't have been able to sneak in. Normally, if he set foot on Dragon Island, he would definitely be discovered by Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. He's from the dragon race? Fu Xian frowned. She herself was from the dragon race, so she naturally knew how promiscuous the private lives of those male dragon race members were. If her daughter was interested in someone from the dragon race, then this matter would really be troublesome. He's not from the dragon race, he's just a human. Mo Huang shook his head and replied, Human. Fu Xian was even more confused. How can a human enter Dragon Island? Furthermore, why did he come to Dragon Island? The corner of Mo Huang's mouth twitched, and he spat out 2 words, bride-snatching. Fu Xian was astonished. Under her continuous questioning, only then did she know that Yang Kai did such a shocking thing on Dragon Island. She was immediately shocked and felt that this guy was a bit too daring. But then again, wasn't the situation of this guy called Yang Kai and Mo Huang very similar? Both of them were from the human race, and both of them married a dragon girl. Both of them were strongly opposed by Dragon Island and were forced to become enemies with Dragon Island. Fu Xian suddenly felt some sympathy for that Yang Kai. Mo Huang was one of the 10 great emperors, and even he couldn't take her away from Dragon Island back then. That Yang Kai definitely couldn't do it this time either. This love between a human and a dragon was destined to end in tragedy. The stubbornness of the dragon race had been proven. A figure suddenly rushed out from the sea, attracting the attention of Yang Kai and the others. When they turned their heads to look, they saw that the avatar had already returned to the height of a human. Steam was rising from its body, and it flew out from the sea. Zhu Qing and Fu Ling sized it up in surprise. They didn't know where this guy came from, but the aura of the Holy Spirit on this stone man was extremely obvious, so they recognized Shirhu's identity with a single glance. What made them even more surprised was that this stone man actually had the aura of Yang Kai on his body. If one didn't look at it with their eyes, and instead used their divine sense to investigate, they might have mistaken it for Yang Kai. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai said softly, "We're on the same side." The avatar was formed by the combination of his avatar and the stone mongoose. Even if it merged with the origin of the stone fire and became the Holy Spirit stone fire, its foundation wouldn't change. It had a great battle with a dragon race before, and now that it came back alone, it was obvious that its opponent had run away. They didn't know what the result of the battle was. Yang Kai was about to ask, but the avatar's words stunned him. "Wukong is here." Yang Kai was shocked. "How do you know?" Zhu Qing also frowned. "Wukong? Which Wukong?" Fu Ling smiled. "Why does this name sound the same as the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor? The great emperors. The heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors was a legend of a generation, an existence that no one could surpass in hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, even the proud dragon race had a deep impression of this name and was very afraid of it. The avatar said, "I shouldn't have woken up today. I was awakened by a kind of power." "What kind of power?" "The power of the martial arts I practice." When it said this, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this matter was not far from the truth. The avatar practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique was a divine martial art created by Wukong. Back then, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor relied on this martial art to become invincible in the world. During the War of Great Emperors, several great emperors died at his hands. If there was anyone in this world who could sense Wukong's existence, it would be the avatar. No one of the avatar woke up early. It was not that his previous deduction was wrong, but that a special situation had occurred. Why is he on Dragon Island? If he's on Dragon Island, doesn't that mean that Senior Duan is also on Dragon Island? After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, Wukong and Duan Hongchen's souls merged into one. After that, in the Divine Ascension Mirror in Azure Sun Temple, Wukong seized control of the Avatar and escaped from Azure Sun Temple, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai never expected that Wukong would be on Dragon Island. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's heart jumped. The reason why the Avatar could sense Wukong's existence was because Wukong used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. Wukong would not use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique for no reason. Thinking back to the scene of the falling dragon rain earlier, Yang Kai was horrified. Not good. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction, shouting in a low voice, "Follow me." As soon as he said this, he flew out. As he flew, crackling sounds came from all over his body, and he returned to his original appearance. After they left, the defeated dragon race cultivators looked at each other and also chased after them. Wukong appeared on Dragon Island and used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. Now that a dragon race had fallen, it was very likely that he had already devoured a dragon race. With the foundation of the Great Emperors and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, no one knew how much damage Wukong could cause if he was not stopped. He did not care about the safety of Dragon Island, but Lu Yen and Jiu Feng were there. If they encountered Wukong, they might not be able to stop him. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to the original battlefield. Looking up, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yen and Jiu Feng were intact. The dragon race cultivators who were fighting with them had already stopped fighting and gathered together with ugly expressions. The fall of the dragon race had obviously caused an unimaginable impact on them. At this time, who still had the mood to continue fighting. Moreover, there were still many dragon race cultivators here. Obviously, Wukong did not attack here. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Lu Yen quickly flew over. Yang Kai reached out and touched her head and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Lu Yen shook her head. Today's battle had benefited her a lot. After all, the experience of fighting against a dragon race was really rare. She believed that after this battle, her strength would improve again. "Yang Kai, did you do it?" Jiu Feng looked at Yang Kai and asked with a frown. If that dragon race cultivator was really killed by Yang Kai, then he must be in trouble. So Jiu Feng could not help but ask. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It wasn't me." Jiu Feng suddenly wondered. Then who was it? Could it be that one of Zhu Yan and Fu Dan really died? Forget I said it. She turned her head and looked in one direction. There, two rays of light, one green and one white, rushed over like lightning and landed in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye, revealing the figures of Zhu Yan and Fu Dan. Chapter 3072. The expressions of the two great elders of the dragon race did not look good. As soon as Fu Jinyo appeared, she glanced at Yang Kai, Jiu Feng, and the others and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Replying to the second elder, "We are fine." Fu Qi stepped forward and cupped his fist. Fu Ling also hurriedly said, "We are fine too." Fu Jinyo frowned. Zhu Yan glanced at the dragons and said in a deep voice, "The fourth elder and Fu Qi are not here." There were only so many people in the dragon race, so it was easy to find out who was missing. The reason why Zhu Kong was not here was because Li Wui had used the divine technique to pull her into a void. With Zhu Kong's ability, she should not be at a disadvantage against Li Wui. Then the only possibility left was that something had happened to Fu Qi. Thinking of this, Zhu Yan's expression also sank. Fu Qi was a rank 8 thunder dragon, ranked in the upper middle of the dragon race. If something really happened to him, then Dragon Island's loss today would be too great. Previously, Fu Qi was heavily injured by Yang Kai, so his strength must have dropped. But on Dragon Island, other than these people, who else could kill a rank 8 thunder dragon? This was what Zhu Yan could not understand the most. Yang Kai pondered for a while, then cupped his fist and said, "Great elder, I have something to tell you." Zhu Yan did not have a good impression of him. Today's matter was all caused by Yang Kai. Although Mo Huang's appearance was not related to him, he was the one who stirred up the muddy waters of Dragon Island. If not for Yang Kai drawing attention here, they would not have failed to notice Mo Huang sneaking into Dragon Island, leading to him trespassing into the dragon tomb and breaking the rules of the dragon race. But the great elder was still a gentle person. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "What is it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Wukong might be on Dragon Island." "Wukong?" Zhu Yan frowned. "Which Wukong?" Yang Kai said, "Is there anyone else named Wukong in this world?" Zhu Yan's expression finally changed. "You mean the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor?" As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai in shock, as if they wanted to see if he had gone crazy. Not many people knew the name Wukong, but the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor was too well known. Even Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Fu Ti even scolded angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Wukong has already fallen for many years. How could he appear on my Dragon Island? Kid, don't lie through your teeth." She already had a lot of opinions about Yang Kai, and now that the dragon race had fallen, her mood was even worse. How could she be happy? Yang Kai said with a calm expression, "Wukong is not dead." Zhu Yan and Fu Ti were startled when they heard this. The former shook his head continuously, while the latter snorted disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't believe Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai was also a little annoyed by their attitude. He just provided the information he knew. He didn't have any ulterior motive. He didn't ask for the gratitude of the dragon race, but at least they didn't show a look of disdain. The attitude of the two elders of the dragon race made him dissatisfied. Yang Kai no longer argued. In any case, it was the dragon race that died. It had nothing to do with him. The only thing he had to consider now was how to take Zhu Qing and the others away under the eyes of Zhu Yan and Fu Ti. He's not spouting nonsense. When a loud shout came, a burly figure suddenly landed on the side, holding a pale woman in his arms. "Third elder." Zhu Qing looked at the woman and called out in surprise. Many members of the dragon race also looked at Fu Xian with complicated expressions, greeting her one after another. Fu Xian turned her head and glanced at Zhu Qing, nodded weakly, and then fixed her eyes on Yang Kai, looking him up and down. Yang Kai also happened to look at her, and when their eyes met, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Mo Xiaoqi? Why is she here? But in the next moment, Yang Kai knew that he had mistaken her for someone else, because although this woman looked quite similar to Mo Xiaoqi, the temperaments of the two were completely different. This woman looked much more mature than Mo Xiaoqi. If Mo Xiaoqi was a budding flower, then this woman was a blooming flower, with a charm that Mo Xiaoqi didn't have. Most importantly, this woman didn't have the butterfly-shaped mark on her face. The butterfly mark on Mo Xiaoqi's face was actually a seal, not a birthmark as Yang Kai initially thought. It was a life-saving measure the martial beast Great Emperor had planted on her. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, when the seal was broken, Mo Xiaoqi almost went berserk. It was only thanks to Zhang Ruoxi that she was able to suppress her. So, this woman was not Mo Xiaoqi, but more like Mo Xiaoqi's elder sister. However, the way Zhu Qing and the others addressed this woman made him a little confused, and he couldn't figure out the relationship between Mo Xiaoqi and her. What made Yang Kai feel the most strange was the way this woman looked at him, as if she was examining him. "Is this the third elder of your dragon race?" Yang Kai didn't have the nerve to look at her, so he looked away and sent a divine sense message to Zhu Qing. "Yes." Then the one next to her, martial beast, Mo Huang. Yang Kai was shocked. When this person came over just now, he felt that he wasn't simple, but he didn't think it was martial beast. He had never seen Marshall Beast before, so he didn't know what he looked like. He only imagined Marshall Beast's appearance based on Mo Shao-Chi's appearance, but the difference was too big. So, this is Marshall Beast, one of the great emperors who could control all beasts in the world and obey his orders. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something, and his expression became strange. He continued to send a divine sense message. Marshall Beast, Master came to Dragon Island for your third elder. Zhu Qing replied. Yes, their situation is somewhat similar to ours. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Is it because of this that third elder was banished to the dragon tomb? Zhu Qing gently nodded and immediately said, But the most important thing is because third elder and the Marshall Beast Master already had a child. If they didn't have a child, the second elder wouldn't have banished her to the dragon tomb. After all, she has a ninth order dragon vein. The second elder thought that there was still room to maneuver, so he kept persuading her to separate from the Marshall Beast Master. But after the child was born, everything changed. Yang Kai said absent-mindedly, So Shao-Chi's mother is actually from the dragon race. He didn't need to ask to know who the child of the dragon race's third elder, and Mo Huang was. There was only one little princess on Spirit Beast Island, and Mo Shao-Chi was the only child of the Marshall Beast Great Emperor. It was no wonder that their appearances were 70 to 80% similar. The mother and daughter naturally had some similarities. What did you say? Zhu Qing turned her head and looked at him. Yang Kai said with a solemn expression, Don't worry, even if we have a child, I won't let you be banished to the dragon tomb. Zhu Qing's face turned red, and she no longer discussed this issue with him. How difficult was it to have a child when the human race and the dragon race married? Marshall Beast and Fu Xian had been in love for 1,000 years, but they only gave birth to Mo Shao-Chi a little more than 10 years ago. One could imagine how difficult it was. In the past 1,000 years, Dragon Island had always been against this, but because Marshall Beast was involved, the dragon race couldn't suppress them. It wasn't until Mo Shao-Chi was born that the dragon race was decided. That time, the dragon clan mobilized all their forces and attacked the Spirit Beast Island. Although Mo Huang had the intention to resist, Fu Xian still took the initiative to follow the dragon clan back to the Dragon Island. Mo Huang naturally followed as well, but in the end, he was still outnumbered and was chased out of the Dragon Island. This wait lasted for more than 10 years. While the two were quietly communicating, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both looked at Mo Huang in shock, almost thinking that they had misheard. Mo Huang sneered, You dragon race people are conservative and self-righteous. You don't hear about the outside world, so you naturally think that everyone is lying to you. What do you mean? Fu Su looked at him coldly. Zhu Yan also frowned. Are you trying to say that Wukong really didn't die? Mo Huang said in a deep voice. Wukong came back to life. What? At this time, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both paled. Many dragon race people were also shocked. Is this news accurate? Zhu Yan looked at Mo Huang with a solemn expression. If this was the case, then this world would change greatly. The dragon race also participated in the War of Emperors back then, and Zhu Yan was one of them. Only those who had faced Wukong directly knew how terrifying this heaven-devouring great emperors was. Mo Huang said, A year ago, this king communicated with him. Do you think this news is accurate? Communicated? Zhu Yan frowned, somewhat unable to understand what he meant. The heaven-devouring great emperors were not easy to communicate with. Marshall Beast also had grievances with him. If they met, they would definitely fight. So how could they sit down and communicate? Mo Huang said impatiently, Wukong's situation is a bit special. He has been hiding in the Shattered Star Sea's origin sea. He wanted to gather blood essence to form a body, and was almost successful. But at the critical moment, Duan Hongqin broke in and fought with him. In the end, both sides suffered. Wukong failed to form a body and was reborn, but occupied half of Duan Hongchen's body. This matter also involves Duan Hongchen, Mo Huang said, after the Shattered Star Sea. Old Duan tried to find a way to seal Wukong's soul. He went to the Serene Soul Palace, but the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything. He came to my Spirit Beast Island and stayed for a while. That's how I know about his situation. Spirit Beast Island and Serene Soul Palace were both in the Eastern Territory. From Serene Soul Palace to Spirit Beast Island was just on the way. Even the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything. Zhu Yan was surprised. If there was anyone in the world who had the deepest understanding of the soul, it would be the person from the Serene Soul Palace. But now, even he couldn't deal with Duan Hongchen's situation. Perhaps no one else in the world could. So, Wukong is indeed not dead. Mo Huang looked at the two elders of the dragon race disdainfully. You people from the dragon race should go out more often and learn more about the world's affairs. But then again, only a few people in the world knew about the matter between Wukong and Duan Hongchen. Even if the dragon race really went out, they might not be able to get any information. Chapter 3073. The news of Wukong's revival was a shock to all the members of the dragon race. They were speechless for a long time. Suddenly, a figure staggered over from afar. That person looked extremely weak, like a drunken bee. While flying, he was bobbing up and down as if he could fall into the sea at any time. Everyone turned to look at him with suspicion in their eyes. After seeing that person's appearance, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Zhu Qing also said curiously, "It's Li Jiao." Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. From afar, it was as if he had seen a family member. He anxiously shouted, "Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai hurriedly went forward and supported him. After examining him and confirming that his life was not in danger, he asked, "Is Fu Qi dead?" "Yes." Yang Kai's expression changed again. "You killed him?" Li Jiao shook his head. He did want to kill Fu Qi, but unfortunately his skills were not as good as his opponent's. If it wasn't for an uninvited guest at the last moment, he would have most likely died today. Although he knew the consequences of killing a member of the dragon race, the situation at that time did not allow him to think too much. Thinking about what Lu Sanyang had been through all these years, only Fu Qi's blood could wash away their shame. "It's Wu Chun. Wu Chun killed Fu Qi," Li Jiao said solemnly. "Wu Chun?" Yang Kai had a strange expression. How could it be him? After knowing that Fu Qi did not die in Li Jiao's hands, Yang Kai was slightly relieved. However, Li Jiao's words made him feel a little incredulous. After confirming that Fu Qi was dead, he thought of two possibilities. The first was that Li Jiao's strength erupted and he bravely slaughtered the dragon race. If that was the case, then Li Jiao could forget about leaving Dragon Island today. Maybe even his Fire Dragon Palace would suffer. However, this possibility was not high. He let Li Jiao find Fu Qi because he knew that with Li Jiao's cultivation, he would not be able to do anything to Fu Qi at most. He would fight with Fu Qi to vent his anger. With Li Jiao's strength, it was definitely not realistic for him to kill Fu Qi. The second possibility was that Wukong killed Fu Qi. This was the most likely and the only possibility. However, the answer Li Jiao gave was beyond imagination. Wu Chen actually killed Fu Qi. Regarding Wu Chen, Kai Yang had always had an extremely strange feeling about him and had always been on guard against him. But this past month, Wu Chen hadn't shown any signs of hostility towards him. On the contrary, he had even helped him a little at the beginning. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that Wu Chen's cultivation seemed a little strange. When Yang Kai first met him, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but a month later, he was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although it was only a small improvement, it was still as difficult as ascending to the heavens for any cultivator. He did not know what kind of lucky chance Wu Chen obtained, but he just felt that this guy was somewhat not simple. "Who is Wu Chen?" Fu Shi suddenly asked. Li Jiao's last sentence wasn't said through a spiritual force transmission, but directly out loud. Everyone present had high cultivation levels, so they naturally heard it clearly. After confirming that the one who died was Fu Qi and the name of the dragon slayer, the dragon race naturally wanted to know the background of this Wu Chen. With her pressure, Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood and looked like he was about to die. Yang Kai flashed in front of him and replied, "It's a human from Half-Dragon City." "Fu," she said angrily. "A trivial human can slaughter my dragon race." She glared at Li Jiao and said, "You have the smell of Fu Qi's blood on you. You're lying. Did you kill Fu Qi?" Li Jiao quickly shook his head. "It's not me. It's really Wu Chen. Although I fought with Fu Qi, I couldn't do anything to him. I almost died in his hands, but that Wu Chen suddenly appeared. I don't know what kind of secret technique he used, but he instantly subdued Fu Qi. That Wu Chen has such abilities." Zhu Yan was also shocked. It was not easy to subdue an 8th-order thunder dragon in an instant. How could there be such a master hidden in Half-Dragon City? He pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me everything in detail. If there is even half a lie, you will die without a burial place." Li Jiao looked miserable, but his expression was calm and didn't look like he was lying. Li Jiao nodded lightly and chose his words carefully. Yang Kai placed his hand on Li Jiao's wrist and sent his Emperor Qi over. Li Jiao's expression became much better, and he cast a grateful look. In the next moment, Li Jiao spoke tirelessly. He didn't hide anything and told Yang Kai about how he followed Fu Qi to the spiritual island, how he fought with his life on the line, and how Wu Chen mysteriously appeared. He told Yang Kai everything, including how Wu Chen's appearance and personality changed drastically. After I escaped from there, I heard Fu Qi's miserable cries. Then it started raining. Although I am a descendant of the dragon, I know about the falling dragon rain. Therefore, in my opinion, Fu Qi is probably dead, and the one who killed him is Wu Chen. He was naturally happy that Fu Qi was killed, even if he didn't kill him. The 3 moves he used to fight with Fu Qi had caused him irreparable damage, and it could be said that he had vented his anger. Li Jiao even thought that if it weren't for his 3 moves, Wu Chen would have to spend more effort to kill Fu Qi from this point of view. He also contributed to Fu Qi's death, and it could be said that he had taken revenge with his own hands. Wu Chen gave him a dangerous feeling, but he was grateful to Wu Chen. After he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Yang Kai murmured with a solemn expression, "Appearance change, personality change. Wu Chen, Wu Chen, Wu Chen, Yukong, Duan Hong Chen." Wu Chen was just an alias, a homophone of Yukong's surname and a combination of Duan Hong Chen's surname, which was very fitting. After all, the 2 great emperors had 2 souls in the same body, and it was very appropriate to put their names together to make an alias. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a bitter smile. No matter how rich his imagination was, it was impossible for him to link Wu Chen with the 2 great emperors. After all, Wu Chen's previous performance didn't have any of the spirit of the great emperors, and there was no need to talk about his appearance. He had the head of a snake, the eyes of a rat, the mouth of a monkey, and the cheeks of a monkey. He was completely unrelated to the great emperors. Now, it seemed that the one controlling the body was still Wukong, and Duan Hongchen should have been suppressed. He didn't know how Wukong did it. As he thought about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He suddenly remembered that the 500 people who built the palace had been reduced to less than 200 to 300 after a month, and most of them had disappeared from the emperor realm. Before this, Yang Kai didn't think about what happened to these people because their life and death didn't have much to do with him. But now that he knew Wu Chen's true identity, It was obvious what happened to these people. Wukong had devoured them. There was a reasonable explanation for Wu Chen's explosive increase in strength in a short month. He was the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, a legend who created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. From the situation of the Dharmakayas cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, those cultivators had probably become Wukong's capital to become stronger. Yang Kai could confirm Wu Chen's true identity. Mo Huang, Zhu Yan, and the others could naturally do the same. Mo Huang had said before that Wukong and Duan Hongchun were now two souls in one body. Didn't this confirm what Li Jiao had said about Wu Chen's change in personality? Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Fu Tianqi reached out and grabbed Li Jiao. "Come with me." Wukong had killed a dragon, and the dragon race had shaken up. Now, the most important thing was to confirm Wukong's whereabouts. He had snuck into Dragon Island and didn't hesitate to lower his status and endure humiliation. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as just killing a dragon race. And if they wanted to track down Wukong's whereabouts, Li Jiao was indispensable. Only he knew where Fu Qi had died, and only he knew where Wukong had attacked. When Fu Tianqi's jade hand reached out, Li Jiao's entire body froze in place. The Emperor Qi in his body froze for a moment, and even his breathing was involuntarily held. He was like a rabbit that had no experience in dodging. Facing the claws of a falcon that was swooping down from the sky, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally understood how big the gap was between the three-layer Emperor realm mirror he was so proud of and a great emperor. His already pale face turned even paler. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Yang Kai's hand turned into a dragon's claw, ignoring the obstruction of space, and grabbed towards Fu Tianqi's jade hand. As soon as he moved, the embodiment moved as well, smashing a fist towards Fu Tianqi's side. The moment he made a move, his might was extraordinary, like a thunderbolt. A phantom flashed past, and Yang Kai only felt a fierce blow to his chest. He couldn't help but retreat a few hundred meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. The embodiment also seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its body stiffened, and it fell straight down, smashing into the sea and disappearing. Zhu Qing was shocked and quickly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand. When he looked up, he saw Li Jiao being lifted up like a little chick by Fu Tianqi and flying in a certain direction. Seeing this, the other dragon race members followed. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. He knew that he was no match for the great emperors, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Fu Tianqi attack Li Jiao. No matter how big the gap was, he had to show an unyielding attitude. Fortunately, Fu Tianqi wasn't in the mood to waste time with him, so he was able to repel him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just a few injuries. "You've got guts." Mo Huang glanced at Yang Kai, not knowing whether it was praise or ridicule. From the moment he appeared until now, he hadn't even looked at Yang Kai once until now. Inexplicably, he didn't like Yang Kai. He knew the reason, but he wasn't willing to admit it. If Mo Shaoqi hadn't been thinking about him, this young man in front of him would have been a dragon among men in Mo Huang's eyes. After all, among the younger generation, who would dare to trespass on Dragon Island with just a first-order emperor realm cultivation? Not to mention, this place had been turned upside down. Zhu Yan stayed behind. His gaze swept across the void, 1,000 meters away, and he looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, who were standing side by side, and said, "You two go with us." He couldn't let Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stay here, because if something went wrong, Yang Kai might take the opportunity to escape from Dragon Island. The dragon race couldn't accept such an outcome. Too many things had happened on Dragon Island today. If Yang Kai abducted a dragon girl, and a dragon girl who could become an elder, where would Dragon Island's face go? Chapter 30, 74. Yang Kai's face was ashen. He looked at Zhu Yan and said, "What if I don't agree?" Now, there were only two paths in front of him. One was to agree to Zhu Yan's suggestion and go with him, which was equivalent to being monitored. The other was to fight with Zhu Yan now and solve the problem with violence. However, he estimated that his end would not be good. He was not even a match for Fu Tan, not to mention Zhu Yan, who was ranked above Fu Tan. This was the great elder of the dragon race. Even if Yang Kai used all his abilities, he would not be qualified to compete with him. Zhu Yan slowly shook his head. "I advise you to agree. This old man does not want to bully the weak." Yang Kai was depressed, his mouth full of bitterness. However, speaking of which, Li Jiao was now under the control of others. He could not just leave Li Jiao alone. It was reasonable for him to go with them and see what the result was. "Young man, let's go together. Mo Huang will take care of you." Fu Xian suddenly spoke, causing the corner of Mo Huang's eyes to twitch. Since he had already said so much, Yang Kai naturally made a decision and gently nodded. "Many thanks, third elder. Then let's go and have a look together." Fu Xian smiled. Zhu Yan turned to look at Mo Huang. "Shouldn't we ask them to stop?" Mo Huang did not say anything. He just casually threw a punch. Silently, a layer of ripples appeared in the void, spreading forward like a ripple. In the next moment, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Two figures suddenly appeared. It was Li Wui and Zhu Kong. The two looked fine. It was unknown what kind of battle they had. At the very least, it was impossible to tell who was stronger from the surface. After the space divine technique was broken, Li Wui and Zhu Kong pulled away. They looked at Mo Huang and Zhu Yan suspiciously. They did not know what was going on outside. "Let's talk on the way." Zhu Yan turned and flew out. Zhu Kong frowned and quickly followed. "Let's go." Mo Huang also called out. The group of people flew towards the spiritual island in a mighty manner. Along the way, Zhu Kong and Li Wui had clearly heard about what had happened. Zhu Kong's expression couldn't help but become ugly. She had never thought that in less than an hour there would actually be people who died on Dragon Island. And this matter even involved the famous great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Li Wui also had a look of shock on his face as he whispered to Jiu Feng. Spiritual energy was abundant on the spiritual island. There were some traces left behind by the battle between Li Jiao and Fu Qi. When the group of people arrived, many of the dragon race were already investigating the situation here. Li Jiao was trembling with fear as he was surrounded by several dragon race members with a bitter expression. "How is it?" Zhu Yan flew over and landed beside Fu Tin. "Fu Qi did die here. Where's Wukong?" "There's no trace of him." Zhu Yan nodded. After killing the dragon race, Wukong couldn't possibly continue to stay here. He definitely ran off to God knows where. "Find out where he is." Zhu Yan coldly snorted and was completely enraged. Previously, Yang Kai snatched the bride, and Mo Huang barged into the dragon tomb to bring Fu Xian out. He wasn't actually that angry, but Wukong's actions had clearly touched the reverse scale of the entire dragon race. The crime of slaying a dragon must be repaid with blood. Fu Tin nodded. As his red lips opened and closed, profound dragon language sounded. At the same time, his hands quickly changed seals. It was clear that he was using some secret technique to trace Wukong's whereabouts based on the traces here. Fu Qi had just died not long ago. Even if Wukong had the divine technique, he couldn't have escaped from Dragon Island. In other words, he was definitely still here, just hidden. While Fu Tin was using the secret technique to search for Wukong's whereabouts, Mo Huang wasn't idle either. Although he had a lot of grudges with Dragon Island and couldn't wait for all the dragon race members to die, since this matter was related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, he couldn't just stand by and watch. If the heaven-devouring great emperor escaped, the entire star domain would be in turmoil. Even if his spirit beast island was content to stay in a corner, he couldn't just stay out of it. No one knew how terrifying Wukong was more than these great emperors. His existence was simply a tumor to the entire world. A snow-white little beast scuttled out from Mo Huang's sleeve. That little beast looked like a mink or a fox. It was unknown what species it was, but it was about a foot long. Its fur was snow-white and shiny, and its 2 eyes were rolling around like a human. After it landed on the ground, it kept sniffing lightly. When Zhu Yan saw this, he didn't have any intention to stop it. Instead, he started to chat with Mo Huang. "Brother, Mo, why do you think Wukong infiltrated Dragon Island and didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter our dragon race members?" Previously, the two of them were still fighting fiercely, but in the blink of an eye, they were like old friends. It wasn't strange at all. Instead, it was natural. Mo Huang said indifferently, "I'm not Wukong. How would I know what he's planning? Great Elder is asking the wrong person." He really couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Wukong was notorious and was hated by everyone in the star domain. After escaping with great difficulty and gaining control of Duan Hongchen's body, it was natural for him to hide. With his heaven-devouring great emperor's mystical battle method, it wouldn't take him more than a few hundred years to recover to his former peak. After a few hundred years, he would come out again. At that time, he would be the strongest person in the star domain again. Unless there was another war of emperors, no one in the world could stop him. Zhu Yan nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. While they were talking, Yang Kai and the others also arrived. When the group of dragon race members saw them, they all looked at him angrily, especially the dragon race members who had fought with Yang Kai before. The battle between 7 dragons should have been a sure win situation, suppressing Yang Kai to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. But in the end, Yang Kai had broken through the Dragon Temple's protection technique and caused all of them to lose face. Now that they were seeing each other again, how could they be happy? Yang Kai glared at them. How could a defeated general dare to be brave? After their eyes met for a while, many of the dragon race members looked away embarrassedly. Yang Kai suddenly became complacent and looked around majestically. He just happened to catch a glimpse of Fu Xian looking at him with a smile. He immediately looked embarrassed and coughed lightly. I feel that Wukong seems to be very eager to restore his strength. He also heard a few words of the conversation between Mo Huang and Zhu Yan just now, so his words weren't too abrupt. Naturally, he wants to improve his strength. Zhu Yan nodded. He had once stood at the peak of the star boundary and looked down upon all living beings. Even many great emperors were suppressed by him to the point they couldn't raise their heads. Now that his cultivation had plummeted, how could he be willing to endure in silence? It was natural for him to want to improve his strength. Yang Kai said, when Wukong and Senior Duan came out of the Shattered Star Sea, he was only a First-Order Emperor, Realm Master. When I saw him a few days ago, he was already a Second-Order Emperor, Realm Master. Then, a month later, he was already a Third-Order Emperor, Realm Master. The speed of his cultivation improvement is simply incredible. He didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter the dragon race. Perhaps there is something on Dragon Island that can help him improve his strength quickly, such as Fu Chi's dragon race source. The essence of the dragon race was an extremely powerful force, and it was very attractive to Wu Kuang. As soon as this was said, Zhu Yan's face suddenly changed, as a horrifying thought involuntarily emerged in his mind. He suddenly raised his head and shouted, "The dragon tomb!" Mo Huang's face also sank, luring the tiger away from the mountain. If Wukong's goal was really the dragon tomb, then it made sense. The dragon tomb contained the source of many dead dragon race members. If he could devour all the source in the dragon tomb, then Ryukong's cultivation would definitely improve greatly. He had the heritage of the great emperors and occupied Duan Hongchen's body, so there was no such thing as a bottleneck. With the magic of the heaven-devouring great emperor battle method, as long as he had enough resources, he could easily improve his strength to a terrifying level. Even if he wasn't as good as the great emperors, he was definitely not an ordinary third-order emperor realm master. The source of the dragon race was extremely rare, and the energy it contained was beyond imagination. If Ryukong's real goal was the dragon tomb, then it would be very troublesome. The reason why he exposed his identity and killed Fu Qi was to lure the tiger away from the mountain, attracting Zhu Yan, Mo Huang, and the others. After all, these top powerhouses were at the dragon tomb at that time. No matter how stupid Ryukong was, he wouldn't walk right into the trap. Everything made sense now. At this moment, Fu Qi's casting stopped, and he raised his head to look in the direction of the dragon tomb. The strange little beast that was released by Mo Huang also growled in that direction. Seeing this, everyone no longer hesitated and rushed towards the dragon tomb. For a moment, streams of light streaked across the sky, each of them exuding a powerful aura, an extremely shocking aura. If others saw such a lineup, they would be horrified. The dragon tomb was very far from here. Even if everyone flew at full speed, they still wouldn't be able to reach it in half an hour. Yang Kai looked calm, but in fact, he was secretly worried, not for anything else, but for Duan Hongchen. He was now an elder of Azure Sun Temple, and the relationship between Duan Hongchen and Azure Sun Temple was also inextricably linked, so he was somewhat related to Duan Hongchen. What's more, he had also received kindness from Duan Hongchen. He admired this person's determination to sacrifice himself and enter the Shattered Star Sea. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't want anything to happen to Duan Hongchen. But now, it seemed that Duan Hongchen had been completely suppressed by Ryukong, and he couldn't even easily control his body. Such an encounter was really bad. Ryukong's strength hadn't recovered yet, but he could do this to this extent. If he was stronger, Duan Hongchen wouldn't have any way to survive. He was afraid that, as he said, the great emperors of the secular world would be swallowed up. At that time, the fall of the great emperors would be a loss to the entire star boundary. After a while, the dragon's tomb came into view. It was a dusky world, as if it was isolated from this world. It made people feel extremely depressed just by looking at it. Xu Yan and others suddenly narrowed their eyes and stared at the void in front of the dragon tomb in a daze. Ryukong, a figure stood in the void over there, tall and sturdy, wearing a robe that fluttered without wind, and with a faint smile on his face, he looked over with a calm expression. Who else could it be but Ryukong? All the people of the dragon race widened their eyes and looked over there, wanting to see if this overlord of the universe, who had disappeared for countless years, had 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 3075. Ryukong didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. If they didn't already know his identity, no one would associate him with the name of the great emperors of heaven, devouring great emperor. Not only was there nothing special about him, even the figure standing in front of the dragon's tomb at this moment was somewhat unreal. It was neither real nor illusory. It was like an illusion. Zhu Yan stopped, and his expression became unsightly. "Oh, no!" void, soul-wandering shadow. Mo Huang also shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. The figure in front was indeed Ryukong, but it wasn't Ryukong's real body. It was Ryukong's secret technique phantom image that almost perfectly replicated his aura and appearance. We've been tricked. Fu, she clenched her teeth. Whether it was the secret technique she used to track Ryukong or Mo Huang's little beast guidance, they all pointed to the location of the dragon's tomb. Coupled with Yang Kai's seemingly reasonable urging, everyone thought that Ryukong's destination was the dragon's tomb, and the many sources of the dragon race in the dragon's tomb. But when they really arrived at this place, everyone discovered that everything was wrong. Wukong only used a void soul wandering shadow to successfully draw everyone's attention to this place, while his real body was carrying out some kind of conspiracy. This was the real lure of the tiger away from the mountain. In this world, only the existence of the great emperors could deceive the great emperors. Although Wukong's strength had not recovered, he hid in the dark and played everyone in the palm of his hand. He was bold, but also extremely confident. Just when everyone was lost in thought, Wukong's void soul, wandering shadow, smiled faintly. "Everyone, I trust you have been well since we last met." No one paid attention to him. This was just a void soul, wandering shadow secret technique. It was useless to communicate with him. They might even accidentally fall into Wukong's trap. Since the dragon's tomb wasn't Wukong's goal, what did he want to do? Yang Kai and Li Wu-yi turned their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction, then glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What rich space force fluctuations! Of everyone present, only the two of them were proficient in space principles. So, when this fluctuation spread out, the two of them were the first to sense it. Immediately, Zhu Yan, Fu Shi, and even Mo Huang also sensed it. Fu Shi, and Li Wu-yi, Zhu Yan's void, soul-wandering shadow. Mo Huang's face was ashen as he shouted, "It's the Dragon Palace!" As soon as this was said, everyone's assessed Wukong's real target was actually the Dragon Palace. He had used his phantom shadow to attract everyone's attention while his real body had already sneaked into the Dragon Palace. No one knew what he was up to. He want to escape. Mo Huang shouted in a low voice, as if he had guessed something, and hurriedly rushed towards the Dragon Palace. For the first time, an anxious look appeared on his face. Obviously, this was a matter of great importance. While everyone was running, a dazzling light suddenly burst out in the distance, followed by a pillar of light soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds and into the firmament, as if it had poked a hole in the sky. And the fluctuations of space force were becoming more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai pulled Zhu Qing's hand and flew side by side with her, his expression extremely solemn. He, who was proficient in space principles, knew very well what such fluctuations meant, but he couldn't figure out how Wukong did it. Although he was the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors, he had never heard of him having any attainments in the Tao of space. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. This time, all the masters on Dragon Island had been fooled by Wukong. Even if they rushed over, it would be useless. Wukong had put in so much effort to play such a trick on Dragon Island, so he must have made thorough preparations and plans. If Wukong fled, then he and Mo Huang would have to face the monstrous wrath of the dragon race. Mo Huang was a martial beast, so he probably wasn't afraid of Dragon Island, but he couldn't. In front of such a behemoth like Dragon Island, he couldn't help but feel a little weak. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai gathered Li Jiao and Lu Yan's embodiments and took them all into the small sealed world while they were unprepared. He had to make plans to escape as soon as possible. The pillar of light from the Dragon Palace grew brighter and brighter, almost illuminating the entire Dragon Island. After a while, the light showed signs of weakening, and then it slowly disappeared. When the group hurried to the Dragon Palace, the light had already faded, leaving only a clear fluctuation of space force coming from the depths of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was majestic, and its aura was ancient. It had experienced hundreds of thousands of years of wind and frost, and was one of the most important foundations of the entire dragon race. Only the existence of the dragon race's bloodline was qualified to set foot in the Dragon Palace, and this bloodline must be extremely pure. A dragon descendant like Li Jiao didn't even have the qualifications to get close to the Dragon Palace. If he insisted on trespassing, he would immediately be crushed into powder by the dragon pressure in the Dragon Palace. Yang Kai was the last to arrive. Li Wu, Yi, and Jiu Feng were waiting outside the Dragon Palace. Except for them, everyone else was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, they had entered the Dragon Palace. After seeing Yang Kai, Li Wu Yi smiled at him, but Jiu Feng was surprised because she found that Lu Yan was gone and several people related to Yang Kai were also gone. She immediately glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, but didn't say anything. "I'll go in and take a look," Yang Kai said, and stepped inside with Zhu Qing. He wasn't here to join in the fun. He just wanted to know the current situation of Duan Hongqin. The Dragon Palace was deep, and there were huge dragon pillars around it. The whole palace didn't look extraordinary from the outside, but there was a different world inside. In the palace, a powerful dragon pressure surged, giving people a very chaotic feeling. Zhu Qing frowned as soon as she stepped in. She had also entered the Dragon Palace before, but the Dragon Palace was definitely not like today. From this chaotic dragon pressure, she could tell that something was wrong with the Dragon Palace. After walking for a long time, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. After a while, a light came into sight. Walking along the light, they soon saw many powerhouses on Dragon Island today. There was no battle as expected. Everyone was gathered around the light, motionless. Yang Kai observed their expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. When he got closer to take a look, his eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise, because the source of the light was actually a void corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there were specks of twinkling stars. It was as if someone had torn a piece of the star field at night, shrunk it, and placed it here. Zhu Yan's face was ashen, and Fu Sui's expression wasn't any better. His pretty face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from it. Mo Huang kept shaking his head and sighed. "It's too late. If they let the Wukong escape from Dragon Island today, who knows how many lives would be plunged into misery and suffering in the future." The great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor had done this before. Now that the celestial realm was vast and boundless, no one knew where the Wukong had escaped to. Even if they wanted to track him down, it would be impossible. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart. He moved closer to Mo Huang and whispered, "Master, did the Wukong escape?" Mo Huang gently nodded. Yang Kai said, "But how did he shatter the space? And the feeling this void corridor gives me, it's not a small matter." Even the spatial array he had set up across territory didn't have such rich spatial fluctuations when it was activated. He faintly felt that this void corridor seemed to lead to an extremely distant place. Mo Huang didn't answer, and Fu Xian said, "He borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace? He actually has such ability." The Dragon Palace was the foundation of the dragon race. How could it be casually borrowed by an outsider? Furthermore, Yang Kai had already felt that there were some extremely powerful auras hidden in this Dragon Palace. Many of these auras weren't inferior to the 3 great emperors present. Yang Kai guessed that these auras were the auras of the dragon race's ancestor spirits. Fu Xian patiently explained. He killed Fu Qi and stole the dragon race's origin so that he could smoothly enter the Dragon Palace. As for how he borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace to shatter the space after entering the Dragon Palace, I'm not too sure. She turned to look at Mo Huang and asked softly, "Do you know why?" She was basically asking on behalf of Yang Kai. Of course, she was also a little curious. Mo Huang said, "Wukong is older than any of us here. It's just said that when Wukong first became one of the great emperors, he had a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If this came from someone else, it wouldn't be very credible. It could basically be said to be groundless accusations. However, since it came from Mo Huang, it meant that it wasn't just a rumor. It was very likely that Ryukong really did have a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If that was the case, it wouldn't be strange for him to know some of the dragon race's secret techniques or profound secret techniques, borrowing Fu Chi's dragon race's origin to communicate with the Dragon Palace, then borrowing the power of the Dragon Palace to shatter the space. This was probably his entire plan. Moreover, he didn't make any mistakes as he walked step by step. Everything went smoothly, and there was no danger. Even though Yang Kai had a bad impression of Ryukong, he couldn't help but praise him for devising strategies. The wisdom and methods of the great emperors were indeed extraordinary. The void corridor still exists. Why didn't you chase after it? Yang Kai asked again. Chase after it? Mo Huang glanced at him and sneered. Yang Kai frowned and said, What's wrong with that? Then do you know where this void corridor leads to? Please enlighten me, master. Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. Although he could guess that this void corridor led to an extremely distant place, he really couldn't guess the specific location. The Lower Plains Star Territory. Mo Huang's words were earth-shattering. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and exclaimed, The Lower Plains Star Territory? These words were a bit loud and attracted everyone's attention. Fu Chi's eyes were especially cold. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and was slightly embarrassed, but he quickly became anxious. Why would it be the Lower Plains Star Territory? Isn't there a force called the Star Court guarding the entrance between the Star Boundary and the Lower Plains Star Territory? Why would the entrance open here? Ryukong actually escaped to the Lower Plains Star Territory. How could he not be anxious? Although there were many Lower Plains Star Territory who knew if Ryukong would run to the Hung Luo Star Field. If Ryukong entered the Hung Luo Star Field, then the entire Star Territory would be finished. Yang Kai's roots were there. Chapter 3076. There wasn't just one Lower Plains Star Territory. There were countless of them. Some were completely sealed off and existed alone, while some were connected to the astral world. The cultivator in these star territory was undoubtedly blessed because as long as their cultivation reached a certain level, they could go to the astral world to climb higher mountains and experience more wonderful things. Many years ago, the astral world and many Lower Plains Star Territory were connected to each other. Not only could the people below reach a certain level of cultivation, but the powerhouses in the astral world could also go down through some means. But after the heaven-devouring great emperors, the entrance to the Lower Plains Star Territory from the astral world was sealed, because for the cultivator in the Lower Plains Star Territory, the powerhouses from the astral world were really irresistible. Just the astral territory destroyed by the heaven-devouring great emperors were innumerable, and no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be another heaven-devouring great emperors in the future. The existence of many star territory was extremely important to the astral world, so this kind of seal was also a kind of protection. The Star Court was born. This force was extremely mysterious, and ordinary people didn't know about it. It was established by the great emperors at that time, and was responsible for guarding the entrance to the Lower Plains Star Territory, not allowing the people in the astral world to go down at will. If Yang Kai remembered correctly, this Star Court was presided over by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. He always thought that if he wanted to go to the Lower Plains Star Territory, he must go through the Star Court. He also planned to wait until he was free to find a way to go back to the Hung Luo Star Field and bring his relatives and friends over. He even guessed that Yang Inflammation, who had been without any news, might be in the Star Court. But he didn't expect that before he had time to implement all his ideas, he would actually see a void corridor leading to the Lower Plains Star Territory in the Dragon Palace on Dragon Island, and it was opened by the infamous heaven-devouring great emperors. Although the probability of Ryukong going to Hung Luo Starfield was less than 1%, how could Yang Kai not worry? Sometimes it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, When he heard Mo Huang say that Ryukong had gone to the lower plane star territory, he immediately panicked. After pondering for a moment, he said in a clear voice, "Master, Ryukong is still young. If we don't take this opportunity to track and kill them, they will become a disaster in the future. Why are you still hesitating?" Zhu Yan raised his head and glanced at him. His already displeased face darkened slightly. "If I could accurately pinpoint Ryukong's position, I would have followed him even without you telling me. But now, who knows which star's territory he fled into? Just because of this, you're going to let it go?" Yang Kai looked at him without backing down. Mo Huang frowned and said, "Things are not as simple as you think." Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, "Even if we don't know which star's territory Ryukong fled into, with so many people here, if we all follow him, there will always be a glimmer of hope to find him. But if we don't try, we will only let him roam freely. When Ryukong returns from his peak, who in the star boundary can stop him? I'm afraid that you all don't want another battle of the great emperors, right? Big guts, big temper." Mo Huang sneered. Yang Kai said, "We're just discussing the matter as it is." Fu Xian said, "This matter involves a lot of things. Don't be impatient." Compared to the others, Fu Xian's attitude towards him was quite good. She couldn't understand why Yang Kai suddenly became so agitated, as if he urgently wanted to track down Ryukong. Yang Kai shook his head. "I just can't figure it out." "Shut up. How do you still have the face to speak?" Fu Xian suddenly raised her head and looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at her and also lost his temper. He said indifferently, "What does second elder want to say?" Fu Xian gritted her teeth. "If not for you today, why would my dragon race have so many unforeseen events? If Fu Qi wasn't injured by you, why would he die so easily? If not for Fu Qi's dragon race origin, how would Ryukong be able to enter the dragon hall?" Her accusation was overbearing. Yang Kai sneered. "Why does second elder sound like I'm the culprit? My cultivation is still shallow. I can't take up this responsibility. Second elder is thinking too highly of me." He didn't have a good impression of Fu Xian at all. She wanted to ruin Mo Huang and Fu Xian's good thing. She also wanted to interfere in his matter with Zhu Qing. It was as if she was born to like to break up Mandarin ducks and couldn't bear to see others in a good situation. Even if she was born with a heavenly fragrance and was cold and elegant to dare to betroth Zhu Qing to someone else, she is still detestable in my eyes. I can't beat you now, so I'll bear with you for now. When I can take care of you, I'll let you know how it feels to be forced." After saying that, without waiting for her reaction, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said to Zhu Yan, "Great elder, this happened on Dragon Island. Ryukong also escaped from Dragon Island. No matter what, the dragon race has an unshirkable responsibility. The most important thing now is to track down Ryukong's whereabouts and nip this danger in the bud. Otherwise, it will become a huge disaster in the future." "Brat, don't push your luck," Fu Xian shouted solemnly. "Great elder." Yang Kai still ignored her and looked at Zhu Yan stubbornly. Zhu Yan frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Step aside." He was also a little annoyed with Yang Kai. Although Fu Xian's accusation was a little extreme, Yang Kai still took a large part of the responsibility for what happened on Dragon Island today. He was the one who injured Fu Qi, and he was also the one who restrained the dragon race. If it wasn't because of him, Ryukong's scheme wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He knew this, and so did Yang Kai, but he wasn't willing to hear Fu Xian's one-sided accusation. Yang Kai's face sank, but he didn't step aside. He said calmly, "It seems like Dragon Island doesn't want to care about this matter. Fine, since you guys don't care, I will." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him with a weird expression. Fu Xian even secretly transmitted her voice to him. "Don't talk nonsense, listen to me, and step aside. Maybe there is still room for negotiation with Qing." Yang Kai looked at her gratefully, but slowly shook his head. and said, "I only ask one thing. Don't stop me, just let me leave this place. If I can catch up to Wukong, I will take care of him. If I can't, it won't be a loss to you." As he spoke, he pointed at the void corridor. While everyone was talking, the void corridor was slowly closing. After all, the laws of heaven and earth had the power to repair themselves. This void corridor was forcibly opened by Wukong with the help of the Dragon Palace. It could be considered as a kind of damage to the heaven and earth. Under the power of the laws, this kind of damage would quickly disappear. If Yang Kai wanted to leave through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the void corridor closed, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Wishful thinking, Fu Xian shouted. Zhu Yan also shook his head and said, "I can't promise you this." Having a Wukong go to the territory of the lower planes from Dragon Island was already a dereliction of duty on Dragon Island. Although they didn't need to explain it to anyone, it was still a shameful matter. If they also asked Yang Kai to go, wouldn't it be slapping their own face? The two elders of the dragon race didn't agree. There was no room for negotiation. If Yang Kai was tactful, he would naturally avoid the dragon race. Otherwise, if he angered them, it wouldn't end well for him. But to everyone's surprise, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back, he even took a step forward and said with a firm expression, "If you can't promise, then that boy can only force his way in. You want to do this the hard way." Fu Xian snorted, "Take him down." She was obviously talking to the dragon race. Even though she didn't like Yang Kai very much with her identity and cultivation, it wasn't good for her to bully the weak. As soon as she said that, more than 10 people of the dragon race heard it and moved. Although many of their clansmen had suffered a great loss at Yang Kai's hands before, and their protection technique was broken, they didn't suffer much damage. At this moment, there were several elders overseeing this place. How could they be afraid of a Yang Kai? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were tightly surrounded. "Let's see who dares." Yang Kai suddenly shouted and stomped on the ground with one foot. The entire dragon palace suddenly shook. When a resounding dragon roar sounded, a huge golden divine dragon suddenly appeared behind his head. It was shining with golden light and had a threatening aura. The dragon's head was held high and looked disdainfully. As soon as the aura of the golden divine dragon came out, all the dragon race members were dazed. Even the several elders of the dragon race were the same. Ancestral dragon's origin. This was the real ancestral dragon's origin. Although they already knew that the ancestral dragon's origin was in Yang Kai's body, this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. That pure dragon aura was something that even the great elder and second elder couldn't compare to. To all the dragon race members, this ancestral dragon's origin seemed to be the source of everything. It was like a mother's embrace. They couldn't help but feel incomparably close to it. The overflowing hostility disappeared in an instant. The expressions of the several elders of the dragon race became serious. They suppressed their minds and didn't allow themselves to be affected by the ancestral dragon's origin. Second elder, are you afraid that you've forgotten where this place is and what kind of power I have? As soon as the ancestral dragon's origin appeared, Yang Kai seemed to suddenly become taller. He clearly didn't have any traces of dragon transformation, but the gaze he looked at Fu Si was high and mighty, as if he was looking down on him. His hands suddenly formed a strange seal. Two completely different voices came from his mouth. It was as if two people were speaking with his mouth at the same time. One of the voices was extremely strange dragon language, profound and complicated. The other voice was a normal voice. Water can't live without a source. Wood can't grow without a root. The ancestral dragon's origin is here. Why haven't you all come and see me yet? The two voices rose and fell together, but they were perfectly coordinated. Not only did it not sound abrupt, but it also gave off a different kind of feeling. Many of the ordinary dragon race members didn't have much of a reaction when they heard this. but the expressions of the several dragon race elders changed. Fu Xian's eyes also revealed a strange splendor as she let out a low cry. The dragon roar sounded again. This time, it came from all directions of the Dragon Palace Hall. It was continuous, rising and falling one after another. The sleeping dragons seemed to have heard the call and woke up together. The dark Dragon Palace Hall flashed with light. It was like a prairie fire that quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge Dragon Palace Hall was as bright as day. The dragons swam over. Red, orange, red, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The Dragon Palace Hall instantly became colorful. The first dragon circled above Yongkai's head a few times before settling down. It faced the golden divine dragon and lowered its noble head. The second one, the third one, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 3077. In the blink of an eye, the silhouettes of more than a dozen dragons had gathered around Yongkai. These dragons did not have physical bodies, but were extremely pure source strength. What was even more frightening was the size of these dragons. Even the smallest one had a body of 400 feet long. The largest one was around 300 m in size, and its enormous body filled the hall as it circled around, giving everyone an indescribably terrifying pressure. These dragons seemed to have jumped out of an ancient painting and inexplicably descended here. Gulp, gulping sounds could be heard, and the faces of many members of the dragon race finally changed. Under the terrifying dragon pressure, it was extremely difficult for them to even stand, and all of them were trembling, their faces pale. The dragon tomb was the resting place of the dragon race after death, but not all members of the dragon race. Some of the dragon race members would be enshrined in the dragon temple after death, leaving behind a legacy and protection for their descendants. And these dragon race members who could enter the dragon temple after death were all outstanding members of the dragon race of each generation, and were the leaders of the dragon race. In other words, only the great elder of each generation was qualified to be enshrined in the dragon temple after death. And in this generation of the dragon race, only Zhu Yan had such qualifications, not even Fu Ti. The silhouettes of dragons that suddenly appeared from all directions in the dragon temple were the leaders of the dragon race who had been enshrined here for generations. Zhu Yan even saw a familiar figure among them, a yellow dragon about 400 to 500 meters long. His thoughts drifted back to tens of thousands of years ago, and he recalled the past when he was still young. At that time, he had grown up under the guidance of this master, and after his death, he had taken over the position of the great elder of the dragon race. He stared blankly at Huang Long's figure, and his lips couldn't help but tremble slightly. In his heart, he longed for this master who had fallen a few tens of thousands of years ago to raise his head to look at him and praise him for doing well. But to his disappointment, this master lowered his head that he'd never lowered in his entire life and silently floated behind Yongkai. First-generation elder. Fu Tianyi's eyes lost focus as he looked at the only giant dragon that had reached 100 zhang in length. Although there was a huge difference between the era they lived in and the flowing time great emperor, Fu Tianyi still recognized the origin of this giant dragon at a glance. Only the dragon race of that era could be so majestic. With the passage of time, the dragon race declined further and further. By the time they reached this generation, the true dragon forms they transformed into were only 400 to 500 feet long, which was more than twice as long as the first generation. Those that were slightly smaller than the first generation elder were probably the second generation elders, and those that were slightly smaller should be the third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation. More than a dozen generations of the dragon race's great elders seemed to have heard the call from ancient times and gathered together. This scene shocked everyone. How dare you do this? Fu Tianyi stared blankly for a long time before she suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted, Her clean cheeks suddenly became a little distorted, and her eyes stared at Yang Kai with hatred, as if she wanted to poke him full of holes. "How dare you disturb my dragon race's ancestor spirit?" Although her tone was fierce, under the suppression of the entire dragon palace and the dragon pressure of more than a dozen generations of the dragon race's great elders, Fu Qianni was no longer as overbearing as before. Now, she was like an irritated kitten waving her claws, which looked extremely funny. She couldn't be blamed for being so angry. The Dragon Palace was the place where all the great elders of the dragon race were worshipped. It was the foundation that protected the continuous survival of the dragon race. These ancestors had already died long ago and didn't have their own wills and thoughts. Normally, even if she and the great elder used a secret technique, it was impossible to summon them. But at this moment, after Yang Kai gave the order, more than a dozen generations of elders appeared from their slumber. All the dragon race felt deeply insulted. Mo Huang also looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He didn't expect him to be able to do this. His gaze swept over the golden divine dragon source, and he knew that the reason for all of this should be this strange source of the dragon race. This brat was also forced to do this. Yang Kai looked at Fu Qianni with an arrogant expression, but he didn't show off too much, nor did he take the opportunity to do anything to her. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't be willing to make such a big fuss. In the instant that he stepped into this dragon palace, he suddenly sensed that the golden holy dragon essence within his body had come to life, as if it were intimately connected to something around him. Summoning the ancestral spirits of the past great elders of the dragon race was nothing more than an involuntary action. Forced to do this? Fu Qianni sneered. "What do you plan to do now? Are you going to slaughter all of us dragon race?" "That's a good suggestion. Since we've sowed enmity with each other, killing all of you first will eliminate any future worries." As Yang Kai spoke, his eyes swept across the surroundings, as if seriously considering the feasibility of this plan. Every dragon race member that was targeted by him had a change in expression. The blood in their body seemed to be frozen, and the aura of death shrouded them. Fu Qianni pursed her red lips, her face filled with stubbornness. Zhu Yan's expression also became solemn. At this time, if Yang Kai borrowed the power of the entire dragon palace to deal with them, even if he and Fu Qianni joined forces, they could only flee at the sight of the wind. Unless they killed Yang Kai in one blow, they would only have a chance of winning. But under the watchful eyes of more than a dozen dragon race's great elders, even he didn't have a chance to attack Yang Kai. Only they knew how powerful the Dragon Palace was. A special place, a special power, created an existence that could be called invincible. Mo Huang opened his mouth as if he wanted to persuade something. Although he didn't like this group of dragon race members, he had never thought of killing any dragon race members, so there wasn't much hatred between them. He didn't know what Yang Kai's personality was like, but if Fu Qianni really hit the nail on the head, the consequences would be unimaginable. In any case, he didn't want to see anything happen to the dragon race here. This was the Dragon Palace, one of the two foundations of the dragon race. If the dragon race was massacred here, it would be a big joke. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai's murderous aura suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly became harmless. Everyone is Qing'er's family. So, let's not talk about fighting and killing. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk about it. What do you think, Great Elder? Zhu Yan's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, "The weak are prey to the strong. The winner takes all. Now your fist is the biggest. You have the final say." Yang Kai said, "Great Elder seems to have some opinions about this junior, but it doesn't matter. This junior is only willing to go to the territory of the lower plains. I have no other request. I hope Great Elder can fulfill it. And if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree Great Elder is really righteous. This junior thanks you." The corners of Zhu Yan's mouth twitched even more. He lowered his eyes and didn't say a word. From the beginning to the end, He was just talking to himself, but he still had the nerve to say that he was righteous. There was no time to lose. The void corridor broken by Yukong would be completely closed in a while. Yang Kai didn't have time to say anything here. If he wanted to go to the territory of the lower planes through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Qing. You stay. Zhu Qing opened her mouth, but Yang Kai took a step forward, reached out, hugged her, and kissed her in front of everyone. The expressions of the group of people became extremely strange. They didn't know whether to look or not. They all turned their eyes away, only thinking that this kid was simply too shameless, doing such a dirty thing in such a sacred place like the Dragon Palace. If it was someone else, even if they had 100 lives, they would have been killed. Zhu Qing's mouth was blocked. She couldn't speak. When their lips parted, her face was completely red. And Yang Kai's reminder sounded in her ears, "Wait for me." It was not that he didn't want to take Zhu Qing away, but the road ahead was uncertain. How could he bear to take Zhu Qing and suffer hardships? Fu Qi was already dead. There was no problem for Zhu Qing to stay on Dragon Island. He looked at Fu Tun again and said, "Second Elder, I have offended you today. I hope that Master will forgive this lowly one's offense. After all, this kid is still young and impetuous. Please bear with him and come back another day to apologize." Zhu Qing wanted to stay. He had no choice but to give in, lest this woman make things difficult for Zhu Qing. The other meaning of these words could also be heard as a threat. If he could break into Dragon Island once, he could break into Dragon Island twice. If Zhu Qing really suffered any grievances after he left, the next time Yang Kai came to Dragon Island, he would probably have a different attitude. At that time, it would not be to apologize, but to denounce. Fu Tun clearly understood and snorted coldly. Yang Kai looked at Fu Xian, who had been nestled in Mo Huang's arms, and smiled slightly. "I have to thank Fourth Elder for today's matter. I didn't prepare anything for our first meeting. This is my gift of thanks." As he spoke, he made a hand seal with one hand, and a dragon's roar sounded instantly. At the same time, a stream of light suddenly appeared from the void and flew towards Fu Xian like lightning. Mo Huang frowned. Although he could intercept it, he felt that Yang Kai had no ill intentions, so he let him do as he pleased. That stream of light entered Fu Xian's body, and the sound of something shattering rang out. Zhu Yan looked at him with a gentler gaze, but Fu Tun's expression became more and more unsightly. Fu Xian's pale face finally regained some color, and her beautiful eyes shone with surprise as she looked at Yang Kai with gratitude. Yang Kai nodded slightly to her, turned around, and without hesitation stepped into the void corridor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After he left, the figures of the dozen or so dragon race elders who had been summoned slowly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and the sound of breathing could be heard. Many of the dragon race members looked at each other in dismay, feeling as if they had just survived a calamity. Mo Huang looked at Fu Xian in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Just now, could it be?" Fu Xian nodded gently. "Locking Dragon Seal has been lifted." Locking Dragon Seal was one of the dragon race's secret techniques, and it had always been used on the sinners of the dragon race. Once the Locking Dragon Seal was used on them, the dragon race's essence within their body would be completely suppressed. More than 10 years ago, when Fu Xian was banished to the Dragon Tomb, the Locking Dragon Seal was used on her. This secret technique was not only a punishment for the dragon race, but also a symbol of the sinners of the dragon race. This secret technique bound Fu Xian, and even Mo Huang had no way to remove it, although he could forcibly bring Fu Xian out of the Dragon Tomb. As long as the Locking Dragon Seal was not removed, Fu Xian would continue to weaken until she died. He had never had a good way to remove the Locking Dragon Seal. Chapter 3078. Sometimes happiness came so suddenly. The dragon race secret technique that Mo Huang was helpless against had been broken by Yang Kai with a snap of his fingers. He was overjoyed. Originally, because of Mo Xiaoqi, he had some complaints about Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so rude to a junior today. But at this moment, he only felt gratitude towards Yang Kai and felt that he really owed him a big favor. The dragon sealing seal being broken meant that Fu Xian's identity as a sinner of the dragon race no longer existed. Naturally, she would no longer be banished to the dragon tomb. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Yan and Fu Xi, secretly making up his mind that he would take Fu Xian away today no matter what. If these two still insisted on stopping him, then he would have no choice but to fight. After more than 10 years of self-reproach, he couldn't just leave Fu Xian alone. However, what made him secretly heave a sigh of relief was that neither Zhu Yan nor Fu Xian seemed to have much of a reaction to the dragon sealing seal being broken. The two of them only silently looked at the gradually shrinking void corridor. Zhu Qing also looked over at the same time. After a while, the void corridor disappeared. Zhu Yan turned to look at Mo Huang and said, "Wukong has escaped. We need to inform the others about this and take precautions, especially the Star Court side." Mo Huang nodded and said, "I naturally know this. I will personally go to the Star Court later to discuss how to deal with this matter with the Iron Blood." Zhu Yan said, "My dragon race is duty-bound to deal with Wukong's matter. If you need anything, Brother Mo, just say the word. Since Great Elder has said so, I'm afraid that I will have to trouble the dragon race in the future. This Mo will take his leave for now." He said this and was about to leave with Fu Xian. Fu Shi suddenly said, "You can go, but Fu Xian stays." Mo Huang raised his brow. "Second Elder, do you want to fight with this king again?" This woman was simply a little unreasonable. Mo Huang was also really angry. If she really insisted on making things difficult for him and his wife, he would turn the dragon island upside down today. Fu Si said indifferently, "After being imprisoned for over a dozen years, Fu Xian's foundation has already been damaged. My dragon race has a secret art to allow her to recover faster. Does your spirit beast island have it? If there is, you can take her away as you please. This consort will not object." Mo Huang was taken aback, but immediately became overjoyed. He laughed and said, "So that's what Second Elder meant." Fu Jin said, "What do you think I meant?" Mo Huang coughed lightly and nodded. "That's good too. Then, Xian you can stay here. I'll make a trip to the Star Court first. When I return, I'll bring little Seven to see you." As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Fu Si. Seeing that although she frowned, she didn't have any intention of objecting, he was even more delighted. It seemed that Yang Kai's actions today had hit her hard. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed so much, although they didn't agree to him bringing his daughter to Dragon Island. At the very least, they didn't object. If it was in the past, Fu Si would definitely not have such an expression. When she heard him mentioning little Seven, Fu Xian's eyes revealed an expectant expression. She nodded and said, "All right, wait for me." Mo Huang reached out his hand and caressed Fu Xian's cheek. He really didn't have the face to kiss her in public like Yang Kai did. That kid's face was too thick. He turned around and walked out of the Dragon Palace Hall with light steps. Zhu Qing walked forward and supported the weak Fu Xian. The two dragon ladies who shared the same fate couldn't help but become close to each other. In the vast star field, the stars were twinkling. A pitch-black battleship was sailing like a giant beast. That battleship was 300 meters long and had a sleek design. Although it was huge, its speed wasn't slow. The surroundings were filled with meteorites. Large and small meteorites shuttled around the battleship like shooting stars. Occasionally, a meteorite would smash onto the battleship, causing the surface of the battleship to flicker with specks of light and spread out like ripples. However, the smaller meteorites weren't a threat to the battleship. Even if they smashed onto the battleship's surface, they would be blocked by the battleship's defense and turned into rubble. Only those slightly larger meteorites would cause the warship to shake a little, but along the way, they were scared but not in any danger. In the battleship, all kinds of arrays were buzzing. In the control center of the battleship, a group of cultivators' expression was extremely solemn. Through the transparent window made of crystal, they watched the meteorites fly past them. All of them were sweating profusely. Meteorite C, in the star territory, there were two things that the battleship was most afraid of encountering. One was the meteorite C, and the other was the star field storm. The former was fine. Most of the meteorite C could be avoided in advance. Only some of the larger ones couldn't be avoided. However, in the vast star territory, the chances of encountering them were not high. In the territory of the star territory, the star field storm was something that would make people pale. It was a natural disaster that could really take people's lives. Even a 300 meters long battleship like this one wouldn't be able to survive if it was caught in the star field storm. Every year, countless battleships and cultivator died in the meteorite C and star field storm. The battleship in front of them wasn't very lucky. Originally, the battleship was filled with powerful cultivators, and the most outstanding star engineer had drawn the sailing route. Logically speaking, they wouldn't encounter any danger. They would only need to spend some time to reach their destination. However, a large wave of meteorite C was coming from the front. By the time they discovered it, it was already too late to avoid it. The battleship could only brace itself and face it head-on, shuttling through the meteorite sea to avoid it. In the center of the battleship, a woman in a palace dress stood there. She looked to be in her 20s. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her face was stunning. At this moment, her face was dignified. She was constantly giving orders. Because of her nervousness, the tip of her nose was oozing with sweat. A delicate fragrance spread out with her as the center. All the cultivator in the battleship, whether male or female, maintained a higher frequency of breathing than usual. It was as if they wanted to inhale the fragrance into their lungs and imprint it in their minds, never to forget it. How much longer? The woman suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, an old man was holding an astrolabe and carefully examining it. A three-dimensional pattern lit up on the astrolabe. It was clearly the territory map of the star field where the battleship was located. It was unknown how the old man had drawn it. In the pattern, a light representing the battleship was slowly moving forward. Around it were countless small dots of light, each of which represented a meteorite that could threaten the battleship. Hearing the woman's question, the old man pondered for a moment and said, "Half an hour. We can cross this meteorite sea in half an hour. We have already traveled half of it." The woman nodded and said, "That's good. We'll have to continue to trouble old Chin." The woman was obviously the person in charge of this battleship, and her cultivation was also quite good, but she still had to be polite to this old man surnamed Chen. This old man was one of the most famous star masters in the entire territory of the star field. She had paid a huge price to invite him to accompany her on this trip. Star masters had a very high status in the territory of the star field, not inferior to alchemists and artifact refiners in the slightest. This was because a star master was a very important existence when sailing through the territory of the star field. A good star master could help the battleship avoid many unpredictable dangers. Old Chin said with shame, "Young Lady Lu is too polite. This old master should have noticed the existence of this meteorite sea in advance, but now it is this old master's responsibility." "Life is not as you wish, 9 times out of 10, Lu Huaishuang said. Lu Huaishuang tried to persuade him. She seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful face darkened slightly. She forced a smile and said, "Elder Chen, you don't have to blame yourself. This trip is all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows how many dangers we would have encountered. It is also thanks to you that we were able to arrive here safely." Old Chen said, "I am indebted to young Lady Lu for thinking so highly of me. This old master is very grateful." Just as they were talking, a cry of alarm suddenly came from the side. "Young lady, not good." Lu Huaishuang's expression changed, and she turned her head. "What's wrong?" At this sensitive time, she was most afraid of hearing bad news, so she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "A meteorite is coming from 100 miles away." "How big is it?" "Not too big, but the energy fluctuations are very terrifying." While speaking, Lu Huaishuang had already rushed over and looked closer. Sure enough, there was a bright spot of light on the star field array, and it was hitting the battleship at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while, it was already close to half of the star field array. With just a glance, Lu Huaishuang frowned. Old Chen also looked surprised. "Strange, this meteorite isn't that big. How can the energy fluctuations be so terrifying?" He could be considered a knowledgeable man, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. He couldn't understand it. "Star cannon," Lu Huaishuang shouted, and then added, 10, traveling in the boundless starry sky. One would always encounter all kinds of dangers. For some unavoidable threats, the best way to deal with them was to destroy them, and the star cannon was the most effective method. Star cannon was not used lightly because it required a large amount of crystals to convert into attack power. Every time it was used, it meant a loss of wealth. It had to be said that although Lu Huaishuang was a woman, she had a decisiveness that many men did not. Firing 10-star cannon at the same time required a lot of courage, but the order was quickly carried out. Around the battleship, 10-star cannon poked out of the holes, and a dazzling white light began to condense, and a shocking energy fluctuation was transmitted out. In the next moment, the battleship vibrated, and the force pushed back from one side, causing the entire battleship to shake. 10 white beams of light shot towards a certain spot in the void, converging with incomparable precision. The light bloomed, and the dark star field seemed to suddenly have a dazzling sun, causing everyone in the battleship to involuntarily squint their eyes. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, an earth-shattering sound followed, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. The area covered by the light was like the end of the world. The meteorites around the target of the attack, no matter how big or small, were all turned to dust in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The group sighed softly. Although they had long known the terrifying power of the star cannon, the shock of 10-star cannon hitting the same spot still left them speechless for a long time. No matter what kind of trick the meteorite had, it was likely that it had vanished into thin air by now. Chapter 3079. The cultivator in charge of monitoring the surroundings suddenly made a strange sound as he stared blankly at the astrolabe. "Young lady, that meteorite, Lu Huaishuang looked down, and her face instantly paled. On the astrolabe, the bright spot was still there, not damaged by the simultaneous firing of the 10-star cannons. How could this be? Old Chen also had a look of disbelief. He had personally witnessed the power of 10-star cannons firing at once. Even the strongest masters in the territory did not dare to face them head-on. So how could this meteorite be so hard? What made him even more shocked was that the previous volley did not even change the direction of the meteorite, and it was still heading straight for the battleship. "Quickly dodge it," Old Chen shouted. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Huaishuang's face. "It's too late. If they were in an open area, with the superior performance of this battleship, they might be able to dodge and turn the situation around. But where were they? This was a meteorite sea, surrounded by large and small meteorites. There was no room to maneuver, so where could they hide? It was indeed too late. On the astrolabe, the light that symbolized the uninvited guest was heading towards the battleship at an extremely fast speed. There was only one thing everyone could do now, and that was to pray that the meteorite would not cause too much damage to the battleship. However, this was undoubtedly unrealistic. Although the meteorite was small, the energy fluctuations it gave off were extremely terrifying. If it really hit the battleship, it was unknown if it could withstand the impact. A dot of light came into view through the crystal window in front of them, like a shooting star. Immediately after, a rumbling sound came from somewhere in the battleship, and the 1,000-foot-long battleship shook violently. Everyone on the battleship turned ashen in an instant, and there was only one voice in the depths of their hearts that was constantly wailing, "It's over. It's really over this time." The sound gradually subsided, and the shaking battleship also slowly stabilized. Inside the cabin, everyone remained silent, and it was a long time before they came back to their senses. Nothing happened. The ups and downs of life and death made everyone feel that it was extremely unreal. The expected scene of the battleship being destroyed did not happen. All of them seemed to have overestimated the destructive power of the meteorite. However, the speed of the battleship had obviously slowed down. It was obvious that it had suffered some damage and needed to be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was very likely that something would happen in this vast star field. Lu Weishuang was the first to react. She shouted, "Pass down the order to check the damage of the warship. Send someone to repair it. Leave this meteorite sea as soon as possible, and find a place to settle down." Only then did everyone come back to their senses, and hurriedly took action. Lu Weishuang pursed her lips and looked through the crystal window at the star field. It is said that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. I wonder if this will happen to me. The cultivator in the warship quickly became busy. Because the warship had been damaged, its speed had slowed down. Originally, it would only take an hour, but in the end, it took a full 4 hours to leave the asteroid sea. After leaving behind the asteroids that were drifting through the boundless starry sky, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Letting a damaged battleship sail through the meteorite sea was not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, the cultivator on the battleship was well-trained and skilled at operating the battleship, so there were no major mistakes. Now, all that was left was to quickly find a place to settle down and repair the battleship. Old Chun gave a more suitable target, and Lu Weishuang immediately gave the order to move towards it. Half a day later, on a dead and desolate star, a 1,000-foot-long battleship broke through the fog-like clouds and slowly sailed over. Such desolate stars were countless in the territory of any star. Although there were many stars in the star field, there were not many that were suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Only those that had a complete source of stars and could nurture the world's spiritual energy were qualified. And such stars were cultivation stars, full of vitality. Correspondingly, those stars that did not have the slightest bit of world's spiritual energy and could not even survive were known as dead stars. Some dead stars evolved from cultivation stars. When the source of a cultivation star gradually declined and was even destroyed, over the years, the cultivation star would become such a desolate scene. Meanwhile, some dead stars might be nurturing new vitality. Perhaps one day in the future, they would possess their own star source and would bloom with a more dazzling light than other cultivation stars. However, this would definitely take tens of thousands of years, and it would be a long time. The battleship landed somewhere on the dead star, and the hatch opened and Cultivator continuously walked out, running towards the damaged location. Although they had done some simple repairs during the voyage, if they wanted to set sail again, they would have to completely repair the damaged location. Perhaps Lu Weishuang was a little bored in the battleship and also walked out, and all the cultivators she met bowed respectfully, and there was not a trace of lust or lust in their eyes, but heartfelt admiration. In the territory of the boundless star, who would not praise the eldest daughter of the Lu family of the Chaoyang star? who would not say that she was not inferior to men. The Lu family did not have a male heir, and the head of the family was in his twilight years. Such a large family was all managed and supported by the eldest daughter of the Lu family. When Lu Huaishuang took over the Lu family's affairs, no one thought highly of her. A woman should have stayed at home to take care of her husband and children. What could she do in public? But reality proved that everyone was wrong. Although the Lu family did not rise to the next level, at least they did not decline. And all of this was due to Lu Huaishuang's efforts. This was something that even the Lu family's enemies had to admit. Lu Huaishuang's beauty and the Lu family's property also attracted countless people. Beauty and wealth had always been the goal of men. And the Lu family was such a big piece of cake, exuding a fragrance that made people drool. If one could win Lu Huaishuang's favor, not only would he have a beauty in his arms, but he would also be able to receive such a huge dowry from the Lu family. It was a good thing that he could achieve in one step and save a few lifetimes of hard work. Every year, countless people visited the Lu family to propose marriage, but not one of them caught Lu Huaishuang's eye. My man must be a good man. His name will be as dazzling as the sun at noon in the star field, and I will marry whoever can do it. This request was not a request at all. It was too difficult. No man would deny that they were a good man. Everyone looked at themselves and felt that they were good and that other men could not compare to them. But to make their name shine like the sun in the star field, how could they do it? The only people who could do this were the few strongest people in the territory. And which of those old guys were not half buried in the ground? The Lu family's young miss was destined to be alone for the rest of her life, no one to love her, and she would never be able to taste a man. Sour grapes existed everywhere. And since they could not get what they wanted, they did not want you to have a good life. The idea that as long as you were well, it would be a sunny day was too weak. Stepping on the yellowed ground and sniffing the stuffy air, Lu Huaishuang frowned slightly. She was a woman after all, and no matter how smart and capable she was in the eyes of others, she was still a weak and delicate woman. The environment on the dead star was very bad, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of dust and sand. As the wind blew, the dust flew, and even the air was filled with fog, making it difficult to see too far. She walked for a while and stood still, wanting to stretch her back without any scruples. But even this simple idea could not be realized. She had to maintain her appearance and dignity. Her heart was tired. She stood there quietly, guessing the history of this dead star. Perhaps a long, long time ago, or a long, long time in the future, this dead star would have a brilliant civilization and a rich life. On the sandy ground in front of her, there might have been a thatched cottage, and then a couple would live there. The man plowing and the woman weaving, happy and harmonious. After 3 to 5 years, they would give birth to a pair of children and take care of them carefully. When they were old, they would wander the world hand in hand and be buried together in an unknown corner. They did not need too much money as long as they had enough to spend, and did not need to be too strong as long as they had someone to accompany them. The higher one stood, the simpler their wishes were. Only those who stood at the bottom would dream of plucking the stars and the moon and becoming famous. Miss, a person's voice suddenly sounded. Lu Huaishuang's imagination was interrupted, but she was not angry, only turning her head to look in that direction. A guard of the Lu family was staring at her in a daze, somewhat shocked and in disbelief. He actually saw the young miss smiling, although it was not very obvious. The corners of her mouth were curled up in a casual smile. The young miss was beautiful to begin with, and when she smiled, it was even more beautiful. He had been in the Lu family for more than 10 years, and ever since the young miss took over the Lu family, he had never seen her smile again. Lu Huaishuang's lips curled up, and she said lightly, "What's the matter?" The guard's expression quickly turned serious, and he said, "We found something strange." Lu Huaishuang frowned. "What strange things?" The guard scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. It was really too strange just now, and he could not explain it clearly. At this moment, a group of people walked out from the hole in the warship. That group of people seemed to be carrying something and were quickly rushing over. This strange scene attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over. In the blink of an eye, those people were already in front of Lu Huaishuang. With a bang, a person was thrown in front of Lu Huaishuang, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Lu Huaishuang frowned and looked over, only to see that the person did not look very old, a young man, his clothes in tatters, as if he had been tortured. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was somewhat pale, and after being thrown out, he lay motionless on the sand. Lu Huaishuang did not feel any signs of life from him. This person was not even breathing, clearly dead. Chapter 3080. It was not that Lu Huaishuang had never seen a dead person before. In fact, she had killed many with her own hands. When she first took over the Lu family, the He family, another major family on planet Chaoyang, had once invaded. The two families immediately went to war, resulting in countless casualties. It was because of her outstanding performance in that war that Lu Huaishuang was able to secure her position. Today, planet Chaoyang was ruled by the Lu family and the He family. The two families had divided up the resources of planet Chaoyang, almost half of it. However, the appearance of this young man made Lu Huaishuang frown, not out of disgust, but out of curiosity. She studied the young man's face carefully. After a long while, she looked up and asked an old man, "Third uncle, is this one of us?" There were hundreds of cultivators on the warship. Although she could not name all of them, she had seen most of them. However, this young man gave her a strange feeling. She was very sure that she had never seen this person before. Lu Ling shook his head. No. Lu Huaishuang's eyes narrowed. If he was not one of them, why would he be on the warship? She thought of many possibilities in an instant. The most likely possibility was that he was a spy sent by someone who had a grudge against the Lu family. If that was the case, there could be other troubles waiting for her. As if guessing what she was thinking, Lu Ling said, "This person was found in the damaged part of the warship." "Third uncle, you mean?" Lu Huaishuang looked up at him. Even with her intelligence, she could not figure out what her third uncle meant. Lu Ling's expression was complicated. According to my observations, the reason why the warship was damaged seems to be because it was hit by this person. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Everyone was trying to figure out what Lu Ling meant. Then, a sensational thought appeared in everyone's mind. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Huaishuang also came to her senses and looked at her third uncle in a daze. If she did not know her third uncle well, she would have thought that he was playing with her. Lu Ling smiled bitterly. "I thought that the warship was hit by a meteorite too. However, after careful investigation, I did not find any trace of a meteorite. Instead, I found this person. The damaged part of the warship also seems to be hit by someone." Gasps could be heard as everyone looked at Lu Ling with a strange expression on their faces. Lu Huaishuang remained silent. Lu Ling said, "I know this sounds a little unbelievable, but I really can't find a more reasonable explanation. It was more than inconceivable. It was simply sensational. How could a single person create a hole in the battleship, slowing it down and forcing it to stop here for repairs? This was one of the two best starships on Rising Sun Star, an Origin King grade starship. It could even withstand the attacks of an Origin King grade master for a long time without breaking. So how could it be damaged by a single person? If a battleship like this could be damaged so easily, then it wouldn't be able to travel in the star field. A few meteorites could easily destroy the ship and kill the crew. To say the least, even if there was someone in this world who could do this, it would be impossible. Could it be that the simultaneous firing of the 10 star cannons was just an illusion? The previous 10-star cannons had all hit the target, who could withstand the attack of 10-star cannons. Looking at the young man's condition, he didn't have any injuries on his body. Only his clothes were a little tattered. Even if his body was made of steel, it would be impossible for him to withstand such damage. Suddenly discovering this young man in the damaged battleship caused everyone's thoughts to become chaotic. All their common sense and understanding seemed to have been subverted. There's no point in talking about this now. Let's repair the starship as soon as possible. Lu Huaishuang made the final decision. Lu Ling sighed in his heart, knowing that she didn't believe his speculation. Not to mention others. Even he himself didn't believe it. He always felt that his speculation was wrong, so he didn't try to explain anything. As for this person, find a place to bury him. Lu Huaishuang looked down at the dead young man. No matter what his identity was, or why he appeared on the starship since he was dead, he should return to dust and return to Earth. All of a sudden, rays of light shot over from all directions. Chaotic energy fluctuations rose and fell. Before the people arrived, the attacks had already arrived. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk a series of crackling sounds rang out, and as the light flashed, the place where the Lu family members were standing turned into a sea of energy. Enemy attack. Someone shouted in horror, but his words came to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his throat. The next moment his aura disappeared, and he was obviously dead. Screams rang out all at once. Lu Huaishuang's face paled, never having expected to be attacked in such a place. This was a Death Star, and they had only settled here on the spur of the moment. Who had ambushed them here? With no time to think, Lu Huaishuang reached out and touched her delicate earlobe, crushing one of her earrings. A bright white light blossomed and suddenly turned into a huge bowl-shaped protective shield, enveloping the Lu family cultivator in it. With a rumbling sound, the attacks from outside slammed into the protective shield, creating layers of ripples. The light of the protective shield dimmed, at a rate visible to the naked eye, and in less than 10 breaths of time, with a crisp cracking sound, the protective shield shattered. However, with this 10 breaths of time, the Lu family members finally reacted, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack the enemies around them. In an instant, the energy around them became chaotic, and the earth shook. A person suddenly swooped down from the sky, his hands intertwined, turning into a giant curtain that covered the sky, and slammed down towards Lu Huaishuang. Lu Huaishuang pursed her lips and flicked her wrist, summoning a long blue sword from its sheath, her entire temperament undergoing an earth-shattering change in an instant. She was beautiful and graceful, but at the same time, she was also an Origin King Realm Master. If she did not have strength, how could she lead the entire Lu family? What's more, she was a woman. No matter where she went, strength was respected. The long blue sword slashed through the air, instantly forming a territory around it, the sword intent wantonly piercing through one's skin painfully. The long sword in Lu Huaishuang's hand suddenly turned into a phantom as she slashed out hundreds of times, the 100-sword chi condensing into a single point that quickly blossomed like a prairie fire. The terrifying pressure suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, a cry of surprise rang out as the enemy who had swooped down from above flipped over and dodged to the side. In just an instant, whether it was Lu Huaishuang or the attacker, both of them felt the strength of the other party. This was an opponent who was not weaker than themselves. The noisy battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet because of the fight between the two strongest people. Everyone had the illusion that they had just walked through the gates of hell. When they came back to their senses, their backs were covered in cold sweat. Lu Huaishuang fixed her eyes on the source of the commotion and saw a fat white man standing there with a harmless smile on his face. He was wearing extremely loose clothes that were unbuttoned, exposing his white belly, making him look like a fat worm that had just eaten its fill. Coupled with his almost imperceptible squinting eyes, he gave off an inexplicable sense of humor. No one dared to laugh, instead feeling a chill run down their spine. Lu Ling's face turned ugly as he shouted, "Ma Chaochuan!" A cold light flashed across the white fatty's eyes as he smiled. "Oh, you recognize this king?" Lu Ling gulped. With such an obvious physique and characteristics, with such a ferocious style, how could he not recognize him? Fierce Wind, Ma Chaochuan. Fierce Wind was not Ma Chaochuan's nickname, but the name of a force that was extremely troublesome in the Star Territory. There were many bandits in the mountains, pirates in the sea, and there was also a kind of existence in the star field called star pirates. What they did was not much different from the bandits and pirates. They did business without capital, robbing people and committing all kinds of crimes. There were many star pirates in the Star Territory, but there were only a few famous ones. Fierce Wind was one of them because this star pirate force had an Origin King Realm Master in charge. An Origin King Realm Master was a peak existence in the entire Star Territory, an overlord of any cultivation star. If such a master engaged in robbing people, it would be a disaster. The top forces of the star field had once worked together to exterminate these galactic pirates. However, galactic pirates were like weeds that would sprout again when the spring breeze blew. Even if one or two galactic pirate forces were eliminated, more would spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The Squall were also extremely cunning. They never touched those existences that they couldn't afford to offend. Those that were targeted by them were all forces that could benefit them, but were powerless to resist. Moreover, they didn't have any moral bottom line. The targets that they robbed never had a good ending. They were all killed and robbed. When Fierce Wind passed, not even a blade of grass grew. It could be said that Fierce Wind was the most notorious group of star pirates in the Boundless Star Territory. Around the people of the Lu family, the galactic pirates of the Wild Wind Gang surrounded them in their strange-looking tiger chariots. Every one of them had a malicious smile on their faces, especially when they looked at Lu Weishuang. Their eyes shone with a shocking light as they brazenly scanned her beautiful position, as if they were looking at a delicious dish. The smile on Ma Chaochuan's face became more and more obvious as the fat on his belly shook and rippled. This must be young Lady Lu. Sure enough, you are an outstanding beauty with good cultivation. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Lu Weishuang's face was sullen as she swept her eyes over the Lu family. Although it had happened suddenly, today's events were really strange. Fierce Wind seemed to know they were here and had specifically come to find them. As the current head of the Lu family, she could not help but think of something. The eyes of an Origin King Realm Master were very sharp, so she quickly discovered some clues. It was a member of the Lu family, and in terms of seniority, he could be said to be her uncle. When their eyes met, she could not help avoiding his gaze. Suddenly, she felt a little heartache and disheartened. She did not understand why her family would betray her. Chapter 3081. This girl had shown extraordinary cultivation talent and aptitude at a very young age. She was of noble birth and had a good family background, so there was no shortage of cultivation resources. Her outstanding aptitude, coupled with the unconditional support of her family, represented the rise of a new cultivation star. It took her less than 100 years to reach the Origin King realm step by step. She did not have the strange temperament of other young ladies of great families, and was extremely kind to her servants. She was very popular on Rising Sun Star. If it were not for the old patriarch's old injuries suddenly relapsing and his body falling ill, she would probably still be in retreat. Cultivation was not boring for her. On the contrary, she enjoyed it. Experiencing the strength in her body growing bit by bit gave her an indescribable joy. Taking the command of the Lu family in the face of danger was not her wish. Her quiet cultivation time was broken and replaced by all kinds of miscellaneous matters. Every day when she opened her eyes, it was as if she heard countless mouths crying for food. In the past 30 years, she had spent a lot of effort for the Lu family, but her own strength had not increased at all. She could not understand why someone from the Lu family would betray her. Why? What was their goal? 30 years of hard work. Was this betrayal all she got in return? She tightened her grip on the sword and slowly loosened it. Her gaze swept past the uncle and turned to Fatima. She said indifferently, "Since second master is here, then first master and third master must be nearby, right? Why don't you show yourself?" Her beautiful eyes swept around as her red lips parted slightly. Although Fatima was not bad, she was not afraid. She had probed the other party's strength in the fight just now. They were probably on par with each other. Both of them were first-order origin kings, so no one was much weaker than the other. She had the advantage of powerful Saint Chi, while Ma Chaochuan had the advantage of rich combat experience. After all, he was a star pirate, a master who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. If it was only Ma Chaochuan here, the Lu family would be able to carve out a bloody path with their strength. But when Fierce Wind moved out, it was always in full force. Fierce Wind had 3 masters. The first master was Sheng Yao, a second-order origin king. The second master was the white fatty Ma Chaochuan. And the third master was Guming, a first-order origin king. The Gale Force was able to survive the encirclement of so many forces not only because of luck, but also because of their own powerful strength. Ma Chaochuan chuckled. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Lu. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm the only one who's come today. Eldest brother and third brother have other matters to attend to. If Miss Lu wants to see them, why don't you come with me to Fierce Gale territory? You'll be able to see them then." Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Second master, are you inviting me?" Ma Chaochuan's smile did not change. "If Miss Lu is willing to cooperate, then that is an invitation. What if I don't cooperate?" Ma Chaochuan only smiled. His intentions were obvious. If he didn't cooperate, it would be a threat. Lu Huaishuang said calmly, "I have long heard of the Tempest's reputation. The territory of the Star Realm is vast, and it is fate that we can meet here. I have not prepared anything, but the Lu family is willing to offer some humble gifts and invite the brothers of the Tempest to have some wine and tea. I would also like to ask the second master to make way for us." Most space pirates only sought wealth. If possible, Lu Huaishuang did not want to have any conflicts with them. Of course, the main reason was that she had a bad feeling about this. Ma Chaochuan was definitely not the only person here. That first master Sheng Yao and third master Guming might be lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If a fight really broke out, the people of the Lu family would probably not be able to survive. She herself might not be able to escape either. It would be best if she could spend money to avoid disaster. Ma Chaochuan's eyes shone brightly. He praised, "I've long heard that the first miss of the Lu family is a heroine who does not lose out to men. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Since ancient times, women were difficult to raise. This young miss of the Lu family had a heart and courage that most women lacked. No wonder she could lead the Lu family and occupy half of the morning sun. If she were a man, there would probably be another overlord in the territory of the Star Realm in the near future." He shook his fat head. "What a pity! Although I would like to invite Miss Lu over, I'm afraid some people won't agree." "Who is it?" Lu Huaishuang asked in a low voice. A pitch-black warship suddenly broke through the thick fog and descended from the clouds. Its huge hull was not inferior to the Lu family's warship in the slightest. It was almost as if it was carved from the same mold. At the bow of the warship, a conspicuous character could be seen clearly even from afar. The crowd was in an uproar. It's the He family's warship. How could it be them? This is a trap. Motherfucker. The He family is actually colluding with the fear scales. How shameless. The He family was the other top family on the Morning Sun. They shared the Morning Sun together with the Lu family. As the saying went, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. On the same cultivation planet, two top families were at odds with each other. Naturally, there would be friction between them. Today, one side would attack the other. Small conflicts would escalate, and large conflicts would become life and death grudges. The two families on the Morning Sun could be said to be like fire and water. But Lu Huaishuang would never have guessed that the He family was actually connected to the fear scales. What was the fear scales? They were the most notorious pirates in the entire territory of the Morning Sun. There was no other. Anyone who had anything to do with them would never be able to clear their name. Was the He family not afraid that the news would leak and cause the entire territory of the Morning Sun to attack them? At that time, even if they took over the Lu family's property, they would not have the chance to enjoy it. But soon, Lu Huaishuang's face darkened. Since the He family's warship dared to come out so openly, it was obvious that they did not intend to leave anyone alive. Dead people would never reveal any secrets. Her eyes were cold as she turned her head to look at the clan uncle. That person's mouth was wide open, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, this change was not within his expectations. The warship landed not far away, and the cabin door opened. A hale and hearty old man stepped out. This old man looked to be in his 60s, and half of his hair was white. He had the dignity of a superior, and his expression was dignified. No one saw him move, but in a few steps he was not far away. Behind him, hundreds of He clan's elites followed closely behind, eyeing the Lu clan's people covetously. The situation immediately became tense. The sound of the Lu family members gulping could be heard. Everyone was nervous. Ma Chaochuan was still smiling, as if he did not see He Wuzui's arrival. He Wuzui stared at Lu Huaishuang and laughed coldly before saying, "Little girl, to think that you would have such a day." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he was a villain who had gotten his way. Lu Huaishuang heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that today was not going to be a good day. In such a dangerous situation, she became even calmer and said, "Old Master the grudge between Chaoyang Star is between our families. It's not appropriate to involve other people in this." He Wuzui snorted coldly. "The three leaders of the Fierce Wind family are my sworn brothers. How can they be considered outsiders?" His words were earth-shattering. Lu Huaishuang was also shocked. She had never heard of such a thing. No one in the territory of Morning Sun knew about it. But at this point, she believed that He Wuzui would not joke with her. And looking at Ma Chaochuan, he did not have any intention of refuting. Obviously, things were as he said. He and the three leaders of the Fierce Wind family were indeed sworn brothers. Admiring Lu Huaishuang's stunned expression, He Wuzui felt a burst of pleasure in his heart. After enduring for so many years, he finally got his reward today. From now on, Morning Sun Star belonged to the He family. The surname Lu would no longer have anything to do with it. Fourth brother, the others are fine, but does the Lu family's first young lady want to die? Ma Chaochuan suddenly turned to ask He Wuzui. Killing the trash of the Lu family was nothing, but this Lu Huaishuang was quite tempting. There were many beautiful women, and with Ma Chaochuan's strength and status, there was no shortage of beauties around him. But beauties who had reached the Origin King realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. He had never tasted one. What's more, he had long heard that the Lu family's first young lady had been in secluded cultivation. He was afraid that she had not even tasted a man. It would be a pity if she died like this. As soon as he said this, He Wuzue knew what he was thinking. He said solemnly, "Second brother, although roses are fragrant, they are covered in thorns. Be careful not to hurt yourself." Ma Chaochuan thought about it seriously and nodded. Fine. He also knew how difficult it was to capture a first-order origin king alive, so he simply dismissed the idea. Otherwise, if he hesitated, he might be the one to die. "Do it!" He Wuzue suddenly shouted. Obviously, he wanted to end this quickly and not give the Lu family any chance to resist. As soon as he said this, Ma Chaochuan clasped his hands, and 2 golden balls suddenly appeared in his hands. The golden balls were filled with world energy and were obviously not ordinary artifacts. He Wuzue's body shook as Saint Qi began to circulate in his body. Lu Huaishuang's face was solemn. She wiped her blue sword with her finger and soared intent sword. A great battle was about to break out. However, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared beside her, and in a split second, a water-splitting thorn stabbed towards her. Lu Huaishuang was shocked. All her attention was on Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue. When she saw the move, she was naturally on guard. Who knew that those two were just a distraction? The real killing blow had already reached her. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. He Wuzue and Ma Chaochuan both smiled, looking like they were waiting to watch a good show. The water splitter flashed with a cold light and gave off a deadly aura. It was as if blood would bloom in the next moment. At this moment, the owner of the water splitter felt his hair stand on end. He could not help but feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes also narrowed, revealing a look of shock. The young man who had been lying quietly at her feet, dead for a long time, actually moved at this moment. It began to move in an extremely strange manner. First, his feet stepped on the ground, and his calves suddenly stood on their own. Then his thighs straightened, and his body suddenly bounced up. When Lu Huaishuang looked down, she met with a pair of clear and deep black eyes. These black eyes were like a bottomless abyss. With just one look, Lu Huaishuang felt as if she was about to sink into them. She was shocked and hurriedly pushed her spiritual energy to stabilize her mind. Chapter 3082. Each of the 3 masters of the Fierce Wind family had their own unique skills. First, Master Shenyao was a powerful second-order origin king, one of the strongest existences in the entire star territory. Second, Master Ma Chaochuan was a charmingly naive fatty, but his fat wasn't just a result of eating too much. It was also the capital he relied on to survive. His defense was extremely amazing, and he was like a meat shield. With his fat, he could exchange a few blows with a master a realm above him without falling into a disadvantageous position. Of course, it was only a few blows. The gap in cultivation was not something that could be made up for with some fat. As for third Master Guming, he was a thin but strong man who was best at concealment and assassination. His whereabouts were unpredictable, and he came and went without a trace. Enemies hiding in the dark were the most terrifying. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. The one who suddenly attacked Lu Huaishuang was the third master of the Fierce Wind family, Guming. Lu Huaishuang's previous guess was correct. The Fierce Wind family had indeed mobilized all their forces. Ma Chaochuan's claim that eldest brother and third brother had important matters to attend to was just a blatant lie. Guming relied on his superior concealment divine technique to quietly sneak to Lu Huaishuang's side. Just as Lu Huaishuang's attention was attracted by Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, the water splitter suddenly attacked. He was also a first-order origin king and had the advantage of a sneak attack. He was confident that even if he couldn't take Lu Huaishuang's life, he could at least severely injure her. The Lu family was led by Lu Huaishuang, so as long as this woman was seriously injured, the rest of the Lu family would be nothing to worry about. Everything was going according to plan. The sudden accident caused Gu Ming's soul to leave his body. In a flash, a young man in ragged clothes stood in front of Lu Huaishuang and stared at him calmly. Although there was no color in his eyes, Gu Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. The young man in front of him was like a towering mountain. Even when he looked up, he couldn't see the top of the mountain. Even the mountainside was shrouded in mist, making it hazy. Who is this person? When he sneaked over earlier, he had also noticed this person lying at Lu Huaishuang's feet, completely lifeless. He was obviously dead. But why was he able to stand up? Furthermore, an extremely powerful vitality burst forth in an instant. How was this a dead person? He was clearly alive and well. Gu Ming only panicked for a moment, being able to cultivate to the Origin King realm. Both Gu Ming's temperament and wisdom were top-notch. After a moment's deliberation between retreating and advancing, Gu Ming released a dazzling cold light from his water-splitting dagger and stabbed forward at an even faster speed. No matter who you were, at such a close distance, even a third-order Origin King would be able to pierce a hole in your path. Go away. Lu Huaishuang finally regained her senses. Seeing that Gu Ming was advancing instead of retreating, while the young man in front of her had no reaction, she immediately shouted and put a hand on his shoulder, wanting to pull him back. However, what shocked her the most was that the other party did not react at all. His feet seemed to have taken root in the ground. Not only did she not manage to pull the other party away, she even staggered and almost bumped into the other party's back. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The viciousness on Gu Ming's face stiffened and was replaced by extreme fear. He raised his head to look at the young man, and his eyes trembled violently. At that moment, he had imagined many scenarios in his mind. The biggest possibility was that this reckless brat would be killed by him, or that he would only injure him, or that the other party would counterattack and he would act accordingly, but he had never imagined the situation in front of him. The other party remained motionless, allowing his water-splitting dagger to stab into his chest. His flesh remained intact, and even his skin was not damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, his water-splitting dagger flashed, and its color dimmed slightly, causing Gu Ming to almost lose his grip. The water-splitting dagger was an Origin King-grade artifact and was extremely sharp, not to mention flesh and blood. It could even pierce through iron. Gu Ming did not even feel any fluctuations of power from the other party's body. In other words, this strange young man had indeed resisted his blow with his flesh and blood, and then nothing happened to him. Is he even human? Gu Ming was proficient in concealment and assassination, and was good at killing people in one blow. His sense of danger was also extremely keen. So when he found that his full-powered blow had no effect, he decisively fled, his thin body blurring, as if he was about to merge into the air. He had no choice but to flee. The existence of this young man in front of him was beyond his understanding, and a voice in his heart was screaming, "If you don't flee, you'll die." The young man slowly raised his hand. His movements were clearly not fast and even seemed a little stiff, but with just a casual grab, Gu Ming, who was about to merge into the air, was grabbed by the neck, and his translucent body instantly solidified. The divine technique of concealment was inexplicably broken just like that. Gu Ming was frightened out of his wits. He felt a strong force on his neck, as if his neck could be broken at any moment. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The young man raised his hand and lifted him up directly. This situation made everyone's hair stand on end. It would have been fine if they did not know Gu Ming's identity and strength, but Gu Ming was an Origin King after all. How could he be captured so easily, like a helpless chick? Third brother. The smile on Ma Chaochuan's face finally disappeared, replaced by a grim look on his chubby face. Wu Zui's expression was also extremely solemn. He silently summoned his artifact, his eyes drifting as if he was looking for a way out under everyone's gazes. The young man looked at Guming, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, he frowned and curled his lips. Weak, too weak. He had not fought with an origin king for many years, and all the enemies he had encountered over the years were all people with exceedingly high cultivation. Thinking about it now, he was not used to it. He even felt a little nostalgic, and his mood was inexplicably complicated. Thinking back, he had experienced the same thing in the past. "Who are you, sir?" Ma Chaochuan asked in a deep voice. The faces and figures of the several overlords of the Star Territory flashed in his mind, but none of them matched the person in front of him. He had never heard of a young man with such astonishing strength. "A bunch of trash, you want to know this king's name?" The young man coldly snorted. His tone was extremely arrogant, but no one felt it was out of place. This young man's tone was arrogant, and he had the strength to back it up. If it was anyone else who said this, they would probably laugh. Ma Chaochuan did not even dare to get angry. He swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists. "Please calm down, sir. It was us who had eyes but failed to see. We ask Sir Master to be magnanimous and forgive our third brother. We will leave now and never offend you again." He acted cautiously on the surface, but in his heart he was cursing Wu Zui. His fourth brother was an idiot. When did the Lu family find such a strong backer? He actually did not know. He and the others had even come here to humiliate them. Now that they had kicked the stone floor, they did not know if they would be able to return alive. If they had the chance to return, they would definitely cut off all ties with their fourth brother. If they continued to be together with him, they would be killed sooner or later. "You come and go as you please? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world?" The young man sneered. Although he was in a special state before, he was not completely unaware of his surroundings. He had heard everyone's conversation, so he naturally knew what was going on with these people. Although he was not a swordsman, it was not a big deal for him to do something that came to him on a silver platter. Ma Chaochuan complained in his heart, but could only lower his stance again. "Please make a decision, sir. I, Kuang Feng, admit defeat." He could not even tell the depth of his opponent's cultivation. He really did not have the confidence to make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, why would he humiliate himself like this? He was a man of honor after all. The young man frowned, deeply despising this white fatty. He had no backbone at all. He could not arouse his killing intent at all. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, the atmosphere of the entire world suddenly became extremely dangerous. Arcs of lightning began to swim in the air. Everyone's expression changed as they raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that a pitch-black vortex had appeared in the clouds, and there seemed to be an electric dragon swimming in the vortex, emitting an aura that could destroy the world. "Are you crazy? I hit it so well." The young man also looked up and suddenly cursed. Lu Huaishuang frowned and stared at the young man's back with a strange expression. Was he cursing the heavens? She suddenly felt a wave of sympathy. This young man's cultivation seemed to be very strong, and his figure was also very handsome. Just now, she had caught a glimpse of him and saw that his appearance was not bad. Why did it seem like there was something wrong with his head? If that was not the case, why would he curse the heavens? Was the heavens jealous of the talented? This thought came to Lu Huaishuang's mind. Before she could finish her thought, there was a loud crack that made everyone's eardrums tremble. As if in response to the young man's curses, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket came crashing down from the cloud vortex. It connected the heavens and the earth like a divine pen, splitting the heavens and the earth. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lu Huaishuang, who was closest to the young man, turned pale. It could not be helped. That bolt of lightning was actually heading straight for the young man. Its target was obvious and precise. The heavens had struck him with lightning. How many bad things had this young man done that even the heavens could not tolerate him? Let's go! The young man suddenly turned around, grabbed Lu Huaishuang's collar, and threw her. Before Lu Huaishuang could react to what had happened, her whole body flew out like an arrow from a bow. Then she saw the bolt of lightning strike the young man's body. The young man's black hair instantly stood on end, with him as the center. The area within a radius of 100 feet became a sea of lightning. Several cultivators who couldn't dodge in time didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to nothingness. A burnt smell filled the air at the same time, as if someone was roasting meat. As the smell entered their nostrils, it was nauseating. The lightning strike lasted for a full 10 breaths of time. In these 10 breaths of time, the lightning in the sky poured down like moonlight, constantly pouring down. The young man was struck until his whole body convulsed, as if he had contracted chicken plague. It was painful to look at. Chapter 3083. Lu Huaishuang turned her gaze away, her face full of pity. No matter how evil this young man was, such a death was too tragic. What's more, he had helped her just now. If he hadn't intervened, she would have been injured. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue were overjoyed. They almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Sure enough, the heavens had its way. If you don't believe it, just look up and see who the heavens spared. The two of them looked at each other. There was no need for discussion. They knew what the other was thinking. After a while, the lightning that fell from the sky subsided. The black cloud vortex in the sky also disappeared. The whole place was silent. The young man was still holding Guming, but whether it was him or the third head of Wild Wind, their hair was standing on end. Their faces were charred black, and their auras were almost non-existent. Not to mention what happened to that young man. The third head of the Fierce Wind Gang was dead. Everyone had seen the power of that lightning punishment. Even a third-order origin king wouldn't be able to survive it, let alone Guming, who was only a first-order origin king. This was simply an undeserved disaster. Although the young man had the ability to take his life, he didn't really kill him. Instead, it was the heaven's lightning punishment that took Guming's life. Two silhouettes suddenly shot over. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, one on the left and one on the right, pounced over like lightning. Cut the grass by the roots. If you beat a snake to death, you'll hit it with a stick. How could they not understand such a simple principle? Previously, he had been cautious only because this strange young man had displayed superhuman strength. Now that this young man had been struck by lightning punishment, it didn't matter if he was dead or alive. They had to ensure that this young man was thoroughly dead. Only then would they have a chance to live. Otherwise, they could only put their lives in the hands of others. Although Ma Chaochuan was fat, his movements were extremely nimble. His white rolling body was indescribably strong and agile. The two golden pills in his hands emitted a dazzling light. Before he arrived, the two golden pills had already flown out. They carried an unparalleled momentum as they smashed towards the young man's head and chest. He Wuzue formed a seal with his hands and released a powerful divine technique. Suddenly, the silhouette of a giant python appeared in midair. The giant python raised its head and opened its bloody mouth to bite down on the young man. Everything happened in a flash, and Lu Huaishuang had no time to react at all. Her heart skipped a beat, and she raised her hand, sending a sky full of sword chi at He Wuzue and Ma Chaochuan in an attempt to surround them and rescue them. However, she realized that it was obviously too late. She was only doing her best and leaving the rest to fate. She was of no help at all. Swish, 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 swish. As the sword chi flew, Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzui, who were lunging forward, seemed to crash into an invisible wall. They came to a halt with a swish. They stared ahead in horror, and their hearts sank. It was not Lu Huaishuang's sword chi that stopped the two of them, but the young man's reaction. The young man who had been struck by the lightning punishment for over 10 breaths of time suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand and wiped his disheveled hair. His originally calm and deep eyes were now filled with resentment and indignation, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with something. It was just a simple movement that made Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzui lose the courage to attack. They were forced to stop. The scene seemed to be restrained by an invisible hand. Time seemed to have stopped as well. Everyone stood where they were, stunned. He wasn't dead. He had been struck by lightning punishment for over 10 breaths, yet he was still alive. Lu Huaishuang could not help but widen her eyes as well. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Only Ma Chaochuan's 2 golden pills were still hurtling towards the young man, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The young man put down his hand that was touching his hair and shook it slowly. Ma Chaochuan's heart skipped a beat. He had actually lost his connection with the 2 golden pills in that moment. He focused his gaze, and his body began to tremble violently. The 2 golden pills had actually reached the young man's hand. The young man's fingers moved nimbly, and the 2 golden pills moved around in his hand leisurely, turning into blurs. He had stolen his personal treasures with just a raise of his hand. What divine technique was this? What the hell was this guy doing? He Wuzui's Python divine technique lunged over as well, but He Wuzui no longer had the strength to maintain it due to his shock. The python only vanished with a single movement. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva as his face began to twitch uncontrollably. Ma Chaochuan pursed his dry lips and tried his best to find an excuse, but he discovered that his courage had completely vanished. Even his voice trembled. I didn't kill him. The young man casually tossed Guming's body away. The only reason Guming had died was because of the lightning tribulation. From the beginning to the end, he had not tried to kill Guming. Master, this is probably a misunderstanding. Ma Chaochuan smiled along, but it was even uglier than crying. What kind of misunderstanding? Tell me about it. The young man looked at him indifferently. How could Ma Chaochuan tell him the truth? Normally, he would suppress others with his strength. He would start a fight as soon as he disagreed with a single word. His eloquence had always been mediocre, so he was not skilled at being eloquent. Sweat seeped out of his forehead, and he constantly wiped it with his hand. If he could not explain himself, he would probably die today. He gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He turned around and fled as quickly as he could. If they had any chance of survival before the lightning punishment, then they had no other choice but to flee now. Who told him, and He Wuzui, to attack the young man recklessly? He could only blame himself for not bringing his eyes with him when he came out this time. Now that he had fled, how could He Wuzui stay any longer? He made a prompt decision to flee in the opposite direction. This was his subconscious reaction. He only hoped that the young man would chase after Ma Chaochuan and give him some space to flee. However, the result was destined to disappoint him. The young man did not even look at them. He only tossed the golden pill in his hand before taking a step back. He leaned backwards and swung his arm. A golden pill shot through the air. Wah! A miserable cry rang out, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. He Wuzui did not even dare to look back. He used all the strength he had when he was young to flee. At that moment, he only hated his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. He could tell that it was Fatima's voice. He suddenly felt pain from his back. His entire body was pulled along by a great force, and he could not help but fall to the ground. He Wuzui scrambled to his feet in a hurry. He could not help but be startled. he saw that there was actually a pool of dark red blood on the ground, and for some reason his heart felt empty, as if something was missing. He lowered his head and saw the final scene of his life. There was a huge hole in his chest. From the wound, he could clearly see his internal organs squirming. His vision darkened, and he fell limply to the ground. His life was quickly draining away. It was completely silent. On the nameless land of the dead stars, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was the several hundred disciples of the Liu family, the pirates of the fierce gale, or the elites of the He family, all of them were deeply shocked. They all looked at the young man, who had not moved at all. They looked at him with reverence, as if they had seen a god. There was no other reason. The young man had only casually tossed out 2 golden pills. There was not a single ripple of aura. In other words, he had used pure physical strength. Then Ma Chao-Chuan and He Wuzue fell to the ground. They did not even have the chance to resist. Ma Chao-Chuan was dead. He Wuzue was also dead. 2 first-order origin kings were as weak as 3-year-old children in front of this young man. Before the 2 of them had planned today's trick, they would never have imagined that they would end up like this. Shock, panic, dread, all kinds of emotions spread among the cultivator of the 3 groups. With the terrifying strength displayed by this young man, if he wanted to, he could easily kill all 1,000 people here. Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. Looking at the young man, besides gratitude, there was also a hidden worry. The young man had indeed helped her, but this was the first time Lu Huaishuang had met him. She did not know whether he was good or evil. She was not a little girl who did not know the ways of the world. There were several hundred elites of the Liu family under her command. She needed to consider more than just her own likes and dislikes. She wanted to go forward and inquire about this young man's temperament, but she did not have the courage. Just as she was hesitating, she suddenly saw the young man turn his head and look at her. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Huaishuang's heart skipped a beat. She felt that this smile was somewhat malicious, and when she was stared at by this young man, it gave her the illusion of being stripped naked, causing her to involuntarily tighten her body. If I were you, I would roll over here obediently. Lu Huaishuang's face changed slightly. What does he mean? He didn't seem to have offended him in any way. When the situation suddenly changed, he wanted to help him. Moreover, when the lightning punishment descended, he also threw him out. He didn't seem like a bad person, so why did he suddenly change his attitude towards him? Could it be that she had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den? But this young man's fist was bigger, so Lu Huaishuang did not dare to resist. Her cultivation was not much stronger than Ma Chao-Chuan and He Wuzue. These 2 were easily killed by this young man. If he wanted to kill her, she was afraid she could not resist. Sighing in her heart, she could only accept her fate. But before she could take a step forward, she suddenly felt a movement behind her. Turning her head in surprise, she saw a figure appear at some point, exuding a powerful second-order origin king cultivation. Lu Huaishuang could not help but narrow her beautiful eyes. Shengyao, the Wild Wind tribe's first master. Although this was the first time she had seen this person, Lu Huaishuang still recognized him at a glance. Who else could a second-order origin king appear here at this time be but Shengyao, this first master of the Wild Wind tribe, who could live an extremely comfortable life even when the great forces of Star Territory had joined forces to hunt him down. But at this moment, he was like a pimp in a brothel, humbly trotting over with a cautious smile on his face. Passing by Lu Huaishuang, Shengyao arrived directly in front of the young man, half knelt on the ground, and said in a clear voice, "Shengyao greets Master. Master strength is unparalleled." Shengyao is completely convinced and is willing to follow the Master and serve him faithfully. Please allow me Chapter 3084. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Whether Sheng Yao would rather die than submit or compromise, it was all within everyone's expectations. But this guy bowing down as soon as he arrived was far beyond everyone's expectations. Was this person really the Violent Wind tribe's first master? Was he really a second-order origin king? Everyone felt like this was extremely unreal. But on second thought, this was a wise man submitting to the circumstances. Sheng Yao obviously did not have the confidence to confront this young man, so he put on such a humble posture. The strong would only bow their heads in front of someone stronger. The young man looked down at Sheng Yao, his eyes flashing as the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he had discovered something interesting. But soon he frowned again. He did not expect this guy to be so spineless. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Although Sheng Yao had been hiding nearby from beginning to end, he had not attacked him. So there was no enmity between them. Now that he had put on such a show, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to kill him directly. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue would die because they deserved it, but Sheng Yao had an instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. This guy had given him a difficult problem. The young man thought for a while, but did not know how to deal with it, so he simply ignored him and closed his eyes, standing in place. Sheng Yao remained motionless, maintaining the posture of kneeling on one knee. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The feeling of being a fish on the chopping block was not good at all. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he had no choice but to submit. The young man did not respond, and the scene fell silent again. Lu Huaishuang stood in place and waited for half an hour, but the young man did not move. Since she did not move, the Lu family naturally did not move, nor did the Violent Wind tribe's pirates. Instead, it was the He family's elites who were exchanging glances with each other, intending to take this opportunity to flee. Lu Huaishuang glanced over coldly. How could she allow such a thing to happen? The Lu family and He family had fought to the death on Rising Sun Star. Both sides were evenly matched in strength, and both had origin King Realm masters, but after today, the He family would no longer be able to resist. He Wuzue was dead, and the He family was leaderless, so the Lu family could take this opportunity to annex many of the He family's properties. It would be best if he could keep the hundreds of He family's elites here as well. Lu Huaishuang glanced at the young man again and made a decision. Her blue sword glowed brightly as she pointed it at the He clan. Kill, Lu Huaishuang said coldly. One word decided the fate of the He family. She was a woman, but she was by no means a soft-hearted person. Soft-hearted people couldn't wield power, and kind people couldn't wield troops. From the day she took over the power of the Lu family, she no longer lived for herself. The battle was one-sided. Originally, the Lu family and the He family had a similar number of cultivators, but with the death of the head of the He family, the people were scattered. Even if they had a few hundred elite cultivators, they were nothing more than a plate of loose sand. On the other hand, the Lu family had Lu Huaishuang in charge, and the people were united as one, making them invincible. In just an hour, hundreds of people from the He clan were killed or injured. Only a few managed to escape. Although those few people were lucky enough to escape, they were nothing more than a few trapped beasts on this dead star, unable to cause any more trouble. While the Lu family and He family's martial artists were fighting, the fierce wind star pirates had also taken the opportunity to escape without a trace. The Lu family did not have the heart to deal with such a group of star pirates. Their target was only the He family's elites. Hence, Squall's group was able to leave this place easily. They didn't even attract any pursuit. Sheng Yao was completely abandoned. They had shared joys and sorrows. Their great master might not live to see the sun tomorrow, so they naturally didn't want to leave their lives in the hands of others. Sheng Yao was still half kneeling there, cursing his little brothers in his heart. Normally, they would eat meat, drink wine, and play with women by his side, each one more active than the last. But now that their boss was in trouble, each one of them ran away faster than the last. The coldness of human hearts was vividly reflected at this moment. Half an hour later, the Liu family retreated. Hundreds of people had only paid a small price to achieve a huge victory. In today's battle, the Liu family had lost hundreds of elites, including the patriarch. Even the Liu family's only Origin King grade starship had been captured by them. Such a record could only be described as amazing. Thinking about how the Liu family would dominate Chaoyang Star in the future, everyone couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. Everyone knew that this was all thanks to the inexplicable appearance of the young man. If he hadn't killed He Wuzue, it would have been hard to say who would have won today. Liu Huai Shuang rushed back, her clothes neat and tidy, her hair neat and tidy, a charming smile blooming on her stunning face. But when she looked again, she couldn't help but be stunned, because the place where the young man was originally standing was empty. Only Sheng Yao was still half kneeling on the ground, motionless. The sand on the ground was almost soaked with his sweat. Liu Huai Shuang frowned and looked around, but couldn't find any trace of the young man. Suddenly, she felt a little disappointed. Walking forward, she asked, "Where is he?" Sheng Yao didn't answer. "He's not here," Liu Huai Shuang said again. Sheng Yao was stunned and carefully looked up, but when he found that there was no one in front of him, he suddenly trembled. There was no surprise, only shock. He didn't even know when the young man had left. They were only 2 steps away from each other. With his powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, even if a third-order master wanted to leave, he would definitely be able to detect them. But the young man had magically disappeared without a trace, which made Sheng Yao feel horrified, but also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he had made a prompt decision just now. Although he had lost all face, he had at least saved his life, not following in the footsteps of his second, third, and fourth brothers. "Can I get up?" Sheng Yao asked. Liu Huai Shuang coldly snorted. "You're asking me that?" She didn't have a good impression of Fierce Wind. Almost all the cultivator in the territory of Chaoyang Star didn't have a good opinion of star pirates, so naturally she wouldn't give him any face at this moment. Sheng Yao smiled awkwardly and tried to get up, but he didn't immediately stand up. Instead, he slowly stood up while carefully looking around. It was as if a figure could jump out at any time and beat him to the ground. This movement lasted for half a cup of tea's time. After standing up, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's fine. Since I'm fine now, it means that the master didn't want to do anything to me." Yang Kai felt a little discouraged. He was a second-order Origin King, but he couldn't even enter that person's eyes. Otherwise, how could he be ignored like this? "Young Lady Liu, I've heard a lot about you." Ha! Sheng Yao smiled and cupped his fists to Liu Huai Shuang. Where did he go? Liu Huai Shuang had never been so eager to find someone, but the only person she could ask was Sheng Yao. I don't know, Sheng Yao smiled bitterly. Liu Huai Shuang suddenly looked at him in amazement, her expression changing slightly as she understood the hidden meaning behind his words. But he should still be on this dead star. Sheng Yao wasn't sure, but he had already calculated in his heart that if that person really left, he could take the opportunity to leave. He didn't dare to have any thoughts about harming the Liu family after surviving a disaster. He just wanted to escape as far as possible. How could he have the mind to do anything else? Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "How about we go look for him together?" Liu Huai Shuang glanced at him before summoning her star shuttle without saying a word, and turning into a stream of light that flew off in a certain direction. Sheng Yao's mouth twitched as he hesitated between running away and searching, but in the end, he grit his teeth and chased after her, shouting, "Young Lady Liu, wait for me." It wasn't just awe and fear, but also the traces of a higher martial Tao from this young man, a goal he had been chasing for so long but was unable to grasp. On a barren stone mountain, the figure of a young man sat quietly. There wasn't much vitality on this dead star, not even a trace of green. Such stone mountains could be seen everywhere on the dead star, covered with scattered sand and stones. When the wind blew, dust would fill the air, making it impossible to see anything within 10 meters of the mountain. The stone mountain wasn't high, only 1,000 meters in height. Sheng Yao and Lu Huaishuang stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, but it was as if they were looking at a giant peak. That was because the figure sitting on top of the mountain was only 1,000 meters tall, but the figure was even taller than 9,900 meters. Half a month ago, the two of them had found this place together and finally saw the figure they were in awe of. Not daring to disturb him, they waited silently at the foot of the mountain. This wait lasted for half a month, during which time the young man sat there motionless, as if he was dead. Even his aura was close to non-existent. Neither of them knew what he was doing. Cultivating was not like cultivating, and entering seclusion was not like entering seclusion. It was more like sleeping. Half a month of waiting was boring, but fortunately, both of them were origin kings. Normally, they would spend a lot of time in retreat, so they had become accustomed to it. Sheng Yao wanted to know the origins of this young man, and had asked Lu Huaishuang many times, but how could Lu Huaishuang know anything about this young man? He had inexplicably appeared on her starship, and at that time, she had thought he was dead. Now, she somewhat believed her third uncle's previous speculation. The hole in the starship was likely created by this young man. Only such an incredible existence could withstand the bombardment of 10 star cannons and remain unscathed. However, Lu Huaishuang was a little irritable right now. This first master of Fierce Wind sect was a bit talkative, chattering endlessly with her every day. Unlike a second-order origin king, he was more like a resentful housewife. Moreover, Lu Huaishuang also found that when Sheng Yao looked at her, he did not show any covetous eyes. This should not be just awe towards this young man. There should be some other reason. However, this was also fine, as Lu Huaishuang was extremely disgusted with this kind of gaze. Young Lady Lu, this time we didn't get to know each other. If you have time, you might as well visit my Fierce Wind sect's territory. My Fierce Wind sect's territory has nothing but... We'll talk about it after you return alive. Lu Huaishuang interrupted his chatter without any trace of politeness. Sheng Yao's face suddenly became bitter. Chapter 3085. A few days later, Lu Huaishuang and Sheng Yao's hearts suddenly moved, and they looked up towards the top of the mountain. The young man who had been sitting cross-legged finally got up, stretched lazily, and yawned twice, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Standing there with his hands behind his back as he stared off into the distance, his gaze deep, Lu Huaishuang and Sheng Yao exchanged a glance before their figures flickered and flew towards the top of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the 1,000-meter peak. Landing, both of them were startled, because at this moment, the young man in front of them gave them a feeling of nothingness. He stood there like a wisp of smoke, ethereal and undetectable. If not for their eyes, their divine sense would not have been able to detect his aura. Had he been sitting cross-legged here for half a month in retreat just to restrain his aura to the extreme? What was he doing this for? Not daring to neglect, Lu Huaishuang curtsied and said, "This Mistress Lu Huaishuang, thanks, Master, for taking action and turning my Lu family's misfortune into a blessing. This mistress is deeply grateful." The young man said, "It was just a slight effort. Consider it an apology for damaging your starship." Sure enough, the starship was damaged by him. Although she had some guesses before, hearing him admit it himself, Lu Huaishuang's heart shook, and she respectfully said, "This mistress wouldn't dare." She was also a powerful master, But facing this young man, who didn't seem to be much older than her, she no longer had the confidence of an Origin King realm master. Standing in front of him, she was like a toddler learning how to speak, someone who could easily topple her to the ground with a single finger. She wanted to ask how this young man had fallen into a coma since he was so strong, but she was afraid that she would make a mistake if she spoke too much, so she kept her mouth shut. Sheng Yao's eyesight was much sharper than hers, so he quickly put on a flattering smile and asked, "May I ask Master's honored name?" Lu Huaishuang also turned her beautiful eyes towards the young man. "Yang Kai. My name is Yang Kai." The young man replied. A strange light flashed across Sheng Yao's eyes. He had never heard of this name before, but he was certain that there was no such master in the Star Territory. His heart shook. Could this person have come from that place? If that was the case, then everything made sense, including why this person was suddenly struck by lightning. That was because the heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. His heart was filled with excitement, and he increasingly felt that he was right to endure the humiliation. If he put in effort, he might be rewarded in the future. Lu Huaishuang had obviously thought of this as well, and the splendor in her beautiful eyes became even more obvious. "Where is this?" Yang Kai asked. Dead Star?" Sheng Yao answered cautiously. If it was someone else who asked such a ridiculous question, they would have slapped that person. There were countless dead stars in the territory of the universe, and they had existed since time immemorial. Who could give those countless dead stars a name? This question really didn't make sense. "I'm asking, where is this place?" Yang Kai pointed at the vast star field and drew a circle. His movement was not big, but it seemed to be able to draw the stars in the sky into his arms. Lu Huaishuang suppressed the excitement in her heart and said softly, "The territory of limitless star, the territory of limitless star." Yang Kai's eyes dimmed as he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he did not return to the Hung Luo star field, which disappointed him a little. Although the void corridor in the Dragon Temple was connected to the territory of the lower planes, Yang Kai also knew that there were countless planets in the lower planes. The probability of directly returning to the Hung Luo star field through the void corridor was less than 1 in 100. He did not know how to return, and after entering the void corridor, he could only follow Wukong's aura. Unfortunately, he lost track of him. He did not know whether Wukong was in the territory of this universe, or if he had already fled without a trace, hiding somewhere and waiting for a comeback. "Master, could it be that you are not from the territory of this universe?" Sheng Yao asked boldly. His heart beat violently in his chest, and Lu Huaishuang also stared at him without blinking. No. There was nothing to hide, and with these two's eyesight, he believed that they could tell. This question was just a confirmation. Hearing this, Sheng Yao and Lu Huaishuang's expressions turned serious. Sheng Yao was so excited that his lips trembled, and he said with a trembling voice, "May I ask if Master is from?" Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Sheng Yao immediately kept quiet out of fear. He was so excited that he forgot about the other's power, and he was scared. Lu Huaishuang said, "This place is simple. Master, why don't you follow me back to talk?" Since he was not from the territory of Limitless Star, then he must have a lot to ask. There was no need to worry about not having a chance to get closer to him. As long as this person was treated well, the Lu family would have nothing to worry about. Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right." Lu Huaishuang smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Yang Kai walked down the mountain. Just as he reached Lu Huaishuang, his left foot tripped over his right foot for some reason. He stumbled and fell forward with a blank look on his face. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself. Coincidentally, he caught hold of 2 plump mounds of softness and immediately felt the surprising elasticity in his palms. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and time seemed to stop flowing. The scene was completely frozen. Lu Huaishuang's face quickly turned red, as if she was on fire. The feeling of the hand on her chest made her feel at a loss, and she almost couldn't resist stabbing him with her sword. With her skills and reflexes, she could have avoided Yang Kai the moment he fell towards her. But because of the other party's strength, she didn't dare to make any excessive movements, and simply stood there, and the result was like this. Her body had never been touched by anyone before, and now her sensitive spot was grabbed by a man she had never met before. She didn't even know anything about him. Lu Huaishuang's eyes couldn't help but redden. Sheng Yao's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange look on his face, thinking that even if his master was lustful, he shouldn't have done this, right? How could he fall down after tripping over his right foot? What the hell was going on? Where's your earth-shattering cultivation? What happened to his ability to kill 2 origin kings with a snap of his fingers? Yang Kai also wore a look of shock as he slowly withdrew his hands, stood up straight, and opened his palms to take a look, his brow furrowed. Seeing this, Sheng Yao and Lu Huaishuang couldn't help but misunderstand. Was this master reminiscing about something? I didn't do it on purpose. Yang Kai looked up at Lu Huaishuang with a sincere expression, but this explanation seemed weak. Lu Huaishuang pursed her red lips and lowered her head. It's fine. How could it be fine? It was a matter of honor, but since her strength was inferior, what could she do? Did she want him to take responsibility? Even if the other party was willing, Lu Huaishuang would reject him. Yang Kai sighed. Let's go. There was no point in explaining. Only he himself knew what had happened. Step by step, he walked down the mountain. Sheng Yao was a little stunned, feeling that this person's temper was really strange. Obviously, his cultivation was heaven-defying, so he could have just flown over, but now he was actually walking. However, he couldn't understand the thoughts of this master, so he could only follow behind Yang Kai. Lu Huaishuang stood in place and waited for a while, calming her mood before gritting her teeth and following. First master, you don't need to follow me, just go back where you came from, Yang Kai suddenly said without looking back. After half a month, he no longer had any killing intent towards Sheng Yao. What's more, he didn't want to kill Sheng Yao at that time. A trivial second-order origin king was nothing in his eyes. Regardless of whether Fierce Wind Sect had committed all kinds of crimes, that was a matter of Limitless Star's territory and had nothing to do with him. As soon as these words came out, Sheng Yao immediately seemed to be humiliated. His face turned red as he said, Sir, as a man, I'm a man of my word. Since I said that I will follow you and serve you, I will definitely not leave. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at him, and smiled. Are you a man? Sheng Yao's face couldn't help twitching, not knowing how to respond. As you wish, Yang Kai stepped forward again, and Sheng Yao quickly followed. Lu Huaishuang couldn't help frowning, secretly despising this first master of Fierce Wind Sect. Even after being insulted like this, he still didn't take it seriously. At the same time, she admired his thick skin. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Yang Kai obviously didn't walk fast, nor did he use any movement skills, as if he was just an ordinary person, but whether it was Lu Huaishuang or Sheng Yao, both of them had to circulate their Saint Chi to keep up with him. In less than half an hour, they had returned to the previous starship. The 2 starships were anchored in the barren desert like 2 giant compatriots. Lu Ling was standing outside, and when he saw Lu Huaishuang appear, he hurriedly greeted her. His eyesight was also quite good, so when he saw Lu Huaishuang and Sheng Yao following behind Yang Kai, he immediately bowed and said, Lu family's Lu Ling greets the master. Yang Kai nodded lightly, brushed past him, and walked straight into the open hatch. Lu Huaishuang passed by Lu Ling and quietly sent a message. We'll talk later. She also followed Yang Kai into the starship. She was the head of the Lu family, so she had to make proper arrangements for Yang Kai before she could do anything else. Sheng Yao also wanted to go in, but he was stopped by Lu Ling with a hostile expression on his face. Sheng Yao quickly said, "I am the master's follower, so I must accompany him. Get out of my way." Pushing his Saint Chi, Sheng Yao pushed Lu Ling and the others away, the huge gap in cultivation giving him an advantage. As he spoke, there was a sense of pride in his words, causing Lu Ling and the others to be surprised. A second-order origin king, the first master of the fierce wind tribe, was actually willing to be someone else's follower? What is wrong with this world? The interior of the starship was extremely spacious, so Lu Huaishuang took the lead and led Yang Kai through the corridors of the starship. A short time later, she led him to a room, pushed open the door, and said, "Master, please." Entering the room, a faint fragrance immediately wafted out. This was not the smell of incense, but rather the natural fragrance of a woman. The interior of the room was luxuriously decorated. The walls were decorated with fist-sized luminous pearls that emitted a soft glow. The floor was covered with a thick and soft red carpet. On the left side was a large bed with a pink curtain hanging on it. To the right was a huge bath filled with fresh flowers. Although Yang Kai was not inside, he could still feel that the temperature of the water was just right. On the other side was a dressing table, and although there was no rouge or other tacky things, it was still a dressing table. This was obviously a woman's boudoir. Chapter 3086, and from the looks of it, this was Lu Huaishuang's own room, and the best room in the entire warship. Under normal circumstances, no matter how respectful a lady was to a guest, she would not give up her own room for a guest to live in, as this would inevitably lead to gossip. But Yang Kai's power was far beyond the scope of a guest, and all Lu Huaishuang could think of was to leave the best room for Yang Kai. Even if he had molested her before, Lu Huaishuang did not dare to have the slightest resentment. Sheng Yao glanced at Lu Huaishuang meaningfully, a smile on his face. Lu Huaishuang's cheeks flushed. Although she did not have any other thoughts, she felt a little embarrassed to give her room to a man who looked about the same age as her. She said softly, "Master, are you satisfied with this place? If not, you can change to another room." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded, not avoiding anything. To him, this was just a place to rest, and there was no difference whether it was a room or not, as long as Master is satisfied. Inexplicably, Lu Huaishuang felt herself heave a sigh of relief. The faint anticipation in her heart had turned into reality, startling her. She hurriedly said, "My lord, please rest for a while. I'll come back to speak with you after I've settled some matters outside." "Go ahead." Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Huaishuang took her leave, but before she left, she glanced at Sheng Yao. She did not like this uninvited guest, but Sheng Yao was acting under the name of Yang Kai, so she could not chase him away. She just glared at him as a warning. After the door closed, Yang Kai began to walk around the room, casually picking up things to look at, then putting them down, then picking up other things to look at, as if everything was new to him. Sheng Yao was like a tail, following behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly turned around. Sheng Yao could not dodge in time and almost bumped into him. He hurriedly stepped aside and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Bath, do you want to go?" Sheng Yao's eyes twitched. He lowered his head and said, I dare not. I will take my leave for now. Master, if you have any orders, please do not hesitate to call. I will wait outside." As he spoke, he ran out of the room, closed the door behind him, and stood respectfully outside. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. He thought that his disguise was flawless. Even his sworn brothers in the fierce wind, who drank, ate, and played with women with him, did not see through his true identity after so many years. However, he knew that his disguise was not worth mentioning in the eyes of that official Yam. She had seen through his disguise the moment she saw him, but she was too lazy to point it out. thinking about what that lord had done to Lu Huaishuang before, and then thinking about what he wanted. Sheng Yinyao's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He nodded inwardly and suddenly made a hand seal. Then his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Inside the bathtub, Yang Kai took off his clothes and leaned against the wall with his hands spread out, a look of comfort on his face. His muscular body was extremely well proportioned. If any of the women in the fierce wind saw him, they would probably scream in horror. Now that he had arrived in the territory of the Lower Star, although he was in the completely unfamiliar territory of Boundless Star, he had barely completed his goal. When he established the High Heaven Palace, he had thought about one day bringing his friends and family from Shadowed Star to Boundless Star, but after so many years of working hard to improve his cultivation, he had never had a chance to return to Boundless Star territory, let alone find a way to do so. Now, however, there was an opportunity. Although he had arrived in the territory of Boundless Star, there was still a chance to return to Hung Luo Starfield. Yang Kai knew that Star Territory was very different from Star Territory. Some Star Territories were connected to each other, so perhaps he could find a way to travel to other Star Territories in Boundless Star's territory. Yang Kai decided. His primary goal was to find a way to return to Hung Luo Starfield, and his secondary goal was to inquire about the whereabouts of Yukong. He had a hunch that Yukong might also be in Boundless Star's territory. If that was the case, Yang Kai could find his whereabouts. Yukong was very knowledgeable and would know how to travel back and forth between the territory of the two stars. After taking a bath, Yang Kai put on his clothes again, combed his hair, and summoned the sealed world bead. Gritting his teeth, he carefully circulated his strength and entered the small sealed world bead. In the pavilion area of the small sealed world bead, Lu Yen, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her figure flickered and appeared outside the pavilion. The embodiment that appeared with her looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang were happily chatting about something. Seeing them appear, Li Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lu Yan, what's wrong?" "Master is here." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked over. Li Jiao was startled when he heard this, but suddenly reacted and looked over in surprise. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and soon arrived in front of the pavilion, grinning. "Everyone is here." Lu Yan stood there and opened her arms to Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her and asked, "What?" "Hug." Yang Kai said, "Are you kidding me? You're getting younger and younger." Saying so, he walked in front of her and reached out to pick her up as if he was holding a baby. Lu Yan sat on his arm, her soft black hair hanging down, a satisfied look on her face. She had been cultivating on Spirit Beast Island with the Fire Phoenix for a long time. It was not easy for her to meet Yang Kai on Dragon Island, but she didn't have time to interact with him. Now, she finally got what she wanted. Her two hands grabbed Yang Kai's ears and played with him, as if she had gotten a new toy. She was extremely unbridled. Yang Kai shook his head, but she didn't give up, so he could only let her be. "Brother Yang," Li Jiao bowed to the ground, "Thisly will never forget your kindness. In the future, if Brother Yang has any orders, Thisly will definitely obey." Lu Sanyang also walked forward and bowed. "Thank you, Brother Yang, for taking revenge for Sanyang." Saying so, her eyes turned red. Lu Yuqin also said, "Thank you, Uncle Yang." She didn't have a good impression of her father long. These days, she had heard a lot about the past from her mother. In her opinion, Li Jiao was her father, and that guy called Fu Qi was the biggest bad guy in the world. Yang Kai reached out and lifted them up, saying, "The one taking revenge is not me, but Brother Li. You don't have to thank me for this." Li Jiao said shamefully, "This Li's skills are not good enough. If it wasn't for Brother Yang's help, how could I have the chance to take revenge?" Although Fu Qi didn't die in his hands, Li Jiao had a lot to do with Fu Qi's death. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yang Kai giving him the protection of the Dragon Palace, he wouldn't have had the chance to fight Fu Qi just for this. He was very grateful to Yang Kai. The resentment he accumulated on Dragon Island was swept away, and he was looking forward to the future. He secretly decided that after returning to the Fire Dragon Palace, he would treat Lu Sanyang and her mother well, and also treat his women well. After chatting for a while, the embodiment suddenly interrupted. "Did you encounter some trouble?" It was formed from one of Yang Kai's souls that entered the stone mongoose's body. To some extent, it was connected with Yang Kai's mind, so it naturally noticed some clues. "And there is indeed some trouble." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let's sit down and talk." He waved his hand, and a few chairs and a wooden table immediately flew out from the loft. These were all made by the people of Tongxian realm and left here in the early years. Everyone sat down. Yang Kai held Lu Yan's arms and wanted to put her on a chair, but Lu Yan refused. In the end, he could only put her on his lap and hug her. In a few words, Yang Kai told them what happened in the Dragon Palace. When they heard that Yukong escaped, broke through space, and sneaked into the territory of the lower world star, everyone was shocked. When they heard that Yang Kai also chased him to the strange territory of the limitless star, everyone was even more surprised. The current situation is like this. Yang Kai looked solemn. The territory of the lower world star has its own world principles that reject cultivators above the Origin King realm. So, except for Yuqin, none of you can safely move around outside. Once you go out, you will definitely be rejected by the Heavenly Way. Lu Yan asked, "What about you, Master?" Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm. The territory of the lower world star rejected even Tao's source realm cultivators, let alone stronger existences. I was also rejected. Yang Kai touched his nose. Although I suppressed my cultivation as much as possible before entering the territory of this lower world star, I was still struck by lightning after coming here. That lightning punishment was the most obvious sign of the world principles rejecting Yang Kai. Fortunately, he had already sealed most of his cultivation. Otherwise, the lightning punishment would have been even worse. Although it was only the territory of the lower world star, the world principles were extremely powerful. If he really provoked the Heavenly Way, even Yang Kai would not be able to survive in this territory. Then I fell. PFFF. Lu Yan laughed out loud. It was hard to imagine what a First-Order Emperor realm master falling. The others also couldn't help but laugh. Yang Kai reached out and knocked Lu Yan on the head. Lu Yan immediately covered her head with her hands and pouted. "So, Brother Li and Sanyang can only stay here for the time being. There is no way for you to return to the territory of the lower world star. But don't worry, I will find my way back after dealing with my own matters." Li Jiao nodded and said, "That's not a problem. Since Brother Yang can come, he can definitely leave. But do you need our help here? Although with Brother Yang's cultivation, it's impossible for you to find an opponent in this kind of lower star field. If there are 3 of us, we can at least provide some assistance." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If Brother Li wants to help, then seal your cultivation first." "Okay." Li Jiao nodded. "I also want to help," Lu Yan said. "Okay." Lu Yan smiled sweetly. He felt that her personality had changed a lot after this reunion. "Oh. Where's Luan?" In another room, Lu Huaishuang finished dealing with some trivial matters and asked Lu Ling, hearing the cold tone in her voice. Lu Ling's heart trembled, and he asked suspiciously, "What happened to him?" Lu Huaishuang said, "He betrayed our location and attracted the fierce wind force and the family." Chapter 3087. Lu and was the uncle who had avoided her gaze when their eyes met. Lu Huaishuang was not blind. She knew the truth without asking. She did not have the time to deal with the traitor. But now that she had time, she could not let him go. The Lu family did not need any traitors. Lu Ling was shocked. Him? That can't be, right? He and Luan were cousins. They had been drinking and chatting together a month ago. He could not believe that Luan would betray the Lu family. But he knew that Lu Huaishuang would not speak without thinking. Since she had said so, she must have solid evidence. His expression turned serious. "I'll go take a look." He turned and left. Not long after, he returned with a sour expression. Luan ran away. He searched the entire worship but could not find Luan. He asked the cultivator of the Lu family, but no one had seen him for a long time. As expected, Lu Huaishuang was not surprised at all. If she were Luan, she would have run away too. A traitor was always more hateful than an enemy. If he did not run away, he would end up in a miserable state. She breathed a sigh of relief. If Luan did not run away, she would not know how to deal with him. Kill him as an example? No matter what. He was still her senior. He was her uncle. If she did, would some people be disappointed and think that her iron blood was heartless? Since he had run away, it had saved her a lot of trouble. Just like the few He family members who had escaped the net on this dead planet without the slightest bit of spiritual energy, they probably wouldn't live very well even if they tried to survive. So Lu Huaishuang didn't plan to chase after them. Letting them go was the biggest punishment she could give them. Why would he betray the Lu family? Lu Ling was heartbroken. Either he did it for profit or he was caught red-handed. Lu Huaishuang said faintly and waved her hand. "Forget it. Don't tell anyone about this to avoid unnecessary suspicion." "Yes." Lu Ling nodded. "But Luan still has family on Chaoyang. How should we explain it if they ask?" "Third uncle, you have to think of an excuse." Lu Huaishuang looked at him. Lu Ling nodded. "All right, leave this matter to me." He paused for a moment before continuing. "By the way, the He family's battleship," Lu Huaishuang raised her head abruptly. "Don't even think about that warship before you get that person's permission." Although they had wiped out the He family, and the Origin King grade starship was the Lu family's spoils of war, in the end, most of the credit should go to Yang Kai. The Origin King grade starship was imperceptibly branded with the surname Yang. Lu Ling said, "Of course I know. These days, I have also restrained my clansmen from boarding the warship. However, I don't think that person would be interested in a warship. Can you go and ask for his opinion?" Although the Lu family was a tyrant on Chaoyang Star, they only had one Origin King grade starship. If they could obtain another one, their strength would definitely rise to a new level. An Origin King grade starship was the best weapon for attacking cities and seizing territory. If they returned to Chaoyang Star and wanted to deal with the He family's remnants, the deterrence of this warship was indispensable. Lu Huaishuang rubbed her temples as she thought of that person. She remembered how he had molested her when she went down the mountain. She could still clearly recall the touch on her chest, causing her expression to become slightly unnatural. He said he didn't mean it. Have you inquired about the origin of that person?" Lu Ling asked again. Lu Huaishuang shook her head. "I only know he is not from Infinite Stars territory." Lu Ling trembled. "Not from Infinite Stars territory?" Suddenly thinking of something, he whispered, "Could it be?" Lu Huaishuang nodded. "I also suspect he is from that place. No wonder." Lu Ling said thoughtfully, "Even the leader of the Fierce Wind Gang is willing to be his follower. If he's from that place, he's definitely not going to submit to Sheng Yao. Sheng Yao must have noticed it too, right?" Lu Huaishuang smiled softly. "A person like him is one who seeks fortune and avoids disaster. If there are no benefits, how could he be willing to be someone's tail?" Lu Ling said solemnly, "Then our Lu family must establish a good relationship with him. We can't let Sheng Yao gain the upper hand, and it would be best to cater to his interests. I just don't know what this person likes, but what men pursue is mostly wealth and power. Perhaps we can start with that. Our Lu family also brought a few extraordinary women with us this time. I know, let me think about it. Lu Huaishuang nodded. These words were obviously meant to send him away. So Lu Ling said, "Then I'll go out first. Let me know if you have any news." Sitting on the chair, Lu Huaishuang's expression kept changing. She thought for a long time, but still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Finally, she decided to meet that person first. Regardless of whether she could establish a good relationship with him, the most important thing was to get familiar with him. Sheng Yao was on the side, and if Sheng Yao gained the upper hand, the Lu family would have nothing to do with it. This was a great opportunity, and Lu Huaishuang didn't want to miss it. Light footsteps came from the passageway, and Lu Huaishuang's figure slowly appeared. When she reached her room, Lu Huaishuang was shocked. She stared in front of her and growled, "Who is it?" There's actually a woman standing at the door. Her figure was extremely hot, slim and graceful. Her breasts were bulging out of her clothes. She wore a light purple dress that fit her body perfectly. A purple silk belt was tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist. The back of her waist had an obvious curve, and then her buttocks suddenly rose up. It was soul-stirring. Her hair was soft and smooth, draped over her shoulders, and her peach blossom eyes were sparkling and moist, as if they could speak. Even though they were both women, Lu Huaishuang couldn't help feeling a little excited when she saw this woman. This woman was simply a seductress. Of course, if it weren't for the second-order origin king aura she was exuding, it would have been even better. Lu Huaishuang wasn't in the mood to appreciate her beauty at the moment. No matter who it was, if they suddenly found such a strange master on their starship, they would definitely be on guard. A blue light bloomed as Lu Huaishuang pointed her sword at the other party, a cold look on her face. Although this woman's cultivation was lower than hers, this was her own starship, and if they really fought, it wasn't certain who would win. To her surprise, in the face of her open hostility, the woman was actually indifferent. She held a rouge box in one hand and was applying makeup in front of the mirror in the box. Her expression was meticulous. Suddenly, her hands paused, and she said irritably, "I haven't done this in so many years. I'm not used to it. Little Sister Shuang, can you help me put on some eyeshadow?" "Little Sister Shuang?" Lu Huaishuang frowned. "Do we know each other?" She was sure she had never seen this mature and charming woman before, so the way the other party addressed her made her suspicious. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. "We just separated." "How could you not know each other?" "What are you talking about?" Lu Huaishuang was a little impatient, but in the next moment, she stared at her in shock as she thought of a possibility. The woman suddenly changed her voice. "What about now? Are you Sheng Yao?" Unable to believe her eyes, Lu Huaishuang's mouth fell open, as if someone had stuffed two invisible fingers into it. The famous chief of the wild gale in the Wuji Star Zone had turned into a fair-skinned, beautiful woman who looked like a peach blossom. In an instant, Lu Huaishuang felt as if her worldview had been shattered and her thoughts had come to a halt. He. The leader giggled, her chest jiggling as her clothes nearly ripped apart. Lu Huaishuang still couldn't believe it, but at this time, who else could appear here and had a second-order origin king cultivation besides the leader of the fierce wind gang? "How did you—" Lu Huaishuang simply didn't know what to say, her mood at this moment extremely complex. The leader's smile faded, and she revealed a sad expression. "We are all women, and we all stand at a high position. Surely you can understand why, right?" Lu Huaishuang was startled for a moment before slowly understanding. When she took over the Lu family, there were many voices of doubt. It wasn't that her cultivation wasn't high enough. In the entire Lu family, there was no one with a higher cultivation than her. but because she was just a woman. After fighting several tough battles and personally killing countless enemies, she had stabilized the Liu family situation and established her status as the leader of the Liu family. However, her former carefree attitude was gone, and she had to pay attention to her words and actions at all times. It was as if in this world, men always had an advantage over women. Why? All the men in the world were born women, so why should they look down on women? Men and women were all human beings, so why should there be a difference between them? If the Liu family was like this, what about the Fierce Wind Gang, which had committed all kinds of crimes in the territory of Convergent Star? The leader said, if those little brats knew that I was a woman, and such a beautiful woman at that, do you think I would be able to rule them? Just my sworn brothers alone would probably eat me alive. Liu Huaishuang nodded in agreement. Ma Chaochuan and Guming could drink wine, eat meat, and play with women with Shen Yao, but the premise was that Shen Yao had to be a strong man like them. If Shen Yao reverted to being a woman, it was inevitable that Ma Chaochuan and Guming would have some ideas. Inexplicably, Liu Huaishuang felt a sense of empathy towards her. To some extent, the situation of the two was very similar. Both were extremely beautiful women, both of them held high positions, and both of them were bound by various restrictions. Shen Yao is not your name, Liu Huaishuang said. No woman would have such a masculine name. The leader pursed her lips and smiled. It's just a random alias. What should I call you in the future? He Yunxiang. The leader smiled. I am a child of a poor family, so my name is not very pleasant to the ears. Liu Huaishuang nodded lightly, then frowned and said with a strange expression, I heard that you slept with 100 women in a single night. Since she was a woman, how could she do such a thing? However, there was no smoke without fire. Since there was such a rumor, it must have really happened. He Yunxiang covered her mouth and smiled. Sister Shuang, you are very nosy. Her eyes flashed. If you want to know, you can come find me when you have time. Liu Huaishuang's expression immediately turned serious, and she said somewhat unnaturally, no need. She secretly regretted asking her such a question. Her brain must have been flooded with water. Chapter 3088. Why are you standing here? Knowing that this woman was the head of the squall, Liu Huaishuang sheathed her long blue sword and suppressed her hostility. The master is bathing. Why should a woman like me stay inside? Oh, Liu Huaishuang nodded, not daring to knock on the door. She stood aside obediently. There was a moment of silence. He Yunxiang was still drawing. Suddenly, with a face full of anger, she threw the rouge box far away. Then she angrily reached out and grabbed it, a clear and pure water ball condensed in the palm of her hand. She used the water ball to wash away the impurities on her face, revealing her natural appearance. Exhaling, she said, That's it. As if she was going to the execution ground, she put on a resigned posture. Liu Huaishuang said, It's better to be natural. You think so too, right? He Yunxiang suddenly felt that the young lady of the Liu family had become much more amiable. She looked at her carefully, secretly comparing herself to her. Well, they both had their own merits. She couldn't tell who was prettier, but their temperaments were completely different. She just didn't know which one of them the master liked more mature and charming, or more elegant and natural. But in terms of figure, He Yunxiang glanced at Liu Huaishuang's chest, a sense of pride rising in her heart. What are you looking at? Liu Huaishuang obviously felt her gaze, and her expression suddenly became unnatural. She secretly hated her. She didn't know what this woman ate, but how did she grow so big? The door suddenly opened without a sound. The two women looked at each other, their expressions suddenly serious. He Yunxiang reached out to hold her breasts and squeezed them into the middle, making the cleavage even more attractive. Only then did she sway her hips and walk in. Lu Huaishuang was speechless. She looked at herself and saw that there was nothing wrong with her, so she followed in. Master, He Yunxiang walked in front of Yang Kai and bowed respectfully, intentionally or otherwise revealing her breasts. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not looking at her. Obviously, he already knew that she had regained her true appearance, so he wasn't surprised. Master, Lu Huaishuang also bowed, but much more formally, have a seat. I have something to ask the two of you. Yang Kai gestured with his hand and sat down on the main seat. He Yunxiang covered her mouth and laughed. I don't dare to ask for guidance. If Master has any questions, this concubine will tell you everything she knows. Lu Huaishuang looked at her. For the first time, she truly understood what it meant to curry favor with those in power. Master, do you need me to help you comb your hair? He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai's long hair that draped over his shoulders and said, My skill should be okay. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Kai smiled at her. Master, you're too kind. He Yunxiang immediately walked behind him, and a comb appeared in her hand out of thin air. She gently combed Yang Kai's hair, as virtuous as a newly married wife. Lu Huaishuang saw this and suddenly moved her hand. A tea set appeared on the table in front of her. She took out the stored spring water and meticulously began to brew the tea. She could not do what He Yunxiang did, so she could only start with the art of tea. Fortunately, she had been proficient in this art since she was young. She took the tea leaves and brewed them skillfully and elegantly. It was a sight to behold. The room was quickly filled with the alluring aroma of tea. He Yunxiang did not stop what she was doing. She said, Is this the cloudy mountain spirit mist tea? Lu Huaishuang said, First Master has a good eye. He Yunxiang smiled. It's just that this tea is too famous. How could I have such a good eye? Today, thanks to Master, I can taste one of the top 3 teas in the territory. Yang Kai smiled, but did not say anything. Lu Huaishuang could not help but feel discouraged. The Lu family had paid a great price to obtain this tea, and there were less than 3 taels of it. Normally, they would not take it out to drink, but today it did not have the desired effect. However, on second thought, if this master really came from that place, then the top 3 teas in the territory of planet Wuji would not be worthy of his attention. She immediately collected her thoughts and focused on brewing the tea. After a short while, the tea was ready. Lu Huaishuang scooped out a cup and respectfully pushed it in front of Yang Kai. She said, Master, please enjoy. Yang Kai nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the cup and took a sip, savoring the taste in his mouth for a moment before drinking it in one gulp. He said, Not bad. It was indeed good to have such a spirit tea in the territory of planet Wuji. Lu Huaishuang finally smiled after being praised. You sit too. Yang Kai turned to He Yunxiang. Her hair was already combed, but He Yunxiang did not sit immediately. Instead, she stood to the side. Yes, He Yunxiang smiled and sat down. She was natural and unrestrained. After 3 rounds of tea, Yang Kai suddenly said, I have something to ask you. The 2 women put down their teacups at the same time and sat up straight. Is there any connection between planet Wuji's territory and the territory of other planets? The 2 women shook their heads. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, but he still refused to give up and asked, You really don't have any? He believed that these 2 women would not lie to him, but the answer he received disappointed him. Lu Huaishuang said, As far as I know, there is no such thing. He Yunxiang, however, sensed some other information and asked carefully, Master, you want to go to another territory? Yang Kai said, Yes. He Yunxiang said curiously, Then why did Master not go to the territory of planet Wuji's ancestral territory, but come here? Yang Kai looked at her in shock. What is ancestral territory? He Yunxiang blinked. Master, didn't you come from ancestral territory? Never heard of it. Lu Huaishuang also opened her mouth wide. She and He Yunxiang looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. How is this possible? If he didn't come from ancestral territory, how could he have such powerful cultivation and strength? They had always thought that Yang Kai came from ancestral territory, but who would have thought that this conjecture was wrong? The two women were a little confused. If he didn't come from ancestral territory, why would he be rejected by the heavenly way? How could he kill an origin king so easily? May I ask where Master is from? He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still said, Star boundary. Star boundary? The two women were confused again. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. You haven't heard of it. He Yunxiang and Lu Huaishuang shook their heads together. Suddenly, they felt a little funny. The other side knew nothing about what they were talking about. It was quite incongruous. And I think you don't have an entrance to the star boundary on your side. Yang Kai thought of a possibility. Many star territories were completely closed off, and not every cultivator in the territory of a star could enter the star boundary. The territory of Limitless Star was probably such a case. We haven't heard of the star boundary, but people in Limitless Star's territory can enter ancestral territory, Lu Huaishuang explained. What is ancestral territory? Hearing them talk about ancestral territory, Yang Kai was also curious. Ancestral territory is the ancestral territory of all star territories. How could He Yunxiang let go of this opportunity to add points in front of Yang Kai? Before Lu Huaishuang could speak, she took the initiative to explain. The Great Thousand World has thousands of world planes and countless star territory. But Master, have you ever thought about how these star territories were born? I never thought about it. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. With a wave of her hand, the spirit energy in front of her surged, and a wash basin-sized ball suddenly appeared in front of her. She pointed at the ball of spirit energy and said, This is ancestral territory. It is the place where heaven and earth were first born. Yang Kai nodded and signaled for her to continue her explanation. He Yunxiang waved her hand, and some spirit energy suddenly separated from the ball and slowly extended it. As she did so, she explained, No one knows what happened in the ancient flowing time, Great Emperor, but at the beginning of heaven and earth, another plane was born by chance. And this plane is a star territory. As she waved her hand, the spirit energy separated from the ball of spirit energy gradually turned into a fist-sized spirit energy ball and attached itself to the first spirit energy ball. She waved her hand again, and another spirit energy ball appeared, then a second one, a third one in the blink of an eye. Countless spirit energy balls floated in the air. They were of different sizes, and their brightness varied. Some were close to the first spirit energy ball, while others were far away. From time to time, some spirit energy balls would shatter, while others would be born at the same time. But no matter which spirit energy ball it was, none of them could be compared to the first one. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly opened up, and he said in surprise, There is such a wonderful idea. If so, then how was the astral boundary born? What was the astral boundary's position in this wonderful idea? He Yunxiang said, Although many star territories are not connected to each other, any star territory is inextricably linked to the ancestral territory. I heard that some star territories are closely connected to the ancestral territory. When a cultivator in the star territory reaches a certain level of strength, they can go to the ancestral territory to pursue more profound martial arts. Lu Huaishuang added, So we all thought Master came from the ancestral territory. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I have never been there, so I have never heard of the ancestral territory. After a pause, he said, Then what about the limitless territory? Can you go to the ancestral territory? If that was the case, he may have a chance to return to the Hung Luo star field. He only needed to use the ancestral territory as a springboard. According to He Yunxiang, the ancestral territory was inextricably linked to any star territory, including the Hung Luo star field. It is possible. He Yunxiang smiled bitterly, but we don't know where the entrance is. For so many years, no one from the limitless star territory has entered the ancestral territory? Yes, Lu Huaishuang nodded solemnly. Those who could enter the ancestral territory were the top masters, and only those people were qualified to survive in the ancestral territory. Although the two of them were origin kings, they were not the top and did not have any connections. The masters who entered the ancestral territory have never returned, so everyone guessed that it was impossible to return to the star territory from the ancestral territory. Perhaps this was possible, but Yang Kai felt that it was more likely that it was because of the rejection of the heavenly way, or that after experiencing greater strength, those people's eyes were no longer on the lower star territory. Just like himself, if possible, he would not go to the star territory casually. If he had the time, he would rather stay in the star boundary to improve his cultivation. Chapter 3089. Master, you want to go to the ancestral territory? He Yunxiang asked. Yes, do you have any ideas? Yang Kai looked at them expectantly. Lu Huaishuang smiled bitterly. Although the Lu family is not bad on Chaoyang planet, we are nothing in the entire planet territory. I don't know anything about the ancestral territory. He felt a little vexed. If he could help Lu Xian in this matter, the Lu clan would definitely be rewarded greatly. The opportunity was right in front of him, but he couldn't seize it. He Yunxiang rolled her eyes. Although I don't know how to get to the ancestral territory, I think someone should know who. Yang Kai's expression changed. Lu Huaishuang also reacted. She turned to He Yunxiang and asked, Are you referring to the Yen family? He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. 500 years ago, an ancestor of the Yen family left Tai planet and went to the ancestral territory. It was a hot topic then. Although no one knows if the ancestor of the Yen family successfully entered the ancestral territory, the Yen family is the most knowledgeable about it in the Wuji territory. Master, if you want to go to the ancestral territory, it would be best to start with the Yen family. The Yen family. Lu Huaishuang's eyes flashed with fear. They are not to be trifled with. What is the background of the Yen family? Yang Kai asked. Knowing that he was not from the Wuji territory and was not familiar with the distribution of power in the territory, the two ladies explained carefully. In the Wuji star zone, the Yen family was the surname of a family. It was also synonymous with the gathering of experts. Not only did the Yen family possess a cultivation star like the Tai star, but they also possessed 4 or 5 other cultivation stars. None of them were inferior to the rising sun star. The Tai star was much better than the rising sun star. If the cultivation stars were to be categorized, the Chaoyang planet would be considered as the middle level, and Tai planet would be the top level. The Chaoyang planet could not be compared to the Chaoyang planet in terms of spiritual energy and resources. One could imagine how terrifying the Yen family's foundation was after occupying so many cultivation stars. In the territory of Limitless Star, the Yen family could be said to be the overlord of the overlords. They had as many as 4 or 5 third-order origin kings. Among them, the current patriarch of the Yen family, Yen Luo, had the reputation of being the strongest person in the territory of Limitless Star. A galactic pirate gang like the Wild Wind Gang would commit all kinds of crimes such as burning, killing, and looting. However, if they encountered a battleship of the Yen family in the territory of the Star Sector, they would never dare to do anything. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai had some understanding of the Yen family and was satisfied. If that was the case, perhaps he could start from the Yen family and find out the method en route to the ancestral territory. When the two ladies saw how calm Yang Kai was, and how he was not affected by the Yen family's power, they felt that he was even more unfathomable. He Yunxiang was overjoyed in her heart. She felt that giving up her self-esteem and face to hug this thick thigh was really not a bad deal. If she could go to the ancestral territory with him, what harm was there in being willing to attach herself to his leg hair? Her expression changed as she pursed her lips and smiled. What a coincidence! Little Sister Schwam, isn't your destination this time the Tai Star? Yang Kai asked, is it on the ways? Lu Huai Shuang nodded. We are going to the Tai Star to exchange some supplies. If Master doesn't mind, how about we go together? The rising sun star was very far from the Tai Star. Even an Origin King-grade battleship would take a full 3 months to reach there. Naturally, there would be many differences between the two stars. Every 35 years, the Lu family would bring a batch of specialties from the rising sun star and then go to other cultivation stars to exchange for the specialties of those stars. The destination of this trip was the Tai Star. All right. Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. Although he was from the Emperor realm in the territory of a lower star, there were many inconveniences. He always felt that his strength was suppressed in his body and could not be used. Even the slightest use of his strength would cause the heavenly way to reject him. Since it was on the way, he was naturally happy to hitch a ride. After confirming the destination, Yang Kai asked about some things in the territory of the infinite star. The two ladies naturally explained to him enthusiastically. He Yunxiang's intention to join him was obvious and did not hide it at all. 2 hours later, Yang Kai said he was tired. Lu Huai Shuang got up and said goodbye. Before leaving, she hesitantly asked Yang Kai how to deal with the He family's Origin King grade battleship. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's yours. How could he put an Origin King grade battleship in his eyes? He Yunxiang's brow rose as she couldn't help feeling that this sir was truly generous, gifting her an Origin King grade starship. However, thinking about it carefully, standing at such a height, Yang Kai's view of things was completely different from hers. What she saw as a treasure was probably nothing more than a pile of garbage in front of him. Lu Huai Shuang thanked Yang Kai profusely and said that she would exchange crystal stones of equal value for the battleship, but after being refused by Yang Kai, she left. It was not that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but the crystal stones in the territory of this lower star were of no use to him. He still had piles of high-rank source crystals in his space ring, and if he took out any one of them, it would likely lead to a bloodbath in this star's territory. Lu Huai Shuang said goodbye and left, but before leaving, she glanced at He Yunxiang meaningfully. The latter pretended not to see and shamelessly stayed behind. After the door closed, a single man and woman were left alone. Does Master have any other instructions? If you need anything, just call this mistress. The room was not hot, but He Yunxiang's cheeks were rosy. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery, and when she spoke, she pursed her red lips. If other men saw this, they would probably be captivated by her beauty in an instant and would be infatuated with her soul. The meaning behind her words was clear as day. Facing the young man in front of her, she could only rely on her own beauty, and coincidentally, she was very confident in her looks. Yang Kai was a man, and a young and vigorous one at that. In such an environment, with such a beautiful woman, it was natural for him to be tempted by such a suggestion, but after cultivating for so long, he did not lack self-control. After so many years of wandering, his horizons had been broadened, and he had seen all kinds of beauties. So how could he be tempted by a trivial He Yunxiang? Looking at her, he smiled and asked, "Is it worth it?" "What? You haven't lost your primordialine, so you're still a virgin, right?" He Yunxiang's face turned red. if her blushing cheeks were a little bit intentional. Then, at this moment, she really revealed her true feelings. She lowered her head and bit her red lips. When she looked up again, she said firmly, "As long as Master can take me to a higher level of martial arts, it's worth it." Yang Kai shook his head. "I won't make a deal with this kind of thing." Since the topic had been pointed out, He Yunxiang did not hide it and said leisurely, "In a woman's life, she has to find a man she can entrust her life to." Looking at the whole territory of Wuji Star, "The one who can enter my eyes has not been born yet." The young man's figure was reflected in her watery eyes. Not only had he entered her eyes, but she could not pull them away. It was not love at first sight, but she knew that if she really wanted to find a man to entrust her life to, then this person in front of her was the best choice. The opportunity was in front of her, and if she did not seize it, it would soon slip through her fingers. She did not want to think about the past when her life was about to end, and regret her hesitation today. "You're so sure that I can give you a wider world?" He Yunxiang brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. "Although I don't know what kind of power Master has, a woman's sixth sense will not be wrong. You're too confident. I'm going to the Yen family this time." "I know." He Yunxiang looked at him curiously, not knowing why he brought this up. "I'm going to the Yen family to find out how to enter the ancestral territory. What do you think the Yen family will do to me?" He Yunxiang was stunned. She had not thought about this before, but thinking about Yang Kai's question, she immediately thought of many things. The way to enter the ancestral territory had always been a secret. Although there were many rumors in the territory of Wuji Star that many experts from different eras had successfully entered the ancestral territory, no one knew where and how they entered. This method had always been in the hands of the most powerful forces. Since it was a secret, naturally, they would not be willing to disclose it to outsiders. Yang Kai's journey would definitely not be smooth. There was a high chance that he would have some conflict with the Yen family. Tai E Star was the headquarters of the Yen family. It was the place where the entire upper echelon of the Yen family gathered. Anyone who had a conflict with the Yen family, there would suffer losses. This young man in front of her was extremely powerful. Even if he could not defeat him, it would not be a problem for him to escape unscathed. However, she was just a second-order origin king. If she was too close to him, how could she not be targeted by the Yen family? At that time, she would not be able to escape. She was also a meticulous person. Thinking about it, she understood a lot of things. The determination on her face disappeared and was replaced by hesitation. Previously, she felt that it would be good to rely on a big tree like Yang Kai. But now, it seemed that her thinking was too simple. "You can leave." Yang Kai waved his hand. He Yunxiang did not move. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and knelt on one knee like she did when they first met. She said in a deep voice, "Master, please allow me to follow you and serve you faithfully." Yang Kai said curiously, "I thought I made it clear to you." The trace of hesitation on her face just now was real. Why did she change her mind in the blink of an eye? Was it because a woman's heart changed too quickly? Or was it because he was too straightforward? He Yunxiang lowered her head. Her chest was wide open, but she didn't do it on purpose. It was just that this posture would inevitably expose her body. She said firmly, "In life, there will always be opportunities, but those that can be grasped are called opportunities. It is also possible to grasp a fatal poison needle. Master must have gambled many times in his life. Then, this mistress begs Master to give me a chance to gamble. You will regret it. The path is chosen by oneself. Once you have made a decision, you will not regret it." Yang Kai stared at her deeply. He Yunxiang did not move. Just as she said in the martial Tao, any decision made in front of one opportunity after another was a gamble. Some people gambled and rose to the sky in a single bound. Some gambled and lost and fell into the abyss. She was also a gambler. If she did not dare to gamble, how could she cultivate? Although she was a woman, she had been mixed in with a group of rough men all year round. She lacked the hesitation of a woman and had the decisiveness of a man. She wanted to gamble. She wanted to take advantage of the situation and soar to the sky. Chapter 3090. If Master questions my loyalty. This mistress is willing to offer up her soul brand and become your slave without complaint. Yang Kai chuckled, not out of mockery, but out of admiration for this woman's courage and boldness. The first master of the Fierce Wind tribe really had some ability. If she was just a pretty vase, she would have been eaten up by others long ago. Since she was not a vase, perhaps she could be of use. He was completely unfamiliar with the territory of Limitless Star, so if he had a native to guide him, it should save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, he was now in the territory of this lower star plane with his extremely high cultivation. Although he had the ability to turn the world upside down, he did not dare to use it at will, lest he be rejected by the heavenly way again. Having a lackey was not a bad thing. In particular, this lackey was very pleasing to the eye. It was much better than having a man following him around. Hearing him laugh, He Yunxiang looked up at him, her delicate and beautiful face full of expectation. There is no need for you to become my slave, and I don't need your soul brand either. Master, He Yunxiang was a little anxious. She had already said so much. Could it be that he still could not be moved? Did she really have to take the initiative to take off her clothes and serve him? Although she was mentally prepared to give herself to him, she still could not do such a thing. Since you want to follow me, you need to prove your worth. If you want to work for me, your cultivation is still a bit low. He Yunxiang was startled, but immediately her beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Master, you mean, did he agree? This should be a yes, right? She had never been so worried about personal gains and losses as she was now. A beautiful picture seemed to be slowly unfolding in front of her, showing her a new world. Then, let's raise your cultivation first, He Yunxiang said excitedly. Yes, this mistress will cultivate now. I will definitely live up to Master's expectations. Although she said so, with her current strength, how difficult would it be to break through to the next realm? She had been stuck in the second-order Origin King realm for hundreds of years, and if there was a chance for her to break through, she would have done so long ago. How could ordinary meditation achieve that? However, since Yang Kai said that her cultivation was not high enough, she naturally had to hurry up and cultivate. Regardless of whether she could break through or not, she had to show this attitude. Open your mouth, Yang Kai shouted. He Yunxiang was stunned for a moment, but she immediately opened her mouth. Before she could react, she felt something enter her mouth and slide down her throat to her lower abdomen. She couldn't even taste it. In the next moment, He Yunxiang's expression changed greatly because she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her lower abdomen. It was as if there was a flame burning inside, wanting to burn her from the inside out. What is this? Was it a medicinal pill? What kind of pill could have such a terrifying effect? She knew that Yang Kai must have given her some incredible pills, so she couldn't care less about her shock and horror. Quickly changing her posture, she sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and formed a few seals with her hands, circulating her secret art. Yang Kai sat to the side and ignored her, picking up the spirit tea on the table and taking a sip. Inside the room, a strong wind was blowing, and all kinds of decorations were rustling in the wind. The water in the bathing pool was rippling, overflowing the pool. Uncontrollable bursts of energy raged in the room, turning it into a mess, as if a peerless master had fought a life or death battle here. Yang Kai sat motionless, not bothering to resist these bursts of energy, allowing them to strike his body. He Yunxiang's face flushed red as she moaned with difficulty. Her whole body was soaked in sweat. and her clothes stuck to her skin, outlining her seductive figure. The aura of a second-order origin king rose steadily and soon reached its peak. It didn't take long, only a cup of tea's time. Her aura, which had been maintained at a certain level, suddenly soared to a new height. At the same time, an invisible aura, with He Yunxiang as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions, stirring up the already messy room even more. Fortunately, this room was Lu Huaishuang's boudoir and was protected by various powerful spirit arrays. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of the Lu family. A long moan rang out as He Yunxiang's whole face flushed red, as if she had applied a layer of rouge. Her tender body tensed up as her inner thighs trembled, slightly opening her eyes. A blurred light flashed, as if she had climbed to the top of the clouds. Her entire body stiffened for a long time before she suddenly gasped for air. Her towering breasts rose and fell violently, swinging in a soul-stirring arc. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. He was just about to break through, but now she was in such a state, he simply didn't know what to say about her. Drenched in sweat, He Yunxiang finally regained her strength and inexplicably felt her body become lighter, as if she had thrown away some kind of burden. Her mind was clear, and her body was light. Third Order Origin King Realm. She had just casually broken through to the Third Order Origin King Realm. She almost thought that she was dreaming, but when she turned her head and looked to the side, she saw a pair of eyes full of ridicule. Only then did she realize that this was real. She was also a Third Order Origin King, standing at the top of the food chain in Star Territory. The bottleneck that had been stuck in front of her for hundreds of years had suddenly been broken before she even knew what had happened. What kind of spirit pill was that? It actually had such a miraculous effect. Looking at Yang Kai, her eyes were filled with gratitude and respect. Regardless of whether she would encounter any dangers by his side in the future, or whether she would perish, just the reward at this moment showed that she had made the right choice. If she hadn't insisted on following him, how could such a good thing have fallen into her lap? If she had really cultivated on her own, she didn't know if she would have had any hope of breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm in this lifetime. The man in front of her could use a single spirit pill to push her cultivation to the Third Order, so it was not impossible for him to take her to even higher heights. Standing up, He Yunxiang was about to thank him when a foul smell suddenly poured into her nostrils. Frowning, He Yunxiang examined herself and suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. The surface of his body was sticky, and his exposed arms were covered with a layer of black mud-like substance. It was as if he had just rolled out of a quagmire. After this embarrassment, she was shocked. She naturally knew what was going on because she had encountered it before and had seen many others experience it. This was something that would only happen when one had just started cultivating, and their strength was not high enough. Marrow cleansing and meridians rebirth, the black mud covering the surface of her body, was obviously the impurities that had been discharged from her body. She was just a second-order origin king, but when she broke through to the Third Order, her marrow and meridians had been cleansed and reborn. This surprise was far greater than the joy of her breakthrough. Breaking through was just a simple increase in strength, but this marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing had fundamentally improved one's cultivation aptitude. She found that she had greatly underestimated the effects of that unknown spirit pill. No wonder she felt her body become lighter, her physique becoming purer. How could she not feel light? Full of surprise, she felt that there was no one in this world who was luckier than her. "Master, please forgive my rudeness," He Yunxiang said. Then, with a sway of her delicate body, she fell into the bathtub at the side. While she was in midair, her clothes had already been quickly taken off, revealing her curvaceous figure. But when she fell into the water, she was as light as a feather, without the slightest splash. After submerging in the water for a moment, she suddenly jumped out. The filth on her body had already disappeared, and her skin was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. The clear water of the bathtub flowed down her cheeks, as if it was the most exquisite porcelain in the world. As it passed over her plump breasts, it suddenly slowed down, then sped up again as it reached its peak, passing over her flat belly. Yunxiang reached out to wipe the water off her face, then climbed to the side of the bathtub. She crossed her arms and rested her chin on them as she looked up at Yang Kai. She did not hide anything. Although she was a little embarrassed, she was still natural and unrestrained. Since she had already submitted to this master, she believed that she would be eaten up sooner or later, so what was the harm in taking a look? Moreover, after what happened just now, she actually hoped that she would be eaten up sooner. If she could become his woman, would he not treat her well? She had a request, but she definitely did not have any evil intentions or tricks. Yang Kai did not avoid it. Why should he reject an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep? He was a man, so why should he be afraid of her? He walked slowly to the side of the bathtub and sat down, then said, "Tell me about your cultivation method." Yunxiang's expression changed as she vaguely realized something. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and explained the essence of her cultivation method in detail. Her cultivation method was quite good even in the territory of the Infinite Star. Even if it was not the best, it was still a first-class secret art. However, others may covet her secret art, but how could this person in front of her have it? She explained in detail while Yang Kai listened attentively, interjecting from time to ask a few questions. Then Yang Kai asked her to take out her artifact to have a look, already having a plan in mind. Half an hour later, Yunxiang dressed up neatly and stood in front of Yang Kai again. After undergoing marrow cleansing and vein cleansing, she seemed to be much more beautiful than before. Standing there, she was an extremely attractive scenery. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. The charming atmosphere just now had not been able to arouse this man. However, the more this kind of man was, the more worthy it was to entrust him to her, right? She felt more and more that she had made the right bet this time. My generation pursues the martial Tao tirelessly, so it is inevitable that there will be fights. When encountering an enemy, the strength of one's cultivation will determine victory or defeat, but artifacts and secret arts are also indispensable. Although your secret art is good, it is still slightly inferior. Here is a set of secret arts that should suit you. Take it and study it. Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to her. Yunxiang suppressed the excitement in her heart and bowed deeply. "Many thanks for Master's reward. This artifact is also for you. Refine it carefully. There may be a place on Tai E Star where you will need to contribute." Another ribbon-like artifact was handed to Yunxiang. This ribbon was 7-colored, brilliant, and beautiful. Yunxiang fell in love with it at first sight. She had always disguised herself as a man, so all the artifacts she used were in the style of men. She had never used a feminine artifact before, so this ribbon undoubtedly satisfied one of her long-standing expectations. Chapter 3091. Yunxiang didn't have the time to investigate the secret art for the time being, but she believed that since it came from this master in front of her, it wouldn't be bad. At the very least, it would be better than what she had cultivated before. However, the quality of the ribbon artifact in front of him was clear at a glance. She reached out and stroked the ribbon, feeling the aura fluctuations coming from it. A look of excitement appeared on her face as she said with infinite fascination, "Master is really above the Origin King realm." Although the cultivator in the lower star territory was certain that there was a higher realm above the Origin King realm, they didn't know what kind of mysteries this realm held, or what kind of height it was. They didn't even know the name of this realm. Above the Origin King realm was what they called this realm. The ribbon artifact in her hand was definitely above the Origin King grade. Someone who could give away such an artifact must be above the Origin King realm. It's called the Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Tao Source Realm. Yunxiang looked up at him excitedly. This was the first time she knew the name of the realm above the Origin King realm. It was as if a new door had opened in front of her, showing her a whole new world. Only after you convert all the Saint Qi in your body into Source Qi will you be qualified to break through to the Tao Source Realm. Work hard, there is still a long way to go. What you need to do for now is to stabilize your cultivation. Yunxiang suppressed the excitement and yearning in her heart and said respectfully, "Yes, go. Inform me when we are close to Tai Star. Don't disturb me at other times." Yunxiang bowed and left, holding the ribbon in front of her chest, as if she was holding the most important thing in her life. Outside the door, she didn't look for a secret room to enter seclusion, but sat cross-legged at the door, assuming the posture of a guard. Not long after, Lu Huaishuang came to find her. She had gone to deal with the He family's starship before, so she sent some of the Lu family's people to take the He family's starship back to Yangyang Star. The He family's patriarch was dead, and hundreds of elites were killed. This news had to be sent back as soon as possible, so that the Lu family could prepare. This way, when she returned to Yangyang Star again, she could directly attack the He family. She believed that the He family would not be able to stir up any more waves. Once again, she saw Yunxiang outside the room. Lu Huaishuang casually glanced at her, then stared at her in a daze. They had only been apart for less than 2 hours, but she felt that the leader of the fierce wind gang had changed a lot. She seemed to have become more charming and enchanting. As a woman, she couldn't help but feel a little moved when she saw her. Immediately afterwards, he was taken aback. How did you reach the Third Order Origin King realms? Having just broken through, Yunxiang could not conceal her aura at all, so her Third Order Origin King cultivation was clearly visible. 2 hours ago, she was just a second-order cultivator. Yunxiang smiled without saying anything. It wasn't that she didn't want to reveal her secrets, but Yang Kai's methods were indeed unimaginable. She couldn't guarantee that Lu Huaishuang wouldn't have any devious thoughts after hearing about it. If this woman also wanted to rely on the master, wouldn't she have another competitor in the future? How could the leader of the fierce wind gang do something that would only bring trouble to himself? But even if she didn't say it, how could Lu Huaishuang not guess? Shocked, she asked, "It's him?" Yunxiang smiled and said, "Master is in retreat, so I also need to meditate. If little sister has nothing else to do, please go back. Master said to inform me when we arrive at Tai Star." Lu Huaishuang's expression fluctuated for a while before she gently nodded. "I know. Congratulations." Seeing Yunxiang again, the huge changes in her body gave her an unimaginable shock. Was relying on a master really such a huge benefit? Then what was the point of her perseverance all these years? The burden of the Lu family was too heavy, and the pressure on her shoulders made it difficult to breathe. Should she also find a master to rely on? The person in the room was the best choice. If he could accept Yunxiang, it didn't mean he couldn't accept her. In terms of appearance, Lu Huaishuang was confident that she wouldn't lose out to anyone. This was a natural advantage of women. No, others walked the path of others, but one's own path was one's own. Vines could only climb higher by attaching themselves to trees, and saplings could also grow into towering trees when exposed to sunlight and rain. Some kind of shackle that had troubled her for many years loosened slightly, causing a subtle change in her aura. Her sparkling eyes became firm, and she put down something deep in her heart. Smiling slightly, she said, "I know, I'll come and inform you when the time comes. We are not on the same path. You have your way of survival, and I have my way of becoming stronger. The path of the sun may not be easy, but it will lead to the same destination. When we meet again in the future, I hope you won't be surprised. The black warship started moving again, its speed increasing from slow to fast, gradually leaving the range of the Death Star and heading towards the endless territory of the Death Star. After so many years, Yang Kai slowed down for the first time. On the path of martial arts, he had always been running hard, not daring to slack off in the slightest. What spurred him on was threats from all sides and his own desire for power. Suddenly coming to a stop, he found that the path of life was not limited to the one under his feet, and the scenery around him was also very extraordinary. Hiding in the side room, from time to time, he would enter the small sealed world to chat with Lu Yan's embodiment and the others, or boil a pot of tea in his room and read an ancient book for several days, leisurely and carefree. The path of cultivation had its limits. Excellent archers would lower the string of their bows when they were not using them to ensure the longevity of their bows. There was beauty in a book, and there was a house of gold in a book. These were just poor scholars' self-hypnosis and self-comforting, but it was undeniable that reading books could really elevate a person's spirit. He suddenly put down the ancient book in his hand, thought seriously for a long time, and suddenly realized, so it was because I was in too much of a hurry. His cultivation had always maintained an extremely amazing speed, and his repeated breakthroughs were enough to break the imagination of ordinary people, but since reaching the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, he had been stuck at this level, unable to break through. He used to think that it was because his opportunity had not come yet, so he could not break through. But now he understood that the so-called opportunity had not come yet, and it was just a problem with his mentality. All this time, he had been too impatient, eager to break through to the First-Order Emperor realm and explore the mysteries of the Second-Order Emperor realm. Haste was no speed. His overly impatient mentality had created an extra barrier and shackle at the peak of the First-Order Emperor realm. Even though he had some insights before and intended to let nature take its course in the environment of the star boundary, intentionally or unintentionally, he still wanted to increase his strength, so how could he let nature take its course? Naturally, he could not break through, but after coming here, not only did he not dare to use his strength at will, but he also sealed most of his cultivation and could not cultivate. With his mind open, he suddenly realized where the problem was. This situation was somewhat similar to the darkness under the light. The problem had always been in front of him, but he did not notice it because his eyes had not been paying attention to the ground beneath his feet. After this trip, whether he could return to the hung Luo star field or not, with this enlightenment, it was worth the trip. He believed that when he returned to the star boundary, there might be a different surprise. He continued to pick up the book and read it seriously, leisurely like an old man in his later years. Asterisk do. Asterisk, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yang Kai did not even raise his head. He Yunxiang pushed the door open and entered. A delicate fragrance seemed to roll up, making the entire room fragrant and charming. Master, we're almost at Tai Star. She remembered Yang Kai's previous instructions. When Lu Huai Shuang sent someone to inform her, she immediately reported the news to Yang Kai. And Yang Kai responded casually, his eyes still fixed on the ancient book in his hand. What kind of secret book is this? Yunxiang couldn't help but be a little curious. The lord in front of her was able to casually take out an extremely profound cultivation method and give it to her. It could be seen that he had a deep foundation. How could something that could make him look at with such interest be lacking? It was not good to peek at others, especially when peeking at such a strong master. It was very likely that it would provoke him. If that was the case, then all her previous efforts would be in vain. But a woman's curiosity was like this. The more she suppressed it, the more it would rebound. Yunxiang could still keep her head down at first because the master did not guard against her, but that did not mean that she could casually investigate his secrets. But after waiting for a while, She really could not hold back and looked up at the ancient book. 3 big words appeared in front of her eyes, and He Yunxiang could not help but twitch. Qingshanji, what kind of bullshit ancient book was this? Asterisk pa. Asterisk Yang Kai closed the Qingshanji, then stood up and swept past He Yunxiang in a few steps. He called out, "Let's go." He Yunxiang followed behind him step by step. Only by hiding your aura can you be considered stable. You still need to work hard. A voice came from the front. He Yunxiang nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said meekly, "What Master said is right. The time was too short. Only half a month had passed, and it was indeed not enough time for her to stabilize her realm. Although it was better now than it was half a month ago, the aura of a third-order origin king was still very obvious. Anyone with a little bit of insight would be able to see it. How is the refinement of that artifact going? Although there is some progress, I can't use it freely yet. That ribbon was a Dao source-grade low-rank artifact. Yang Kai did not know where he had obtained it. Too many cultivators had died at his hands over the years. So naturally, their belongings had become Yang Kai's spoils of war. With He Yunxiang's newly promoted third-order origin king cultivation, refining a Dao source-grade artifact was a little difficult, even if it was a low-rank one. What about the secret art? Reading it, if there is anything you do not understand, just ask me. Thank you, Master. There are indeed many things that are difficult to understand. He Yunxiang did not refuse. If she wanted to follow Yang Kai, she had to ensure that she was useful, and this value depended on her strength. Chapter 3092. Lady Lu, I will take my leave now. The starship docked in the Star field about half a day's journey away from Tai Star. The hatch opened, and Yang Kai cupped his fists to Lu Huaishuang. Master, I wish you a safe journey. Farewell, Master. Lu Huaishuang bowed gracefully, and the group of Lu family elites behind her also cupped their fists to see him off. They didn't ask him to stay, nor did they say goodbye. Lu Huaishuang knew that Yang Kai chose to part ways with her here because he didn't want to implicate the Lu family. Tai Star was the Yen family's headquarters, and its forces were deeply entrenched on Tai Star. Yang Kai's departure would definitely result in some kind of conflict with the Yen family. If they investigated, they would definitely find out that he had come with the Lu family, which would inevitably implicate the Lu family. Yang Kai knew this, and so did Lu Huaishuang. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If it weren't for her family, she would have been very happy to send Yang Kai off. However, with such a big family behind her, Lu Huaishuang had to consider many things. She felt a little grateful in her heart. This master was very thoughtful and considerate. If he had insisted on traveling with the Lu family, Lu Huaishuang definitely wouldn't have been able to refuse. However, he chose to disembark from the starship some distance away from Tai Star, cutting off all ties with the Lu family. After this farewell, she didn't know if she would have a chance to see him again in the future. She hoped that they would meet again, and at that time, she would stand in front of him with a stronger cultivation. Yang Kai turned his head and motioned to He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang immediately summoned her star shuttle and stood side by side with Yang Kai before turning into a stream of light and rushing towards Tai Star territory. Star shuttles were a very common flight-type artifact in Tai Star territory. Yang Kai also had one when he was in Hung Luo Starfield, but it was replaced after entering the star boundary. He Yunxiang's star shuttle was an Origin King grade artifact, so its speed wasn't slow, but it still took almost 14 hours to reach the periphery of Tai Star. The gigantic azure sphere was like an eye within the territory of Wu Zhen Star, emitting a mesmerizing radiance. There was a layer of misty aura surrounding the sphere, as if it was shrouded in a layer of fog. However, Yang Kai knew that it was the spiritual energy of Tai's star. Sure enough, it was the headquarters of the Yen family. This Tai star was one of the best cultivation stars Yang Kai had ever seen. Looking at the entire Hung Luo star field, perhaps only Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Watermoon Star, could compare to it. Master, are we going directly to the Yen families? He Yunxiang asked while controlling her star shuttle. Yang Kai stood behind her. He obviously did not use any strength, but his body was as steady as a mountain. No matter how fast He Yunxiang moved, he did not waver at all. It was as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Let's go straight for the enemy. Okay. He Yunxiang nodded. The strong confidence in Yang Kai's words had infected her. An Origin King was enough to dominate the entire star territory. Why would they be afraid of a mere Yen family? If the Yen family was tactful, they would cooperate and hand over the method to enter the ancestral territory. However, if they were not, He Yunxiang could already imagine what kind of blow this overlord of Wu Ji Star's territory would face, although they had not been together for a long time, and she did not even know Yang Kai's specific character. He Yunxiang could feel that the master she had sought refuge with was relatively easy to talk to. He was not the kind of person who liked to bully the weak. This was the demeanor of a strong person. Those who liked to crush others with their strength and force others to submit were usually not confident in themselves. The best way to communicate with a person like the master was to be honest. Who knows, she might even be able to get something in return. Hopefully, the Yen family was tactful. He Yunxiang had been to Tai Star several times. After all, it was the best cultivation star in the entire star territory. Although she was the leader of Gale Force and was notorious for being beaten, no one knew her true appearance. As long as she returned to her original appearance, she would be able to enter Tai Star safely. Therefore, she was very familiar with the route this time. She flew around Tai Star in the opposite direction for a while before heading downwards. After dashing through the clouds, the scenery on the ground immediately came into view. The location seems to be a little off. He Yunxiang observed the surroundings and felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. After flying in the sky for another 4 hours, a huge city finally came into view. That's the foundation of the Yen family. When they arrived in front of the city, they landed and walked forward. Any city of a certain scale would not allow cultivator to fly in. This was because it was inconvenient to manage. Only a few special people had the right to do so. Yang Kai was used to this, so he did not think much of it. The city walls were towering, at least 300 feet tall. The city gate below was wide open. A ferocious and terrifying head hung above the city gate like a ferocious ghost. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light, and its huge mouth was the entrance to the city gate. The cultivator that entered the city was swallowed into the stomach of this ferocious ghost and disappeared without a trace. Every time a cultivator passed by, the ferocious ghost's scarlet eyes would flicker as if it was investigating something. There were many cultivator queues in front of the gate waiting to enter the city. He Yunxiang asked for Yang Kai's opinion and waited at the back of the queue with him. After a cup of tea, they entered the city gate. Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of energy sweeping across his body. It was similar to the scanning of divine sense, but completely different. He immediately understood that this energy was the secret skill of the ferocious ghost statue's eyes. It did not have any ill intentions. It was just a record. At this time, it was already late at night, but the entire city was bubbling with excitement, as if it was a living creature. Thousands of lights were lit up in the city, and even the narrowest alley was illuminated by the light in all directions. There was an endless stream of cultivator passing by, shoulder to shoulder. The streets were all over the place and crisscrossed with shops on both sides. It was extremely prosperous. The shops were of different shapes and sizes. Some of them were filled with the atmosphere of a foreign territory. It was too much for the eyes to take in. There were also tall buildings that were dozens of stories high. They were like pillars that supported the sky in this bustling city. In the center of the city, there was a pair of peaks that towered into the clouds. The left and right sides were extremely symmetrical, as if they were carved out from a template. Yang Kai raised his head and saw that from top to bottom of the twin peaks there were many terrace buildings. The lights on that side were especially bright. There were also groups of palaces which were grand and extraordinary. That is where the Yen family lives. Other than those who were sent out, most of the Yen family's experts live there. He Yunxiang pointed at the twin peaks and explained. Then she asked, "Master, are we going now, or I'm just asking for directions?" "Let's go now," Yang Kai said. "My lord, please follow me," He Yunxiang said as she led the way. The two went straight to the twin peaks. Although the city was big, He Yunxiang was a third-order origin king. Her speed was naturally not slow. Although Yang Kai did not use any strength, he was still able to move like the wind. After an hour, they arrived at the twin peaks. "Outsiders, please stop. This is the residence of the Yen family." There was a guard at the foot of the peak. The guard's cultivation was not bad. He was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, only one step away from the origin king realm. Such a cultivation would be considered a master in the star territory, but in the Yen family's headquarters, he was only a gatekeeper. It was clear how strong the Yen family's heritage was. Although his words were polite, his demeanor was extremely arrogant as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, revealing a trace of disdain. He did not feel any power fluctuations from Yang Kai and thought that he was just an ordinary person. However, He Yunxiang's third-order origin king aura startled him. Although he could not judge He Yunxiang's true cultivation, he knew that she was an origin king. Coupled with He Yunxiang's extraordinary appearance and mature demeanor, Yang Kai immediately became interested. It was rare to see an origin king realm master with such stunning beauty. In the outside world, a cultivator like him would never dare to look at an origin king at will. But where was this place? This was the Yen family, and he was also a member of the Yen family. So, even if his cultivation was inferior, his eyes wandered over He Yunxiang's beautiful body for a while. He couldn't help sighing in admiration in his heart. If he could have sex with this woman, even if he died, it would be worth it. There were also several Yen family guards nearby. At this moment, they all cast their eyes over and were amazed. He Yunxiang's face sank. She was now a third-order origin king, standing at the peak of the star territory. So, what if he was a member of the Yen family? The weak should show respect to the strong. If she had come alone, she would probably have to endure this matter. But now, she was branded as a member of the Yang Kai. Every move she made represented the face of the Yang Kai. How could she allow a few servants to act so presumptuously? The aura of a third-order origin king burst out, causing the Yen family disciple who had been sizing her up to turn pale. He stumbled back a dozen steps and almost fell on his butt. He clutched his chest with a look of lingering fear on his face. At that moment, he felt like he was going to die. This was the pressure of an origin king, and it was not an ordinary origin king. It was at least a second-order origin king. His face changed. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Even if he was a disciple of the Yen family, the other party's cultivation was not ordinary. The Yen family would not offend an origin king for such a trivial matter. Putting away his arrogance, he cupped his fists with a dignified face. "May I ask for madam's name? Why are you here?" He was completely different from his previous arrogant self. He Yunxiang said, requesting an audience with the patriarch of the Yen family. "I hope you can inform him on my behalf." Requesting an audience with the patriarch? The man was taken aback. He shook his head. I'm afraid this matter is a little difficult. The patriarch of the Yen family was the true overlord of the Star Territory. How could he be met by just anyone? The woman in front of him was indeed an Origin King, but the Origin King realm was also divided into levels. I only request an audience with the patriarch of the Yen family. Please make it convenient. The man shook his head again. It's not inconvenient. It's just... After a pause, he asked, Does Madam know the patriarch? If she was an old acquaintance, then there would be no problem. He would be happy to inform the patriarch. Maybe this charming woman was the patriarch's old lover outside. I've heard a lot about you, but I've never had the honor of meeting you. Come on, help me. As He Yunxiang spoke, a space ring had already been silently flicked over. Chapter 3093. Money could make the devil turn millstones. This was a principle that could work anywhere. As the Wild Wind tribe's great mistress, He Yunxiang naturally had a lot of wealth on her. The guard took the space ring and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately raised his brow. Sigh. Since Madam is so persistent, I will go up and pass on the message. As for whether he will see you or not, He Yunxiang smiled. Just pass on the message. There was no reason to make things difficult for a servant. The man turned around and left, rushing up the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Madam, please take a seat. Perhaps knowing that they had a share of the good things in that space ring, the remaining guards' attitude towards He Yunxiang was much better. One of them even took out a chair and placed it in front of her. He Yunxiang thanked them for their kindness, but shook her head and refused with a smile. How could she dare to sit in front of Yang Kai? Not long after, the guard who went up the mountain hurried down and came to He Yunxiang. Madam, the patriarch is in retreat. I'm afraid he will disappoint you. Changing the topic, he smiled and said, However, the second elder on duty is willing to see you. Second elder? Elder Yen Qing? He Yunxiang was clearly familiar with the few elders of the Yen family. Yes, although He Yunxiang's visit was a bit presumptuous, she was still an Origin King, and definitely a second-order Origin King at that. What's more, she was a stunning beauty, so Yen Qing couldn't refuse after hearing her report, and decided to meet her out of curiosity. The Yen family was able to dominate a few cultivation stars, not only because of the strength of their own family, but also because they had recruited many experts from other families. If he could take this beautiful lady under his wing, he would be able to add another capable general to the Yen family. Please come with me. The guard gestured with his hand. He Yunxiang nodded and thanked him. Since things had come to this point, she couldn't force anything. She would make a decision after seeing Yen Qing. The guard couldn't help but frown when he saw Yang Kai step forward. The Yen family's twin peaks weren't a place that just anyone could go up. Although this young man came with the beautiful woman, he looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. He definitely wasn't qualified to go up the twin peaks. He came with me. Please make an exception. He Yunxiang smiled gently. The guard frowned and did not continue to make things difficult for him. He nodded and led the way. The so-called rules were dead, but people were alive. Since he had received benefits, it would not be good for him to get entangled in such a small matter. The three of them meandered up the mountain. There were also many cultivators coming and going on the mountain. Each of them had a high level of cultivation. Many men couldn't help but take a few more glances at He Yunxiang when they saw her. He Yunxiang seemed to be very unaccustomed to this kind of gaze. Along the way, her eyebrows were knitted together, and there was an indescribable anger in her chest that had nowhere to vent. She used to dress up as a man, killing people and setting fires. When had she ever been surrounded like this? Fortunately, the further up they went, the fewer pedestrians there were. After a cup of tea's time, they arrived in front of a large hall. The guard said, "Madam, please enter." Second elder is waiting for you inside." As he spoke, he glanced over at Yang Kai with some shock. He was a third-order origin returning realm master, while his wife was an origin king, so the speed of the two of them was naturally not slow. He had not expected this young man to be able to keep up with them. From beginning to end, there was no trace of him using any strength. What the hell? He Yunxiang thanked him again, and then strode into the inner area. The hall was magnificent and richly ornamented. An old man was sitting in a corner of the hall, holding a cup of fragrant tea in his hand and savoring it. Seeing someone enter, he raised his eyes and couldn't help but light up. What a charming woman! After noticing He Yunxiang's aura, he couldn't help but be surprised. She's actually a third-order origin king. Just now, the family guard came to report that a beautiful woman had come to see the patriarch. Her cultivation was good, at least a second-order origin king. However, the guard's eyesight wasn't high, and he couldn't see that she was a third-order origin king. Slowly getting up, he greeted her with a smile. A second-order origin king wasn't qualified for him to do so, but a third-order origin king was. He was just a third-order origin king. He Yunxiang stepped forward and bowed. "This mistress greets elder Yan Qing." Yan Qing returned the courtesy and smiled kindly. "Madam is too polite. May I ask how I should address madam?" He Yunxiang reported her name. Yan Qing's expression remained unchanged, but a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. He Yunxiang wasn't one of the famous masters in his mind, especially since the other party was a woman. How many third-order origin kings could there be in the entire territory of the star? Where did this He Yunxiang come from? Although he was puzzled, he didn't inquire about the other party's details abruptly. Since she had come to his door, she must have a request, so how could he not know her origins? However, it seemed that this woman had just broken through to the third-order origin king realm and was unable to conceal her aura. Yan Qing enthusiastically invited He Yunxiang to take a seat. Yang Kai also sat down slowly, causing Yan Qing to frown, thinking to himself that this brat really didn't know any etiquette. However, before he could figure out the relationship between He Yunxiang and Yang Kai, he couldn't act rashly, so he simply pretended not to see anything. Yan Qing clapped her hands, and a servant served tea. After chatting for a while, Yan Qing intentionally or unintentionally inquired about He Yunxiang's origins, but she cleverly avoided the topic, which made Yan Qing a little displeased. After drinking a cup of tea, he got straight to the point. "Madam, may I ask why you have come to my Yan family?" He Yunxiang put away her smile and said solemnly, "This mistress came uninvited because she has a request. I hope elder Yan Qing can forgive me." Yan Qing chuckled. "Madam, please tell me. My Yan family has some influence in the territory of the star, so if there is anything I can help with, I will not refuse." Anyone could say polite words, and if it was really a small favor, he would help casually. Letting the other party owe the Yan family a favor was not a bad thing, and it might even be possible to recruit her. Elder Yan Qing is too modest. In the entire territory of the star, I'm afraid only the Yan family can help this mistress. "Madam, he overestimates my Yan family." Yan Qing laughed, but he was alarmed. From her tone, it seemed like this mistress' request was not a small matter. If that was really the case, he had to consider it carefully. "I would like to make a trip to the ancestral territory," He Yunxiang said. Yan Qing's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had grabbed his throat. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he looked at He Yunxiang. "Do you know what you were saying?" He Yunxiang smiled bitterly. "If it wasn't difficult, I wouldn't have specially asked for your help. I know that in the entire territory of the star, if there is anyone who knows how to enter the ancestral territory, it would be the Yan family. I hope elder Yan Qing can grant me my wish." Yan Qing said with a cold face, "I don't know where you heard this from, But no one in the Yen family knows how to enter the ancestral territory. He was furious. She did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and she had no relationship with the Yen family. Furthermore, this was the first time they met, but she had this idea. Was this woman crazy? The method to enter the ancestral territory was a secret in the entire Yen family, and only the most powerful people knew a thing or two. 500 years ago, your old ancestor. Before she could finish, Yen Qing flicked his long sleeve and stood up. Madam, please go back. This old master won't see you out. There was nothing to say to her. If this woman wanted to ask for something else, no matter how difficult it was, they could sit down and discuss it. However, the method to enter the ancestral territory must not be leaked. If it weren't for the fact that He Yunxiang was a third-order origin king, Yen Qing would have already taught her a lesson. He Yunxiang's expression did not change. Obviously, she had expected this situation. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Since this mistress has a request, there will definitely be a reward." Yen Qing smiled proudly. "What does my Yen family not have? What can Madam give my Yen family? What is this?" His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the spirit pill in He Yunxiang's hand. The spirit pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was crystal clear, white and flawless, and looked like a pearl of excellent quality. However, the pill fragrance it exuded was something Yen Qing had never smelled before. When he smelled it, the Saint Qi in his body shook. He was shocked. He was a third-order origin king and the second elder of the Yen family. What kind of spirit pill had he not seen before? What kind of spirit pill had he not eaten before? However, the spirit pill in front of him was something he had never seen or heard of before. He could tell at a glance that this spirit pill was of extremely high grade. In his knowledge, there was no other spirit pill in the world that could be compared to it. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. "I wonder if this mistress will be satisfied with this as a reward. Elder Yen Qing?" Yen Qing's expression changed. He instinctively felt that the spirit pill in He Yunxiang's hand would be of great help to him. Even though he had a good temperament, he could not help but swallow his saliva. His eyes were fixed on the spirit pill, as if he was looking at a naked beauty who was stroking her hair coquettishly. There were not many things in this world that could arouse his greed. Whatever he wanted, the Yen family had it all. However, at this moment, he was eager to know what kind of changes would happen to him after taking this spirit pill. "What kind of spirit pill is this?" Yen Qing asked again. The arrogance on his face had long disappeared. "This thing, the Yen family really did not have it. This pill is called the source condensing pill." Yen Qing thought about it seriously and shook his head. "I have never heard of it." He Yunxiang smiled slightly. "The great thousand world is full of wonders. Elder Yen Qing may be experienced and knowledgeable, but there are always some things that you have not seen before. This thing was made by Yang Kai, so how could Yen Qing have seen it before?" He Yunxiang was now a third-order origin king, and the next step was to break through to the Tao source realm. The source condensing pill was an essential spirit pill that could help her transform the Saint Qi in her body into source Qi. Yang Kai had given her a few bottles on the way here, as a backup, taking out one at this moment. It really had the desired effect. "What effect does it have?" Yen Qing asked curiously. He Yunxiang showed an awkward look as if she did not know what to say. Seeing this, Yen Qing became even more anxious and quickly said, "In that case, please go back, Madam." He knew that He Yunxiang would not leave so easily. Sure enough, when He Yunxiang heard this, the hesitation on her face disappeared, and she spat out 4 words. Above the origin king realm, Yen Qing's body trembled as a terrifying light burst out of his eyes. Chapter 3094. Taking this spirit pill will allow one to reach the Origin King realm and above. Yan Qing's throat was a little dry. This was something he had not encountered in many years. He Yunxiang said, "There is only a chance. This spirit pill is just an external object. The foundation is still in one's body." There was one more thing she did not say. Taking the spirit pill would indeed give one a chance to reach the Origin King realm and above. But the premise was that one would need to take a lot of them over a long period of time. A single source condensing pill could not have much effect. The transformation of Saint Qi in an Origin King realm cultivator was an extremely long process. How do I know if Madam is telling the truth? Yan Qing frowned. He had lived for so many years and was used to seeing storms and waves. After the initial shock, his mind had calmed down, and he could not help feeling suspicious. If this so-called source condensing pill really had such a miraculous effect, why didn't this woman take it herself? Why did she have to take it out to tempt him? Wasn't she afraid that he would eat her up until not even her bones were left? I have something to ask of the Yan family. What good is there in lying to you? He Yunxiang said solemnly. Yan Qing shook his head and said, "Empty words are useless. If that is the case, this old master would like to examine this spirit pill personally." He Yunxiang smiled lightly. "Sure." A white light flashed in front of Yan Qing as he grabbed the source condensing pill in disbelief. Is there something wrong with this woman? If this spirit pill is so precious, why is she giving it to me so easily? "Madam, aren't you afraid this old master will take the spirit pill for himself?" Yan Qing asked. "The elder council?" He Yunxiang asked in surprise, like a little girl who did not know much about the world. "If you want to take it for yourself, you need to have the ability." "No." Yan Qing shook his head. The world was bustling with activity. Everyone came and went for benefits. What would they not do in the face of such huge benefits? He just could not understand where this woman's confidence came from. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong with her head. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. "If you take this spirit pill, can you exchange it for information leading to the ancestral territory?" Yan Qing sighed lightly. "Enough, but the premise is that this spirit pill really has the effect you say." "Madam, please wait a moment. This old master needs to find someone to examine it." "Elder Yan Qing, please do as you please." He Yunxiang gestured with her hand. This matter was of great importance, so Yan Qing didn't dare dally. She hurriedly turned around and entered the inner hall, and it didn't take long for her to vanish. He Yunxiang turned to look at Yang Kai and whispered, "The fish has taken the bait." Yang Kai nodded calmly. He Yunxiang said, "Actually, with Master's ability, you can easily make the Yan family hand over the method to enter the ancestral territory. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? The source congealing pill was just a bait, and this place was the Yan family's headquarters. An outsider with no background taking out such a pill was equivalent to inviting the Yan family to snatch it away. He was just trying to use his power to suppress them. Wouldn't it be better to just take action? It would save them a lot of trouble. This was the fierce wind's way of doing things. They would snatch whatever they wanted. As the leader of the fierce wind, He Yunxiang had fully implemented this philosophy. Yang Kai said, "I have my own plans." In fact, he was a little embarrassed. It wasn't nice to bully the weak. With his cultivation in the Emperor realm, bullying a group of Origin Kings and Origin returning realm cultivators felt like a master robbing a child. But if this child was a disobedient brat, then he would need to discipline her. At the peak of Twin Peaks, in a secret room, the Yan family's patriarch, Yan Luo, pinched the source congealing pill as his expression changed. Yan Qing stood to the side, licking his dry lips from time to time. After a long time, he asked, "Patriarch, does this spirit pill really have such a miraculous effect?" Yan Luo pondered for a while and shook his head. "I can't tell. Let's wait for the grandmasters to come and take a look." Even the patriarch couldn't tell. Yen Qing wasn't shocked, but happy. He felt more and more that this source-congealing pill was amazing. Not long after, a few people filed in, regardless of their cultivation. These people exuded a strong pill fragrance. Obviously, they were people who dealt with herbs and pills all year round. These people were naturally alchemists. These people were the most outstanding alchemists in the Yen family. All of them were Origin King grade alchemists. After entering the secret room and seeing Yen Luo and Yen Qing, the leading black-robed old man said, "Patriarch, why did you summon us here so urgently? Take a look at this spirit pill." Yen Luo handed over the spirit pill in his hand. The black-robed old man took it, and the others also cast their gazes over. Their initial indifference disappeared in an instant. All of them widened their eyes and exclaimed, What kind of spirit pill is this? Let me see. Quickly. Don't snatch it." The group of respected alchemist grandmasters instantly lost their demeanor and looked like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. The shock in their eyes was about to overflow. After a while, the leading black-robed old man looked at Yen Luo excitedly. "Patriarch, may I ask where this spirit pill came from? Can you tell what grade it is?" Yen Luo didn't answer the question. "I can't tell, but with our methods, it's absolutely impossible to refine such a spirit pill." The other alchemist grandmasters nodded in agreement. This spirit pill had exceeded their knowledge and experience. Forget about refining it, they couldn't even distinguish its composition. The answer was obvious. This source condensing pill had suddenly appeared, and even third-order Origin King realm masters and Origin King grade alchemists were unable to distinguish it. The only possibility was that this spirit pill was above the Origin King realm. The black-robed old man still wanted to ask something, but Yen Luo waved his hand and said, "Withdraw." Even though the several alchemy grandmasters were reluctant, they didn't dare to disobey, and simply bowed before leaving. Their eyes filled with reluctance as they stared at the spirit pill. After they left, Yen Luo said lightly, "You just said that the woman named He Yunxiang gave the spirit pill to you casually?" "Yes. It seems she has more than one spirit pill in her hands." Yen Luo suddenly laughed. Yen Qing saw this and immediately understood what he was thinking. How could he not have such thoughts in his heart? Both sides had the same idea, so he hesitated for a moment before asking, but if she can take out such a thing casually, how could she be easy to deal with? What if behind her? The possibility is not high. Also, don't forget where you are. Yen Luo glanced at him lightly. Yen Qing was startled for a moment before nodding. "I understand." Turning around, he walked out of the secret room. A woman with no background. Even if she was killed or captured on Twin Peaks, no one would know, right? Ooh, it's begun, master. Inside the hall, He Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai with a smile as the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in her ears. A powerful aura, like a giant dragon waking up from its slumber, quickly surrounded the hall. A person stepped out of the inner hall with a solemn expression. It was Yen Qing, who had left not long ago. He Yunxiang asked Elder Yen Qing, "What was the result of the appraisal?" Yen Qing shouted, "Bold woman, you actually dared to use a fake spirit pill to deceive my Yen family. You must have eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall." He Yunxiang was shocked. "Elder Yen Qing, what are you talking about? What fake spirit pill?" Yen Qing snorted coldly. "Although this old master does not know where you found it, that spirit pill has been verified by several Origin King grade alchemists of my Yen family. It is useless. You want to exchange it for the secrets of my Yen family? Do you think my Yen family is easy to bully?" He Yunxiang was terrified. Her face turned pale. How could it be a fake spirit pill? That is a spirit pill that is useful for breaking through to the Origin King realm. How would I dare to deceive the Yen family? She found it funny and understood why Yang Kai had to go through so much trouble before. Even the Yen family had to find a reason to deal with her. This was probably what they meant by having a good reason. How could it compare to Wild Wind, who could kill and rob as he pleased? It seemed that it would take some time for her to adapt to the outside world. Could it be that the insight of my Yen family's origin king, great alchemist, is not as good as yours? Yen Qing snorted coldly. He Yunxiang sighed. In that case, please return the spirit pill to me, Elder Yen Qing. Just pretend that I did not make that suggestion before. Yen Qing sneered. You still want that spirit pill? This old master threw it away long ago. He Yunxiang's eyes turned red. How could your Yen family be like this? That is a very precious spirit pill. It's fine if you don't know its value, but why did you throw it away? She was full of grievance and helplessness, which made people feel pity for her. Is this woman really stupid? Or is she pretending to be stupid? Yen Qing was a little confused. Could it be that she has been hiding somewhere to cultivate and only came out recently? Otherwise, how could she be so ignorant of the world with her cultivation? That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, how could I not have heard of a third-order origin king? Maybe she obtained some incredible inheritance and has been cultivating in seclusion somewhere. Yen Qing's heart shook when he thought of this. The last trace of worry he had disappeared. Forget it, forget it. It's just a spiritual pill. Since the Yen clan is so unreasonable, I will take my leave. He Yunxiang stood up and wiped the corners of her eyes. She was extremely sad. Is my Yen family a place where you can come and go as you please? Yen Qing shouted. He Yunxiang panicked. Then what do you want? You deceived my Yen family and tried to steal our secrets. If I let you go, where will my Yen family's face go? Madam, stay here obediently. He Yunxiang took a few steps back and said in shock, You want to detain me? Since they had already shed all pretenses. Yen Qing no longer hid anything and said in a deep voice, Madam if I were you, I would definitely surrender. Madam is weak and seems to have just broken through. If you fight with this old master, it won't be good if you hurt yourself. He was full of confidence that he could take down He Yunxiang. In comparison, he was a veteran third-order origin king. How could He Yunxiang compare to him? The various deployments outside were just a precaution. He Yunxiang scolded, You are despicable and shameless. How can the Yen family have someone like you? I asked to see the patriarch and ask him to uphold justice for me. Yen Qing sneered, The patriarch will not see you. He Yunxiang opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly stood up. When he moved, He Yunxiang immediately shut her mouth. Yen Qing glanced at her coldly and frowned slightly. He then raised his hand and swept it towards Yang Kai. His movements were relaxed, as if he was driving away mosquitoes. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.